Welcome to the Saturday card from the premier meet in the country with 3 graded stakes lined up. 2-year-old champion Filly Immersive announced her arrival on the big stage with a spin-away win here last summer. Can she again become a dominant force in her second start back as a 3-year-old? Take Charge Milady edged out Immersive in her comeback performance. Can she back that up with the Coaching Club American Oaks win today? Bookham Dano continues to impress on the big stage. He'll try to add a 3rd graded stakes score at Saratoga in the Vanderbilt and Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. Gears up for next weekend's Jim Dandy. We'll tell you how he looked at his final morning preparations, all that and more on a loaded Saturday afternoon card from upstate New York here in Saratoga Springs. Good to have you with us at this historic venue. Beautiful weather. We're just 5 minutes away from the opening race on the card here on our FS1 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf, good to be with you in a big race on the road to a championship in the 3-year-old filly division. Last year's 2-year-old champion Filly Immersive makes her second start back off a 6.5-month return. And breaking news, unfortunately, regarding the arguably top 3-year-old filly in this division, 2-time Grade 1 winner Lacara. The New York Racing Association and New York State Gaming Commission, they placed a group of horses in barn 28, which includes horses under the care of trainer Mark Casse under quarantine due to a case of strangles. That has led to the scratch of Lacara in today's Coaching Club American Oaks. With more on that situation, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Greg. And while Lacara does not have strangles at this time, the entire barn, barn 28, which is a split barn shared between Mark Casse and Mike Maker, has been placed under quarantine because a 4-year-old filly by the name Supernet Coconut will be transported off-site for additional testing, but has shown signs of strangles, which is virtually like the human or the equine version of strep throat. So if it is treated properly and timely, it is non-life threatening. It is just kind of a highly contagious condition that they have to keep those horses out of the general population. So therefore they will train in their own separate time and they will not be permitted to race. So unfortunately, our Sacred Moon, another first-time starter for Mark Casse, as well as one of the barn stars, Lacara, will not be permitted to race today, Greg. But that does change the complexion of today's CCA Oaks.
It certainly does, Maggie, and we'll get to that. Unfortunate situation, but you have to err on the side of caution in something like this. So with Lacara coming out, not just a key player coming out, as I bring in 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, Sarah El Badwi, it takes out possibly the primary speed of the race, and now we have Dry Powder as potentially the lone speed.
Yeah, I think Dry Powder will be the lone speed, and I think Immersive will probably be in the 1 to 5 spot, somewhere in that area. And it's just an unfortunate situation. These kind of things happen, and it's just, like I said, unfortunate, and Lacara will be scratched. And like I said, Immersive will probably be 1 to 5 in that spot, but maybe the 5-horse gets a little brave on the front end, Sarah.
Things certainly look a lot better for her chances in this spot with the main other speed contender coming out of the race right towards her outside. I don't know if she's quite good enough to ultimately see this one out with some talented fillies to her inside, but she certainly gets a favor in terms of how this race will play out tactically.
So your champion 2-year-old filly, she's still in the race. Second start back for Immersive. Scottish Lassie, maybe the most impressive performance of any 2-year-old filly last year for Jorge Abreu in the Frizette. Take Charge Milady, who just beat Immersive in a speedster Dry Powder. Still a very intriguing race in that Coaching Club American Oaks, but sad to see Lacara out. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 12 on our split coverage between FS1, FS2, where we head there at 2:30, and then Big Fox beginning at 5 in our first of our Fox Saturday shows. Fast and firm here. We have some coverage from Monmouth coming up as well. You know, by the way, one of the top 3-year-olds in the land, the only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown Journalism, back in action in the Haskell today.
He will be tough to beat in the Haskell. He's got a couple rivals. Gosker, who was second to him in the Preakness, and maybe another horse for Ian Wilkes, Burnham Square, will get a little bit of play.
Sarah, meanwhile, this opening race, 5.5 furlongs, New York breds, maiden special weight, and you see favoritism with Boloro the 4, Jeremiah Engelhardt, first-time starter, and sparring off to a hot start.
The barn has been going well. You can't deny that by any means. We are seeing Moplex be pointed towards the Jim Dandy, a horse who was so impressive in stretching out and taking that Ohio Derby, and what was not their plan A initially either. heard that this horse is working out well, worked ahead of a horse in Sacred Goddess, who we did see from this barn run the other day and do very well in her debut. So certainly one worth keeping an eye on coming in.
Get signed up started at NYRABets.com. Play all the action today, all summer long and beyond. New members, punch in the code SPA200 at sign up. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus to play along. So there is Bolero for Jeremiah Engelhardt, debuting 2-year-old filly, as we go back to Maggie.
Well, Greg, it is a gorgeous day, plus competitive racing. That all equals a big crowd here at historic Saratoga. And we'll see if Bolero can get the crowd, excited, because she is your favorite. And I think rightfully so, namely, at least from my perspective, because the other two short price horses, I don't particularly care for. And Bolero has been incredibly professional. She is athletic. I like her workouts, as Sarah mentioned, with Sacred Goddess, albeit she won on the turf first time out, but she was quicker than Sacred Goddess out of the gate in their last drill together. If you go back a generation, the Dam have to multiple graded stakes winning dirt sprinter XY Jet, definitely professional. The one, Shakti, I liked her last breeze where she worked with some older horses, sat off them, split them, and got to the front. She might be a sleeper at a big price here, who has been professional, has a lovely way of going. Tough inside post, but like I said, Greg, the 6 and the 8, the second and third choices, they were acting very green for their debuts.
Not a great sign. We'll see how they break out of the gate. Set to kick off this Saturday card on Coaching Club American Oaks Saturday afternoon. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thanks, Greg. We've got Blue Highway coming up. And Atenea. And the colors of one of Saratoga Live's sponsors, Lugamo Racing Stable. Blue Highway is halfway in. She goes in now. And here's Atenea to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Atenea bounces out very quickly. Shakti is showing plenty of early pace. These two are head and head in the early stages, and Viviana is in between those two, now moving up on the inside to take third. Piece of Gold is next. Passed now by Victory Hall, who's making headway, 3.5 or 4 off the lead. Bolero is next, and it is a long way to Blue Highway, who trails 22-2 for Shakti, chased by Atenea around the far turn. It's Shakti maintaining the lead 1.5 lengths. Atenea is in second. Victory Hall continues to move up on the outside third. Down behind them comes Viviana. Bolero is next, and they're followed by Piece of Gold. Top of the stretch for Shakti, who hugs the rail and leads it by 2 lengths with a furlong left to go. Now it's 3. Shakti, showing powerful strides in mid-stretch, has built it up to 4 lengths, and it will be Shakti. Very impressive. Shakti strides out to win it by almost 5 lengths. Victory Hall was second. Bolero third. Piece of Gold ran fourth.
There's winning trainer Jenna Antonucci of Arcangelo fame, who was a Belmont Stakes and Travers winner a couple of years ago. Impressive first time out from Shakti. The favorite did not get out well, Paul.
No, the favorite did not get out well at all. The 4 tried to make a middle move in the middle of the race for Manny Franco, while Shakti was just taking it to him. Ricardo Santana, Sarah, has been aggressive. This filly broke on the button, and Jenna had this horse ready.
She did. It seems as though the hype was right about this one in the mornings. A horse that had been a little bit of a buzz story as seeming to be working well. Just so sharp on debut. And once you have that kind of established margin, it's very tough in these young baby races to run anybody down. I would say a horse to watch out of this race as well, Piece of Gold, who did not get out well and still rallied for fourth.
1-6, 4-3 finish. Jenna Antonucci with the first timer in the winner's circle. Let's go to Maggie.
You know, we won't often see her looking, well, just fabulous here. You look amazing. You came straight from a fashion show and straight to the winner's circle.
I mean, amazing. You couldn't have scripted it any better. You know, amazing fundraiser today for the museum, which is so important. And This Tillman's, it's so cool. Sorry, it's just so cool. They're wonderful people, and they don't usually race, and it's a homebred of theirs, so it's just amazing.
Jenna, I watched you work her with 2 older fillies. Talk about professional. Now, I was expecting her maybe to sit off of it, but Ricardo said, you know what, she broke pretty well. Let's set the pace.
I said that. I said, listen, she doesn't care where she is. We've schooled her to be behind it and come up to it, so whatever he wanted to do, he wanted to throw her up there. Here we are.
Oh, she's a cool customer, too.
So cool. So cool.
Well, enjoy this. I think we should
It's gonna happen again.
we should all get pictures of you looking this fabulous. Well done.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
Oh, Jenna, fashionable filly and a fashionable filly on the racetrack today, guys.
It's always a little extra fun when you have a 2-year-old first-time starter win a race in the summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, congratulations to Caliburn Farm, who bred this filly too as well in the state of New York. The honor code mare, she throws heat. She brought the heat today.
I guess so. I mean, this one really impressive and just so professional first time out to have that good gate break, especially from the rail for a 2-year-old, and just open up the margin. I don't think anybody else was ever really invited into the race.
So a 6-1 upset. Shakti, Jenna Antonucci at Caliburn Farm, as Paul told you, homebred, and Ricardo Santana Jr. to kick off our Saturday action. Another filly that looked pretty good, winning first time out here at Saratoga. That was last summer. Her name was Immersive. She'd go on to win the Spinaway, have a perfect 2-year-old campaign, and be crowned 2-year-old champion filly. She makes her second start back of her 3-year-old season in the coaching club American Oaks to come.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage from historic Saratoga. First-time starter Shakti, quick out of the gate. Jenna Antonucci, winning trainer, and Ricardo Santana Jr. Paulie. As you see Jenna root her filly home. important to get off to a quick start at this meet, maybe more than any other meet in the country, and he's done that. He's tied for 4th in the standings early on.
Yeah, we were talking about in the earliest meet who was going to be that rider that was going to be, you know, not Flavian, not Irad, or not Jose Ortiz, that could be the surprise rider. And I think a lot of us thought it could be Ricardo, the way he was riding towards the end of the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. He's just been very aggressive in a lot of his horses. His horses have responded.
We've seen him come here and really be effective, especially on the turf, at being a rider that can go forward with many of the horses when other riders are more prone to take back a little bit. I think that him showing up at the end of the Belmont at Aqueduct meet more so than waiting to come here until the later stages after Churchill, maybe he's gotten a little bit more acclimation, gotten into some more of those barns to get a couple more live mounts because he's riding very well right now.
Kicks off the card with a 1460 winner. He's going to be on the favorite coming up, trying to take the early double on this Saturday card. As we move on to race 2, we'll stretch out, move to the lawn at 1 1/16 inner turf, and a New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race. So everyone for sale in this race, and Ricardo Santana Jr. He is on, yes, the one to beat English Castle for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, and the heavy favorite and a lot of the will pays. This will be the 4-year-old's 9th career start. Tried blinkers in the last 2 starts, is going to take him off today.
We'll see if he settles a little bit more early. A horse that does have plenty of early speed, and just as we were discussing, we expect Ricardo Santana Jr. to use it.
Yeah.
Well, as we told you at the top of the program, huge change, unfortunate situation with Lacara coming out of the coaching club, American Oaks, and a big one coming out. Arguably, she is that top 3-year-old filly in this division right now, so we hope to see her back soon. Immersive as we meet the field, your 2-year-old champion filly. And do you forgive that defeat coming back off a 6.5-month layoff?
I do forgive the defeat because Take Charge Milady beat her. She's 4 for 5 lifetime. She had a great 2-year-old season, and I would think she's going to be very tough to beat. But the horse that did beat her is in this group.
Brad Koch, her trainer, says she's going to be a lot more ready for start number 2 off the bench. Here is Scottish Lassie. She was brilliant in the Frisette as a 2-year-old.
Her first Grade 1 winner for trainer Jorge Abreu. Her first win overall in that Frisette as a 2-year-old. Change of jockey today, but she's a tactical type, so maybe she is one that doesn't end up too much behind the 8 ball with that scratch of Lacara early on.
Immersive's comeback race. She was beat by this filly for Ken McPeak. Take Charge Milady.
Tough horse to figure out. 12th in the Kentucky Oaks, ran another clunker in the Honeybee, but then ran 2nd in the Ashland. So a horse that on her best day is a good filly.
And with Lacara coming out, a lot of eyeballs now are going to be on this one here. Dry Powder. It looks like she is going to be alone in front.
If today was the day to try something new and have a new plan, it's not anymore. A horse who has that good early speed and really benefits from the scratch to her outside. I don't know if she's quite good enough, but she is one that's certainly going to have things more favorably her way than they looked at first glance.
Let's take a look at that comeback effort from Immersive. Some bone bruising, got a late start to her 3-year-old return after being named champion 2-year-old filly. This was the starting point, and just missed as Take Charge Milady came and got her.
Well, this is actually the Breeders' Cup. Where she did win. She beat Vaca with a twist and quick kick. It was a workman-like effort. She didn't get that crazy a buyer, but for a 2-year-old, that was a good buyer, 84. She came back. She ran an 85 when she got beat by Take Charge Milady. You tell me what you thought here, Sarah, because I thought Manny gave the horse a good ride. A lot of people gave him a lot that he gave the horse a bad ride.
I didn't see anything to necessarily tell me that this horse has taken some big step forward now as a 3-year-old, and it's not that she can't, and it's not that she won't. And I thought that this was a game battle through the lane here with a horse who had that recency edge on her in Take Charge Milady, and to her credit, had run some bigger races in the past. You can see them extending the margin on the 3rd place finisher in here, and maybe she's one that just takes that step forward now, second off.
To your point, what was he supposed to do different in that situation? We can talk more about that in a minute. Here's Scottish Lassie, and yes, it was Immersive who was named champion 2-year-old filly, but this was probably the best race any 2-year-old filly ran all year last year, Scottish Lassie in that Frisette.
She was so demonstrably impressive in here, and she is one that was able to pull away convincingly from what was a good field. We've seen this division change hands in who the leader is several times from this point last year to this point that we're at right now this year. I think that she's one that's shown already she's capable of running a fast race, capable from coming from a little bit off the pace, and she's one that now third off the layoff, she's going to have things maybe more to her advantage in where she can sit in this race. She can be forward, she can also take back.
That comeback race for her, it was a wet track. She actually ran as fast a number as she did in that brilliant Frizette in a comeback race.
I think she's the dangerous horse in here too, immersive. That's just the bottom line for me. Now, I get it. A lot of people are going to look at Dry Powder, that she might have or be the lone speed. I just think Manny Franco and immersive won't let that happen. We'll keep her honest. If you look at Scottish Lash, she was the horse that was third, trying to grind away at Lucara last time. The time before that, she didn't have the best of trips. She just has these awkward trips every once in a while. When she has it her way, she can beat a horse like immersive.
See if today is her day in a big one in this 3-year-old filly division. Race 10 on the card later on this afternoon, part of our Fox Saturday coverage, and the first of this lineup coming up a little bit later on this afternoon on Big Fox. Race that is key on the road to an Eclipse Award for 3-year-old fillies next weekend, and we'll talk more about it. The Jim Dandy next Saturday, where we'll see Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty back in action. He was at work this morning. We'll have more on that in just a little bit. We're 16 minutes away from race 2. Ricardo Santana Jr., he took the opener. He's on the favorite. This one right here, English Castle for Horacio De Paz, trying to win third off the bench and break his maiden when we come back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
The Saratoga Sale, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales. Ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with an honor roll of graduates that includes the past 3 Preakness Stakes winners. National Treasure.
Oh, what a Preakness!
Seize the Gray.
Wade Lucas has done it!
And Journalism.
Oh my goodness!
The 104th Saratoga Sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
The Saratoga Sale and the Preakness have been synonymous over the last 3 years, starting with National Treasure in the 2023 Preakness, a graduate of the 2021 Saratoga Sale. Then you go to 2022, that Saratoga Sale featured Seize the Gray, that became the last of the 15 Triple Crown winners for the Hall of Famer and the late great D. Wayne Lucas. The 2023 sale closed out the trifecta with Journalism. He's been a great racehorse from the first time he set foot on the racetrack. In fact, his mother, Mopatism, was also a graduate of the Saratoga sale, building upon the foundation of decades and decades of top-class horses coming from the Saratoga sale. Not only sires, but then eventually the dams of these top-notch racehorses as well. It only further shows the depth of quality and class that we have over the many decades of success at Saratoga.
Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us here on Fox Sports 1 on a big Saturday afternoon at the premier meet in the country. Just about a 10-minute walk from the track, straight down Union Avenue, Congress Park, where fans will congregate after the races. Along with those guys right there.
Yeah, and you know, that water down there is supposed to be very, very healing. I'll tell you what, those are the smartest ducks you'll ever meet in your life.
These springs, they do have healing powers. There's actually some on the grounds here at the racetrack. Race 2, mile and 16th on the turf. There is the one to beat. English Castle, 6-5 favorite. Ricardo Santana Jr. making equipment change with blinkers coming off. Let's go to Maggie.
And I think with having talked to his trainer, Horacio De Paz, that he is hoping that does the trick finally for English Castle. While he said he was pleased with his return race off the bench, last time he wanted to get too aggressive, he wanted to bear out, and he's hoping that with the blinkers coming off, he relaxes today. Well, here in the paddock, he is rather relaxed. He is one that is generally brought over to the paddock in an iron halter, which is that piece of leather that goes over a horse's poll, but then around their nose, it's literally a piece of iron which has a ring on it that you clip the pony, the snap shank to. So it's just to keep their attention a bit more than maybe just a traditional halter and shank would, and give the groom a bit more control. He is behaving beautifully so far, and he's actually very relaxed here in the paddock, which I do feel is a good sign for him. A negative could potentially be the fact that he does show up wearing front wraps for the first time. Also might be because he's back in a claiming race. So we'll see how English Castle does with those equipment changes today. Now, we'll see a first-time starter from the Miguel Clement barn, owned by his mom, Valerie Clement, and bred by his late father, Christophe. So a very sentimental horse by the name Nagil. In talking with Valerie, she was saying to me that Nagil was a property in France owned by Christophe's family and brought many wonderful memories to them. So watching this son of Summerfront here in the paddock, very professional. Did come in with the pony, with this training saddle on, but has not done a thing wrong so far, and is also very fit. Looks well spotted for this condition. Definitely long on the turf is what he wants to do, what he is bred to do. Two, is wearing a Halton bit and a figure 8. So maybe a horse that does have some steering issues at times in the mornings, but watching his breeze 2 back on the Oklahoma turf, he was inside of a 3-year-old maiden, kind of set the pace, and they were on terms by the quarter pole, but they stayed together nicely. It was a little bit more of a slower work, so maybe that's why we see him here for maiden 50. Greg?
Well, Maggie told you that touching story on Nagil as you take a look at this first-time starter for Miguel Clement. Of course, his father, Christophe, passed away in late May, and this was a horse that Christophe had named just before he passed. 5-1 right now.
Yeah, and by the sire Summerfront, who Christophe campaigned, who was a great turf and synthetic horse too as well. So a little bit of hoping that the one wins this race here on the set.
We'll see about the debut coming up. Joel Rosario will ride. Meanwhile, Haute Contour, Chris Engelhardt barn. And this will be the second start on the grass, Sarah. Start number 1 was a debut sprinting. What did you think of that debut effort?
I thought that this horse really moved up on the grass and actually stepped up in class successfully, too, to finish 4th that day with a less than ideal trip, did not break that well. And I think that pedigree suggests this one will appreciate getting a little bit more ground to work with.
Well, Maggie, 9-2 right now, will go longer the 5. How does this one look in terms of getting more ground?
I can completely agree with Sarah's analysis here. He is a horse that should benefit from more ground, bit more of a longer frame and scope to that frame too. But on top of all that, he can be a little bit of a playboy. He actually reminds me, as far as him getting saddled, a little bit of another Wachtell owned and bred horse by the name Akali, who used to get himself very excited when saddling. But he settled down. He was not studdish, as I like to say, after he was brought out. So that's a change from what he was acting like in his last start, where he was a fool, to be quite honest, from the paddock to the track there at Aqueduct. So he's had a little bit more time in between races. I think he should appreciate the ground. Like I said, he comes out of maybe a better than it looks maiden 50, I think. And furthermore, he broke a bit slow that day, and which he also gave the vibe that he's just a bit difficult to ride. He's a horse that really needs to be told what to do, a strong rider, and boy does he get that today in the form of Manny Franco. So I think Haute Couture is really, really intriguing and is taking money. But a long shot that intrigues me a bit here is making only his third start on the turf and second one for a maiden 50. That's number 7, Solomini's Legacy. Now, you could argue that Christopher Elliott is a rider that's doing very well now, and it could be viewed as an upgrade over the riders that he's had in the past. And he's a horse that looks like a turf horse through and through. He looks way better in his coat than I've ever seen him, and he's behaving beautifully here in the paddock. And, you know, 2, he was wide in that maiden 50 going back a ways, and I just thought he made a decent enough rally and showed enough to me that he could make some noise dropping back in class. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. You can follow along in the program today, get the stats on all the horses, trainers, jockeys by downloading free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download yours right now as we get set for the start of this early pick 4 on our Saturday card. Mile and a 16th on the turf coming up, and see if that equipment change for the favorite here, Paulie English Castle, does the trick here in start number 9.
Yeah, you know, when you give a horse 9 chances or 8 chances, and this horse has been in some good barns, obviously in the Christophe Clement barn, Safi Joseph. Safi almost got this horse, Christophe almost got this horse to win and just missed. So that's my one worry, but this horse might outclass the field.
Let's go back to Maggie with a special guest.
That's right, Greg. Stick in this Saratoga paddock long enough and you will find some familiar faces, as I'm pleased to be joined by General Manager of Oaklawn, Wayne Smith. And Wayne, always a pleasure to see you during the summertime here at the spa, but you always bring good news when it comes to Oaklawn.
Yes, very excited for this upcoming season. A couple of cool things that we're changing up, though. We are going to go to a holiday meet and then split for stop racing for 3 weeks, and then come back January 30th and run 4 days a week all the way through May 2nd.
Is that to kind of avoid some of the weather challenges that you've seen?
That sure is our hope, but Mother Nature always wins in the end, right?
No.
I mean, so
she does it to us up here.
Exactly
we understand.
Yeah, no, and then some really cool things. We're actually going to be announcing our stakes program next week, but I can give you a little insight.
Please.
We're going up to $18 million in stakes this year, 62 stakes in total. And that's actually about a 100% increase in the last 5 years that we've done in the stakes program. In addition, we're also going to be raising the fantasy to $1 million now.
Epic.
Yeah, so we're really going after the 3-year-old filly program, and we're also going to the prep to the fantasy, the honeybee. We're going to knock that up to $750 from $500,000. So some really cool things, and then the really big change for us is we're moving the Rebel to March 1st, which is a Sunday. So much different than what we've ever done before. So we're going to try it on a Sunday, see if we can get a Rebel weekend, and then really pushing into Arkansas Derby weekend with the fantasy on Friday, and then the Arkansas Derby on Saturday. So
almost like a mini Kentucky Derby preview.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. And of course, we believe it's going to be probably a matched Kentucky Derby if we could just get that many people, right?
Absolutely. The fans out at Oaklawn are always so enthusiastic.
Yes.
Well, Wayne, thank you for joining us, and looking forward, as always, to the Oaklawn meet.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Guys.
Exciting news. Thank you, Maggie. Of course, it was the Oaks and Derby winner who rolled through Hot Springs last year with Thorpedo Anna and Mystic Dan as we get to our post parade. And here is Miguel Clement, first-time starter.
Yeah, a little on his toes, but getting played here at 5-1.
Jovia's first 35-1 with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, this gelding will get Lasix for the first time.
0 for 14, but just 0 for 1 on the lawn. Big Ego.
And did have a wide trip in that lone turf start. Potentially could take a step forward here, but he's just had his chances.
It's the one Maggie had positive things to say about stretching out. Haute Couture.
Yeah, Taurus have an English Channel mare for Waukta Stables.
Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me has Junior Alvarado.
This one getting a change of jockey, limited starts on the grass, and has done okay, but hasn't really made a big move in those races.
Salamini's Legacy, Christopher Elliott in the irons.
2 turf starts, not that bad, just needs to improve a little bit more.
Ricardo Santana Jr. looking for the early double on the favorite.
He's the horse to beat. The blinkers do come off after trying them for a couple of starts, and he was just facing a decent field last time out.
Blue Pill, Jimmy Ferraro barn, was 3rd at this condition last start.
Yeah, he made a big run from way out of it. He enjoyed all of the 1 1/8.
The Blue Pill was the one to take in the Matrix, right?
Yes, I believe so. Red Pill? I don't remember.
I think it was the Blue Pill.
Yeah.
Come full circle. Lane Luzzy, 8-1.
I tried to be clever with this horse last time, who actually got bet down to favoritism 2 back, didn't really do any running.
And you saw the 12 rolling by there, also eligible. Draws in Dylan Davis for David Donk.
Maybe this horse will have some more forward position, stretching out in distance from a couple of tries at turf sprinting.
Got a couple of races going way back, longer, that really fit against this group. But they're way back, 11-1 right now. There's Come Full Circle. Paul going to get after it here with a win bet.
Yeah, I like the 10 here, Come Full Circle. Like, I get it. The 8 is the horse to beat by far. I thought the last race was a little bit better than looked. It's drawn 2 outside positions in both of the horse's turf starts. You know, when you look at this race, you got the 5 and the 8 and the 1. There's not much. So I went with the 10 here thinking, if you know the 1's not much, the 8 throws in a little bit of clunker, I got to beat the 5. That's the way I kind of looked at it, and I'm getting the right price.
First time in for attack for Come Full Circle. Our analysts get $1,000 bankroll each week to come up with these plays. Let's go back to Haute Contour. Sarah, 5-1 here on the stretch out. What did you like?
I like that this horse has that upside potential with having the limited starts, and also has the pedigree to suggest that this one's going to improve with some more distance. The dam was a graded stakes type who was facing the likes of Lull, Proctor's Ledge, and just really keeping some good quality company. And while hasn't been that much production with this horse, I just thought that the added distance was really going to benefit this one, who didn't have the best of trips in that last start, and is likely here to be one that you're going to get a fair enough price, because he is one that isn't dropping in class.
So 9-2 right now. Haute Contour with Manny Franco. See how this one appreciates the extra ground here in the second try over the lawn, as English Castle has moved down to even money right now. With more on Come Full Circle, who Paulie likes, let's go back to Maggie.
It's unfortunate for this horse. The draws have not been kind to him and his connections. He keeps drawing outside post after outside post, which, you know, equals a horse that's going to generally be caught wide. Now, Lane Luzzy does ride him again for the 3rd time, and last time he was taken back to get to the rail, and he was just really never able to overcome that. Talking about number 10, Come Full Circle. Now, Lane did give him a nice warm-up, but he's moving beautifully. And this, you know, when he debuted going the 6 furlongs, I'd written in my notes that he was a turf horse. So he gets to do that here. Obviously, I would think that, being a son of slumber as well. But I just wonder if Lane can put him in a more forward position, which might help his chances here. But then again, it's also tough when you're out aside there to really kind of find that good position to go forward with. So I land on Haute Couture. I thought, honestly, he'd be a little bit bigger of a price, but I feel like he's, you know, kind of that wise guy type. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Maggie mentioned Lane. That, of course, is Lane Luzzy, who rides Come Full Circle, who's represented, neat story, by his dad. And there's Lane, Mike Luzzy, who won a lot of races on the New York circuit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget how good Mike was. Such a great rider. Mig will attest to that as well. And if a lot of people were watching Saratoga live last year, he took one of the best punches of all. He took a kick in the face by a horse, and got up and won the next day, if I'm not mistaken. He showed some toughness last year. And you know what? He was getting better and better, too, at the end of the Belmont at Aqueduct meet.
I agree. I think he's a rider that he can be aggressive, and that's been really his way of going, where he's been more successful. And you know better than either of us up here what it's like to take a little bit of a hit and still keep going, right?
Took a lot of them behind the plate.
Yeah, but a hoof to the nose?
That's pretty tough.
Yeah.
I think it's commonly thought Hockey players are the toughest guys on earth. These guys aren't far behind.
Yeah, I would think they're a close second.
English Castle has now dropped down to 4-5. So odds on for the Horacio de Paz 4-year-old here as Ricardo Santana Jr. looks to take this early double. We send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Kiss me, hold me, thrill me. Just a little hesitant. Gets a nudge from the assistant starters and obliges. Wind Dancer to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. The favorite English Castle comes out and takes the initiative right away. And on the extreme outside, Wind Dancer moves into second. Then it's Nagil. Big Ego is fourth. Only about 3 lengths off the lead. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me is next. 3 lengths in front of Blue Pill as they move around the first turn. Oak Couture now makes a little bit of headway, has 8 lengths to make up. The 2 trailers, Jovia's first, and Come Full Circle at the back. The opening quarter in 24 2/5 seconds. And the lead belongs to English Castle, who has it by a half a length, pressed by Wind Dancer toward the half-mile pole. Another 3 to Nagil, who is racing by himself in third. He is in front of Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Then Big Ego and Oak Couture side by side. 5 lengths back, Blue Pill, Jovia's first, and Come Full Circle. 48-2 for the heavy favorite, English Castle, who takes them into the far turn, has been there throughout. On the outside, Wind Dancer in second. Nagil, the first-time starter, is 2.5 off the pace in third. Then Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Oak Couture is next as they reach the top of the stretch. English Castle still there, has it by a length and a half. Nagil looking for room along the inside and finding it. They're in the final furlong. English Castle maintaining the lead, has it by 2 lengths. Nagil trying his best along the rail, but it is English Castle. English Castle to give the early double to Ricardo Santana Jr. Photo for second will end up going to Oak Couture in front of Nagil and then Wind Dancer.
Back-to-back Ricardo Santana Jr. and again aggressive early. Gate to wire for the win, and the equipment change did the trick here, Paul.
Yeah, I was able to go 24-4, and I looked over at Sarah. I said, this race is over. You just can't. You got a heavy favorite at 3-5. Just go out there and waltz along on the front end, and that's what ended up happening. Is the 5 ran a heck of a race here to close up and make it at least somewhat competitive, but no doubt about the winner.
The 5 was never getting to your winner after those slow fractions. We talked about Ricardo Santana Jr. with the success he's had, especially on the turf, keeping horses in forward position. He doesn't even have to go that fast to establish it. Nobody really intent on taking away that forward position from him and having their horses be in range. I thought that the 5 did run well. Oak Couture to finish second in here. Kind of a goofy type through the lane in there with the lead change and wanting to lug in. But the horse was 3-5. They let him get a nice, easy lead, and he was able to control. This race was over early on.
8-5, 112, bet down to 3-5 late. Looking sharp, ready to get his picture taken. There is trainer Horacio de Paz. And on the left, Miguel Clement, whose first-time starter, ran decent in the debut.
Yeah, I thought Nagil did. I mean, he was in the pocket trip most of the time, but in those slow fractions, when you get caught in chase mode, that's kind of the worst mode you can be in. So he got picked off by the 5 late, but I would think Miguel would be happy with that result. And then the 12, who drew in, nice little 4th place finish here for David Donk. Had a winner yesterday. Seems like his barn's starting to get into the groove.
And this one in the warm-up, we touched on how intent and aggressive Dylan Davis was with the horse stretching out in distance. At least he gave this one a shot to be close, to run a better race in here and still get 4th at a big price.
Ricardo Santana Jr., though, taking it to this field early on, getting a big advantage on the front end, leading every step of the way here in race 2. He's got the first 2 on this Saturday card. Again, 8-5, 112 finish. It's 3-5 favorite. English Castle leading them every step of the way here in the second from Saratoga.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon, 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 and 2:57.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 Saturday coverage from the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Live. And the first two on this Saturday afternoon go to that man right there, Ricardo Santana Jr. English Castle. Goes off in the end at 3-5 and leads every step of the way for his maiden breaking score.
Yeah, you know, for the 3-5 bettors, he looked like a 3-5 shot winning that race. The son of English Channel of a Rock of Gibraltar mare, Sea Coast. For Chalk Racing, well, he was a Chalk today, and Ricardo Santana with back-to-back wins.
Took a little tinkering, but finally they make the right moves here.
The drop-in class worked this time, and I think that a horse in Trinity River coming out who would have been likely a major factor as well, it really contributed to that short price that you ended up seeing on English Castle.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Ricardo Santana taking the first two races of the day. We'll start here with English Castle, a horse I know you're familiar with. Change of equipment today, blinkers off, and that extended cage bit on. Seemed to do the trick.
Well, you know, I need to give you a lot of credit to Horacio and the group. They do a good job on this horse. He's really tough to training in the morning, you know, like they switch a few things, and today you guys can see he listened the bridle that he had today, and he was much the best.
That bridle is not necessarily easy to ride in. You have to have very soft hands, and you were able to get away with a 24 and change opening quarter. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Also, wait, hold on, I still gotta ask you. He tried to run away on me here.
Sorry.
Talk about the Shakti, the first-time starter for Jenna Antonucci. She was so professional. She broke well from that inside, and you seized the bull by the horns.
Well, I was working with her in company. The extra rider, the lady that worked for, that's
Fiona.
Yeah, that's her favorite filly, and she was working amazing. I always ask Mr. Antonucci, I say, what fillies can you let me ride? And then she always be really professional. And today she braked hard, she broke running, and she was much the best.
I love fillies like that just automatically know what they're supposed to do. Well done. You won't tell me who else you like on the card, but I hope there's a few more for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, yes, now he can go. Carlos Santana, 2 on the card already, Greg. See if there's any more.
Good for him to have that kind of a start to this card. Of course, he's the regular pilot of probably the fastest dirt horse on the planet right now, who will not compete in the Vanderbilt. We won't get to see Skelly later this afternoon, but he's been an amazing story. That horse has gotten probably the best he's ever been as a 6-year-old. We hope to see him down the line.
Very, very fast horse. You're right. When he gets out of the gate, his one issue is the gate, but when he gets out of the gate, there's nobody that can outrun him for the first quarter of a mile, which makes him so dangerous. Now he has a scratch out of this race, unfortunate, but Ricardo gets along with him, and that horse loves Oaklawn Park.
Yes, he does. See if he can get another crack at the Breeders' Cup Sprint later on in the year. He's had a very good start to the year. Race 3, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. New York breds, first allowance condition. And Bosun, Joe Sharp barn with Jose Ortiz. Joe Sharp coming off the first ever training title of his career, Sarah, at Churchill Downs, and that momentum is carried forward here to Saratoga.
We've seen him keep the train rolling with a couple of really impressive horses here, some of them being short prices, but really well-spotted types for this trainer, and having some success early on to start the Saratoga meet. Getting off the duck early and really being able to continue that throughout is something that I think that he came in with so much steam because of that Churchill success.
One of 4 trainers with 4 wins at the meet, only 1 trainer with 5, so he's right in the mix. But doing it from limited starters, too, winning at 44%. Joe Sharp, you're not supposed to be able to do that at the most competitive meet in the country. We'll see how Bosun does for Joe Sharp when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Still ahead later this afternoon. New Jersey superstar Bookham Dano and Atlantic 6 Racing. What a ride they're having with this sensational Grade 1 winner. Looks for his 3rd graded stakes win at Saratoga later in the Vanderbilt.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Muth, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here from Saratoga Springs, and that's where all the fun happens once the races conclude each and every night for 40 days of summer here in upstate New York. Broadway.
Have you been out yet?
I rarely get out with 2 kids, but I did go out last night, had a great dinner.
You could bring them to see the ducks.
I will be doing that. There's the carousel there as well. They love it.
There you go.
Our ABR race of the week. And the pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano, morning line favorite in this spot. He just keeps stepping up to the plate, Paul, and delivering.
Yeah, listen, he's 8 for 14 lifetime. He's got $1.3 million. And last time in the True North, it was him and Mulligan down to the wire. And I think the key was that Bookham Dano got that draw or got to the outside of Mulligan. I think that was key. And it was a nice little stretch duel, Sarah. But this horse just has a lot of want.
He runs well here, too. I mean, he's been able to really show up with consistency at every stage of the game. And I think he's such a good example of a horse that they were just very realistic with their campaign with him from the start. A horse that maybe somebody else could have gone Derby dreaming, tried to stretch him out all the way to the 1.25 miles after that very impressive performance, coming up just a nose short to Forever Young. We saw what he did in that Kentucky Derby, but they kept him at distances that really seemed to suit him best, and he's thrived at these types of graded stakes.
A little bit of a tricky horse to ride, too, but they figured things out with him.
He can be tricky. And I've said this before. One of my good friends, Eric Fine, owned Musket Man. And I think he's learned from Musket Man, because when Musket Man turned back in the Carter, he lost by a nostril, and he was a better turn back horse. But when Musket Man ran 3rd or 4th in the Derby, you know, he ran in all 3, but he wanted to be a cutback horse. And I think that Derek Ryan is kind of has learned from that horse. And this is last year's winner. What do you do with this horse, Greg?
He was sensational Nakatomi for Wesley Ward in this race last year in a Grade 1 win. Form coming into this spot. I know he disappointed Sarah last time. I thought it was a sloppy racetrack in the True North, and he had run huge in Dubai. That's a lot of travel as well.
Well, he also spotted the gate several lengths at the beginning of that race where he tossed his head at the start, really did not get out all that well. And I think that even in addition to the traveling he did overseas, he was not going to be able to make up the lengths that he was going to have to as the favorite on horses like Bookham Dano and Mulligan. He's better than that last race suggests for sure. I just don't know if he's going to be coming in quite his best form to this race.
Meanwhile, a horse who just, the force is so strong with him at Saratoga. He's like a throwback horse. It looked like, you know, the other year he was done. He came to Saratoga, and then we saw one of those monster performances again on these grounds.
He's just a crazy horse, Sarah. He's one of those horses that one day he can get beat by a $50,000 claimer, and then one day he could beat Grade 1 company. You just never know.
He's a tough read, and I think that he's won off of the back of this last race where he did end up breaking the course record at Belmont at Aqueduct for 6.5 furlongs. That's something that is all relative based on the time of year, the seasonal context that we're dealing with, and it might look at first glance more impressive than it actually was, but he's shown up with some big numbers just like that one in the past, so I don't want to discount him completely, and he really likes it here at Saratoga, a horse that is more prone to run one of his bigger efforts right here at the spot.
He's still got some life in him, and coming here where he's been so dangerous, tough one to try and count out. That is a good field on an important race in that sprint division in the Vanderbilt later to come. That's going to follow the Coaching Club American Oaks. We look forward to it. Next up, though, we're going to be sprinting on the turf, 5.5 furlongs. Race 3 coming up in this New York bred entry-level allowance ahead. It's still posting for Joe Sharp, Jose Ortiz, who is the favorite at 5-2. Faced a very good one, Friend of the Devil, a couple of starts back. That one trained by Carlos Martin. You're going to play, we have a mandatory pick 5 coming up here. Sarah, a pick 5 ticket. How are you going to start us off?
Going pretty logical within this sequence, and this ticket really hinges on my belief that the 2 in race 6, the morning line favorite Curlin's Angel, the Chad Brown entrant in that race is going to end up being your favorite at post time. So leaving that one out and going with a couple of sensical horses in here, as well as a price turning back in Courtly Banker. In the next race, I think that Roswell is way the horse to beat, but I do think the number 6 towards the outside in Strong State is one that's on the improve and has right to continue to take a step forward after who she faced in those 2-year-old races. I'm not trying to get cute and be rhetorical, coupled with Clear Conscience in that 5th race. Spreading a little bit, using a couple of prices, as well as Curlin's Angel, who was just so impressive on debut in race 6. And then we have the 2-year-olds in race 7, using a couple of Yaupons, as well as one for trainer Chad Brown.
All right, you can scan that QR code and punch that ticket right in at Naira Bets. If you want to get involved, good luck. 12 minutes to put your tickets together. Joining us for the first time on the program today, Acacia Clement. We've talked a lot about this Joe Sharp barn. He has the favorite off to an incredible beginning at this meet.
It has been really impressive what Joe Sharp has been doing lately, Greg, both with that Churchill training title and the success that he had there, and then bringing that success over here to New York. It seems that Joe Sharp's horses thus far in Saratoga have taken money, have been well spotted, and have delivered on the track. But Bosun is a horse that in his last couple of starts has been here in New York, so I am familiar with him, and he's one that mentally has come along quite nicely. Last year as a 3-year-old, he was a very distracted type, and while this year he's forward, especially now that they've gotten the tack on and really once they put the blinkers on, but he's not doing anything naughty. He is a tank of an animal, very broad, very stout, very powerful looking in the way that he's put together. And he faced Waralo, who was a horse that had finally gotten on the turf and is now 2 for 2 over it last time out. I do think with a better post, Bosun makes quite a bit of sense. The number 3, Not for Hire, is a new gelding, also coming out of that race, or I should say another race for Waralo, who would come out of that to win with a 94 Beyer speed figure again. So common horse that these ones have been facing, but Not for Hire is making the 3rd start off the bench, and he has been gelded. It is interesting that they waited to now to geld him, but I'm thinking that it's with a horse that just maybe never really took that step forward from 2 to 3. He never really grew. He never really changed. He's smaller. He never really developed in what you would ultimately anticipate from 2 to 3. And so sometimes with gelding, it can help a horse if they're just having some blocks, if they're not really progressing, whether it be mentally or even physically as well. He too is forward, but not doing anything wrong. He's dappled from head to toe. He's also incredibly fit, which I appreciate coming back. And we'll see if he can turn the tables and have a better account of himself with that ultimate equipment change.
Well, let's take a look at this one in action. This was back on May 26th.
It was a good effort, a second place finish in a 12-horse field. Now the winner came back to win. That was first time Lacey's for Not for Hire. Now he's a gelding for the first time. And maybe that changes it up a little bit. They were what? It was a tight finish with everybody at the end. Sometimes these crumped up finishes, you just never really know, at least for second. But I like that he held on for second with a bunch of horses chasing him.
He had some good forward position in there. That was his second start off of a layoff. And as Acacia touched on, we saw Waralo come back and win with improvement against a tougher field in his subsequent start. I like Bosun a little bit more out of that race, a horse who had just been wider drawn, had to make up more ground in the late stages, and we saw that pace really hold together. So not the right kind of running for that type of race.
Meanwhile, here he's on the ledge as we go back to Acacia. First 8 starts of his career, they all came on dirt. In Acacia, they finally, Connections, put this horse on the grass. Really turned out to be the right move.
Yes, it really did, Greg. And it's funny looking at him now, he looks like a turf horse. It is impressive that he was effective on the dirt, and it's nice to know that you have a horse that can do either. But impressive that it took so long to get him onto the grass, as he has that proverbial turf hoof that we talk about, that kind of flatter pancake-like foot on him. But he was a horse that, getting onto the grass at a price last time out, urged forward, took over, and just looked a winner every step of the way. Christopher Elliott was aboard that day, and for a 5-pound apprentice, he's a rider that not only has been turning heads here in New York, but is riding the turf exceptionally well. Not something that you always see from young apprentice riders too. And this horse has tactical speed. He's one that sometimes can get a little bit sharp or maybe not look as fit as he needs to be. Very fit, very well spotted, very professional today.
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, Christopher Elliott, so who will be on the 4 on the ledge. Son of Stuart Elliott, who rode Smarty Jones to the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2004. So he's got the pedigree, Paulie.
Definitely has the pedigree, been riding really well. He rode a really good turf race the other day on Leon Blue. And he's just been really progressing day by day.
He showed the precocity, certainly winning his first race that he was in, that's for sure.
Nowhere in this sport do the fans really appreciate the history of this game more than right here. Tremendous crowd on hand. Here's our post parade. We start with Dancing Bear for Carlos Martin.
Tried Stakes Company last time out. Didn't run awful in a 5-horse field.
Former Triple Crown winning jockey Victor Espinosa aboard. He'll be spending his summer here. Courtly Banker cutting back in distance.
This one I do appreciate on the cutback. Had some good turf sprints in the past, and you mentioned Leon Blue, that stakes winner. He ran into this horse last time out.
Dangerous Barn. George Weaver has not for hire with Jose Lescano.
Yeah, Lescano sticks, and this horse has been part of the pace, and I'm wondering if this horse tries to get to the front end.
Here's young Christopher Elliott, the apprentice for Bruce Brown.
Is this horse just a better turf horse? We'll see as he continues to try the grass.
Joe Sharp Barn on a roll with a favorite, Bosun.
This horse's Achilles heel is the gate. If he can get out of the gate, he's obviously a major player here.
Tom Morley Barn and a horse who went gate to wire to break his maiden last start, Identity Crisis.
Yeah, won at 2.5 to 1 and ran the race in 108 flat.
More speed, but will going longer last start maybe take some of that speed away for Stormy Birthday.
Yeah, it's crazy. This horse went 21, 44 and change, and then went a little bit slower going around 2 turns. Maybe getting back to 1 turn well.
Linda Rice, she's the leading trainer at the meet right now. She got Mayburn.
I don't know how good this son of Bernardini is on the grass going forwards, but that was an impressive first turf race for this one. Stepping up here, we'll see if this one can continue to improve, and certainly is an interesting price towards the outside.
5 minutes from this third on the card. You can get in the game with the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now and bet with confidence at youtube.com/Naira Bets. Big 5 pool over $150,000. Paul, you're going to attack this race with a double. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, I'm just going to play a 5-5 double. I thought Bosun was going to be tough to beat here if he can get out of the gate. If he does, Jose Ortiz and Joe Sharp, they've just been clicking at too great of a number. In race number 4, I'm with Sarah. I like the 5. I'm scared of the 6, Strong State. The only 2-time winner in that race kind of draws in that condition because of the restricted win. But I do think Roswell's got better numbers, but I'll go 5-5.
I thought race 4 was impossible, Sarah.
Impossible? So you don't like Roswell?
I like everybody. I think they all can win.
I think there's quite a bit of perhaps speed signed on. I don't want to be too generous with that term because we don't often see it play out that way on the racetrack. But I think with the number 2 coming in from Gulfstream, Misael Jaramillo, he's a rider that is from out of town, and he actually puts horses forwardly positioned when he has the early speed to do so, both on the dirt and at the turf. And I think that just the facts Jack as well in there is going to go. We saw an impressive front-running score from the horse on the outside, Claire's Run. So I think that things do set up well for a horse like Roswell.
A sneaky horse potentially. You see Acacia going to the 2, Courtly Banker, 7-1. Familiar connections, especially in these parts. Barkley Tag, Saratoga stable. They teamed up with Funny Side to win the first couple of legs of the Triple Crown, the New York bred. This horse, Acacia, had been going longer, but has some good form sprinting on the grass.
He does, Greg. And look, I am under no illusion that Bosun is not the horse to beat in here and is a very likely winner of this race. But I did think that there was an opportunity to maybe find a little bit of a price in here with a horse that I really like cutting back in distance, and that is the 2, Courtly Banker, as you mentioned. A horse that, yes, has those sprint races earlier on that were pretty strong. Last time he sprinted was in June of last year in the New York Stallion Series behind the big Thorpedo, who was very talented and on a roll at that time, and this horse actually ran quite well. I've always written in my notes that he looks like a turf sprinter, and furthermore, he's typically a horse that acts like a turf sprinter. This is actually the first time in quite a while that I have seen Courtly Banker do the post parade normally. He usually will come out first or last and kind of stay away from the rest of the field. Today, he did everything as you would anticipate, out in his numerical order, handled himself pretty well, but he's usually a very sharp and high energy individual and on his toes. He's a bit quieter today. I don't know what to make of that. Hopefully it's a good sign, a sign of maturity, but he's really well muscled in his hindquarters, that powerful hind end you like to see with sprinters, and I'm just really interested to see what he can do cutting back, as there should be some pace in here. Take a look at another horse cutting back in distance, the 9, Stormy Birthday. He's not a horse that is built like a turf sprinter. He looks like one that wants to go longer. He's tall, he's leggy, there's a lot of length to his frame, but that being said, his sprint races on the turf are far better than his race going long on the grass. And as you can see, he's getting a pretty spirited warm-up out there from Romero Mirage. Watch this horse at the gate. He's sometimes very bad going in. A couple races back, took 3 people to push him into the starting gate. So if he's able to get in there smoothly, to not act up in the gate like he did last time out, where he was caught a little bit off guard and then got high-headed on the front end. If he could keep things together, he's a little bit intriguing at a huge price, and do wonder tactically what Romero Mirage will do with a horse that has been able to be forward when going shorter. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia with a 9. It was very quick, sprinting 2 starts back. Basically went gate to wire in that win, and was on the lead again going longer, but will that dull the speed? We will see. He's 20-1.
Well, he's definitely a different horse on turf. His dirt efforts are just awful. He doesn't run a step. He gets on turf, he perks up a little bit. So at 20-1, he's not the worst 20-1 shot I've seen.
And is he potentially the speed of the speed?
It depends on how aggressive they want to be. I think that we see Romero Mirage, a rider that doesn't take too much away from his horses, but that stretch out in distance, it might be something where he doesn't quite have that same 6 furlong sprint speed that he had now coming to try this 5.5 furlong sprint here. And I thought that he was really with the racetrack in his last 2 starts, getting an inside trip in both of those.
You saw the 7 there briefly, and there he is again. This is certainly one that wants to be on the engine in the front end as well for Tom Morley. Junior Alvarado, gate to wire score in that maiden breaking win last out, Paulie.
Showed ability first time out when getting left in the gate, and was able to make up ground, and then boom, popped the gate in the second start of his career, and it resulted in a win. So he's another horse in here that at 7-1, lightly raced, he can improve.
Big ask though, but this is how you have to do it. Sarah breaks the maiden, and now it becomes a lot tougher test facing winners for the first time.
It does, and look, we see this so often where horses will win their first race after a couple tries, the light bulb has gone on, and then they can start piling those wins up. But when you have the tougher company, the horses that have won those races before, it's certainly not easy to do, and especially not easy to do in turf sprints against some quality types that they have a little bit of that class edge. They're more battle tested than he is.
So there is the favorite, Bosun. We talked about a really good horse who Bosun had faced, Friend of the Devil, back on April 25th. Dancing Bear, huge long shot on the rail, had faced his stablemate, Friend of the Devil, last time out, and he actually was close to the pace in that race in a stake before backing up. I've seen crazier 18-1 shots, haven't you?
He's got to get out of the gate. When he bobbles at the start, bump to the break, bobble at the start, he's very, very quick. Yeah, you make a good point at 19-1.
If he breaks, I think he is the one that could be the speed of the speed, but it is that question after 2 starts where he didn't get out of there quite so cleanly.
Race 3 from Saratoga starts a mandatory payout pick 5. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last few runners left to load. Waiting on Mayburn. He goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a quick start for Identity Crisis. Courtly Banker is showing good speed. And here's Dancing Bear flying through along the inside. And Dancing Bear is up to take the lead. On the ledge in between horses, Stormy Birthday is next, racing 2 clear of Bosun on the inside of Mayburn. And Not for Hire is at the back of the field. The opening quarter for Dancing Bear went in 21 1/5 seconds. Dancing Bear short lead. Identity Crisis is in second. A 3-wide Stormy Birthday on the ledge is racing between rivals with the yellow cap. On the far outside, Mayburn is trying to get involved while covering a lot of real estate. As the field turns for home, wide open is an understatement. Here's Courtly Banker splitting rivals to challenge for the lead. Bosun is on the scene now, and Bosun is coming gamely after these leaders inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Bosun, Courtly Banker on the ledge, but Bosun spurts away. And Bosun is much the best, scoring by 3 lengths. Courtly Banker was second. Then on the ledge and Not for Hire.
You just cannot stop the Joe Sharp barn right now. Jose Ortiz Tremendous beginning to the meet as well. He won this race easy.
He really did, and you can see Joe Sharp there. The quiet assassin doesn't really show a ton of emotion, but like you said, him and Jose have been on such a roll, and there are the little Sharps, as this horse is getting hard to pull up.
He's full of run in here. He really got going late. You can kind of see his legs are moving a little bit faster than his brain is at one point where he's really getting that forward momentum and kicking it into gear. And he was one that, what a trip to work out for Jose Ortiz, who was riding so well at Churchill, taking that leading title and coming in here, making all the right moves, positioning horses where they can be effective. He got through at the right time, and this horse kicked away.
5-2, 4-3 finish, by the way. We saw Mike Maker have that incredible first half of a meet a few years ago. But in terms of the first 2 weeks of a meet, this has got to be one of the greatest starts of all time at Saratoga. Joe Sharp's 5 for 10 at Saratoga.
It reminds me of when Phil Bauer did it, right? He was like 7 for
6 for 13.
6 for 13, something like that.
Over the course of a whole meet, though.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, good pick by Acacia with Courtney Baker cutting back in distance, because that horse ran a really good race here. But again, the 5 getting out of the gate was the key, and this horse switching back to the other lead, and Jose just riding tremendous as well.
Wow. Big effort from Bosun. Joe Sharp, there he is again. Likes this beginning. He had a sprinter, turf sprinter, stretching out to close out the card. Yesterday goes gate to wire. This horse sprinting comes from off the pace to collect the second win of his career, wins the Fairgrounds meet, wins his first ever Churchill Downs training meet. Just a great ride right now for this barn.
When you're hot, you're hot. It's hard to stop that momentum. We talk about it all the time. Once you really start to gather the good vibes going, it just keeps on rolling, and that's what's happened for both trainer and jockey so far. This is a banner year so far for Joe Sharp, and really seeing him have a big say in a lot of how these meets are playing out all over the country.
Well, you come to Saratoga, though, you're going up against Chad Brown,
Yeah.
Todd Pletcher, Bill Mott, who's got the top 3-year-old in the land right now. These powerhouse barns, and he's still producing this outrageous percentage.
Yeah, you know, when you win a meet at Fairgrounds like they did and Churchill, now you come in here blazing, it's hard to keep your barn that hot for that period of time, because a lot of your horses run out of their conditions when they win races. He's done so well claiming horses, bringing the right horses up here. And let's face it, Jose is the most confident I've seen him ride in his lifetime right now.
And he just looks happy again, too.
Yeah.
Looks like he really loves what he's doing.
When Jose Ortiz is on, he's pretty much unstoppable. But
Yeah.
he's a rider that sometimes when he's not on his best day, he doesn't show it in the afternoon. He's one that you can kind of tell how he's feeling and what his mood is based on how well he's riding and the decisions that he's making most effectively. He's riding very well right now.
5-2, 4-3 finish. It's Bosun, Joe Sharp, co-leading trainer at the meet now. Jose Ortiz closing that gap right behind his brother through the first 2 weeks of the meet. We'll be back.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Lapo, where the obscure becomes obvious in race 3. Boasting the favorite delivers, ridden to victory by Jose Ortiz, who's joining me here. Jose, you rode this horse actually when he broke his maiden at Fairgrounds, and it seems like he's one that's really come along and shown a lot more ability lately.
Yeah, he won nicely down there, but then he come up to New York, being a New York bred, so he running a 2 fast races last time in Aqueduct, and you know, Aqueduct got tight turns in the turf, so it's a little bit hard for horses to make ground, but today it was a perfect trip, and I was able to tip him out the top of the stretch, and he did the rest.
Yeah, he is with that big, solid horse, and had a better post today, too. But how important is that trip in turf sprints like these?
Yeah, you better break good and put yourself into a good position. Don't give yourself too much to do either. I was able to save ground around the turn and tip out. It was perfect, honestly.
Well done there. But on a turf sprint later in the crest, you're going to be aboard Pipsy, who you rode last time, gate to wire in the Intercontinental. Going to the lead again with her?
I don't know. Hopefully she breaks good. Obviously she showed speed last time. She has speed, but it's a big field. You know, we cannot make any mistakes leaving there. We got to break sharp like we did last time, and then I will decide after a 16 of a mile where I want to be.
She was very game for you in the stretch last time too.
Yeah, she was. You know, Futurist now is very nice mare. She's very game. So hopefully we beat her again today.
Well, good luck later, but congratulations on the nice win here.
Thank you, Kasia.
Jose Ortiz with the victory and could be potentially the king of the turf sprints today, Greg.
13 wins, 2 back of his brother now. What a start these first couple of weeks to the most competitive meet there is in the game for Jose Ortiz. He'll ride Mulliken as well in the Vanderbilt, last year's Forgo winner. Our winners, Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 4th and 5th. Where will you be? We know most of that town will be at that sale. It's a lot of fun. Bosun, really impressive here, getting the second victory of his career.
Yeah, 660 on top. Congratulations to Highlander Training Center. A colt by Ms. Shipman out of the Kipling mare. Kipling's Joy, and just, I think, ran into some tough competition and finally got out of the gate. Courtney Banker, nice little second for Barclay Tag.
4th race, start of a middle pick 4. 6 furlong sprints. First allowance condition race coming up, and early on, wow, Claire's run. It was 8-1 morning line for the aforementioned Phil Bauer, who Paul talked about a few summers ago. Had that incredible meet where he won with 6 of his 13 runners. This one opens up as the favorite.
Yeah, this board has been all over the place with those 3 outside runners. And looking at the double wheel pays, Roswell is cemented as the horse who's likely to be going off as your post-time favorite. But it's worth noting some of these horses that are taking quite a bit of money towards her outside.
Seems like a difficult race. Where'd you wind up?
Well, I need the 5 for the double. I was able to get the other one home. And I like Roswell in here, but I can understand completely where everybody's coming from. She's 1 for 9 with 4 seconds. Now, the 7 Claire's run just broke her maiden. She has a ton of upside. I think Strong State in here has a ton of upside. I also think the Tom Morley runner is a nice little runner, and Paula's a star. So I do think that she runs into a decent field. She's got enough pace to run into. If she's going to win Roswell, for me, she wins today.
More on this field coming up. When we return, again, starts a middle pick 4. Meanwhile, the top 3-year-old in the land, it is Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes winner, now gearing up for the Jim Dandy on his way to the Travers. We'll tell you how he looked this morning in a workout when we come back. Stay with us.
Far outside, Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power got him right on the money.
The power of Juddmonte.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile, think fast.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. We take you to Monmouth Park, Grade 3 Matchmaker, mile and an eighth on the turf. And Sacred Wish for George Weaver, the favorite in this spot in a race that has 3 from the Chad Brown barn. Sagesta, Spaladay, and Grayosh from the rail. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
They're off in the WinStar Matchmaker Stakes. Nomo Candy, as expected, bounced into the bridle right away. She's on the lead, and Sagesta's going to match her. Sacred Wish right off of them, taken back to 4th now. 5 Towns claiming 3rd as they come out of the chute. Contentious tempo in the first furlong here. Nomo Candy leads the way. Sagesta on a stronghold here. She will track and is happy to do so. So they slow the pace down in the second half mile here. Nomo Candy leads the way a half length from Sagesta. 5 Towns galloping along happily in 3rd, and Sacred Wish is down on the inside as they go into the first turn. Then Spaladay, Grayosh, they're together. Madame Mischief doesn't have much pace to chase as they round the clubhouse turn. Nomo Candy, Javier Castellano carving out the fractions in the WinStar Matchmaker. Half length in front of Sagesta. 5 Towns 3rd. 3 deep onto the back stretch. Sacred Wish in a pocket to her inside. Length and a half to Grayosh on a hold. Spaladay to the outside. And Madame Mischief has yet to pass a runner. 7 off the pace as they quicken the tempo midway down the back stretch. Half mile to go right now. Nomo Candy, half length in front of Sagesta, the class dropper, turning up the pressure on the throat latch of Nomo Candy as they approach the 4-turn run. 5 Towns has gotten a good trip, no excuses. 3 wide 3rd as they go into the turn. Sacred Wish right behind them as they corner and they start to make this into a 3-furlong sprint. Sagesta on the outside. Nomo Candy hard ridden inside of her. 5 Towns is 3rd now, still on the tail of the top 2 coming to the top of the lane. Sacred Wish needs to do more. She's going in the wrong direction right now as she cuts the corner down the stretch. Now she's going to get outside. Sacred Wish, she finds her best stride here, but Sagesta is in front. Nomo Candy is second to the inside, running a good race. Sacred Wish trying to catch Sagesta. Sagesta in front. Sacred Wish and Grayosh diving late. Sagesta wins the WinStar Matchmaker. Chad Brown, 6 years in a row, he's won this race. Sacred Wish 2nd, Grayosh 3rd.
That would qualify as domination, almost as damaging as what he's done in the Diana, having won it 9 of the last 10 years. Sagesta for Chad Brown, a Rad Ortiz Jr. with the victory.
The forward position that this horse had sitting right off of Nomo Candy really made the difference in this race. When you have multiple horses entered in a race, you can plan those tactics a little bit more fluidly, and Chad Brown did just that with her. A horse that was coming out of the Grade 1 Just a Game, won by dynamic pricing over a course that had some give in it. She didn't have the best of trips in that spot. She was able to secure some forward position in here and go on to win and hold off Sacred Wish in here.
Sagesta, 3-time winner.
Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down. It's a rematch of the Kentucky Derby as they come to the 8th bull, and here comes Sovereignty. Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
Sovereignty backing up that brilliant Kentucky Derby win, doing it to journalism again. It was Gallant in defeat, but there's no question that Sovereignty, Paul, is the best 3-year-old in the game right now.
He really is. I mean, he beats journalism twice on his game, where journalism's gotten the jump on him, and he's been able to pass late, and it seems like nobody else has been able to progress. Now, journalism, you could say, might be kind of close to him, maybe at a shorter distance. I think the longer they go, this horse is going to get better and better.
Did sit out and wait the Preakness and came in a little bit fresher. Journalism gets a little extra credit for running in all 3 legs of that Triple Crown, but Sovereignty has had his number the 2 times they have met. Well, Sovereignty, he was back to work this morning eyeing that spot in the Jim Dandy, and then onto the Travers. Acacia, what did you see?
Well, Sovereignty worked solo this morning with Bill Mott's assistant and regular exercise rider Neil Pazynski aboard, who is well familiar with this horse and has been aboard for all of his recent breezes and onto that Triple Crown trail as well. He worked in company last week, and this week a solo work where he went 49-4 and did it about as easily as you could possibly expect. Got a little bit warm out there, but I think he's just a horse that has lately been so energetic and just thriving in the mornings up here in Saratoga and attacking his work so much more than he did last year as a 2-year-old, and even more than he did at the start of this year. I think as he's developed as a horse and as an animal, we've seen him develop in his training as well. He's stabled on the other side of my husband's barn, so I get to see him walking in the shed row pretty frequently. And every morning, he is just puffing himself up, walking like a prize fighter around before heading out to track, and that's what you saw from him this morning too. I think maintenance mode going into that Jim Dandy. And from the way he's been training, Greg, it appears he's ready.
Now, we keep talking about the second half of the year. Thank you, Acacia. Can these other 3-year-olds catch up, Sarah, to Sovereignty? But what's to say he doesn't keep improving and getting better?
I think that's exactly what we saw from him in that Belmont Stakes, where he was able to show he could sit a little bit closer, if need be, to the pace that ultimately it did start coming apart in those later stages. And I think that that advantage really helped him quite a bit, show a new dimension, show that he was still able to power away from horses like Journalism, who we often talk about many years. You have a specific star in a division. Well, this year we have a couple, and so Journalism might look like he hasn't quite caught up to Sovereignty. If Sovereignty wasn't here, in other years we'd be talking about a Triple Crown winner.
It's pretty darn good. And let's not forget that the Preakness, that was one of the most incredible Triple Crown performances, Paulie, we've seen in decades, with what he overcame to run down and catch Gosger, and those two will meet again.
Yeah, as you see the Haskell field, yeah, it was amazing. It was one of the most exhilarating things I've ever seen in my life, and I still can't believe that he won the race. You know, when you go through this much traffic and goal-oriented, and Flavien Prat kind of put the squeeze on you, but you put yourself kind of in this position. From a dead standstill, he ran down Gosner and Sandman after this. I still can't believe that. I've watched this 20 times, sir. I still can't believe it.
This makes a strong case for most dramatic performance of the year that we're going to see. I know we still have a lot left to look forward to, but he outclosed Sandman. He ran down Gosger, who was really looking home free after that trouble. And this is the kind of talent and tenacity that you don't get to see on paper until you actually see what happens when they're tested, and you see it happen out on the racetrack.
We're not making too much. This was one of the great moments and performances in Triple Crown history.
Yeah, a lot of people will go to, obviously, a Fleet Alex when Scrappy T came out on him and almost dropped the rider, and Jeremy Rose. I think this was a little bit, because, like, he was always going to win that race, right? At one point, you kind of dropped your head, and you're like, oh, my God, he's going to lose Journalism.
We had so much to do in the stretch still.
So I think there's a little bit more of a difference there. I still can't believe he won the race. The more I keep looking at it, yeah.
Incredible. Again, only horse to compete in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown this year, and he more than held up and ran sensational in all 3 of them. Money back guarantee in the Haskell. Bet that Naira Bets Haskell today. You'll get that money back guarantee. Hit a $10 win bet. Get your $10 back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promo at NairaBets.com. We're going to take a timeout. We'll get back to today's action here at Saratoga right after a timeout. 9 minutes away from this 4th. Claire's Run still favored for the Phil Bauer Barn and Rigney Racing. Jose Ortiz looking to add another when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Post parade, race 4, 6 furlong sprint. We start with Sarir for Linda Rice.
Yeah, getting not much relief in class, but Lascano gets aboard. This horse has kind of run the same race each time.
We start the speedy Fantastic Flame.
We'll see how aggressive Misael Jaramillo is with this horse coming in from Gulfstream.
Coming out of a stake at Saratoga, Paul is a star.
I wonder if this horse gets pushed towards the front end in here with Manny Franco aboard.
Just the fact, Jack, did we see? Yeah, they're in the background, Purple Silks.
Early speed, we've seen this horse not really put races back to back together yet. This will be the first time.
Here's Roswell, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado.
3 races here at Saratoga, 3 second-place finishes. But if she runs any of those other ones back, it means she's going to be tough. They're in 90 buyer land.
Strong state went by, was in last year's Spinaway against Immersive.
Yeah, face some quality company for sure. A horse that can be a little bit of a tactical type, won from off the pace last time.
And Claire's Run still favored from an 8-1 morning line.
Well, put blinkers on last time with Martin Garcia, and it worked. In the comment says ears pricked, ridden out, so obviously was very impressive, and it looked impressive. Jose gets aboard.
Another look at the 4 and another look at Ricardo Santana Jr. if he can collect his 3rd on the card coming up through the first 4 races. A lot of big names. Arad Ortiz Jr., Flavian Pratt out of town over at Monmouth with that Haskell today. Here's a look at the giveaway schedule. Tomorrow, we are going to have a long line for that Hawaiian shirt.
As many texts as I'm getting? Yes. You better get here early if you want that Hawaiian shirt. It's actually very comfortable.
I'm excited.
I did. Well, Mig tried it on. He looked a little bit like James Brown when we had him wrapped up. Got to give it up for our models.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited about this shirt. It kind of lets us all get into the mindset of someone like JK for just a moment, right?
It's amazing we have any to give left because our crew, I mean, they get in there and they get a lot of those. I've seen them all over the place.
Be careful, man. Don't be ratting anybody out.
I was going to say, stop sending people my way.
3 minutes away. 4th race here coming up. There's a look at the 5. Team Sovereignty, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado with his 4-year-old filly who will be making her 2nd start back of her 4-year-old campaign. Start did not go that well in the comeback race.
Yeah, that's an understatement. I mean, she really just did not have things go well for her where she doesn't necessarily break slowly, but she has that bobble forward right out of the gate, ends up far back in this field. It's a wet track that she was on for the first time, and she is one that just has this steadying action happen where she's trying to build that momentum. I think that the pace really did start to come apart in the later stages, but your eventual winner, she's got the clean, unencumbered run towards the outside in Maggie's Palace, where right here, she goes for a spot, and that spot is gone.
And Paulie, the good news for her, obviously a better break would help, but she got really good here last summer.
She's better here, and listen, she had so much trouble in that last race. She got stopped multiple times. She broke poorly. She needs to just get out of the gate. She does not really leave there that great. She needs to get out of there with no trouble and then let the other horses kind of do the rest of it for her and then sit back and make that one run.
A lot of runner-ups for Roswell. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, Greg, I can't believe I'm picking Roswell today because I'm normally just not a fan of hers and one that I struggle to warm to because, as you mentioned, she's had a lot of runner-up finishes without being able to seal the deal. She's also typically a filly that doesn't carry the best weight, tends to kind of live on her nerves, be very lightly framed, and just be very distracted and kind of revved up before the race. This is the best that I have ever seen Roswell look. I know that it was a wet track last time out. It was raining, as we saw in that replay, and Willow Ben, the 3rd place finisher, came back to win a claiming race in her subsequent start. But prior to that, she was on the turf, which, even though she actually kind of looks sometimes like she wants to turf, she's obviously not. She's always had the demeanor of a horse that wants to go short. They kept her in the saddling stall in the paddock, not kind of walking around, kept her very quiet, kept her quiet in the warm-up, and that's because she does have the propensity to get really revved up. She's so calm today, carrying the best weight I have seen, and I couldn't resist her as not being the favorite. The 7, Claire's Run, as you guys were saying, taking a lot of attention as now Roswell is the favorite. Claire's Run did add blinkers last time, and switching to the dirt, she won one of those restricted maiden special weights over at Churchill, and did it pretty easily when being off a little bit slowly and kind of rushing up and then kicking away. She's a very good-looking filly. She's powerful in her hind end. She's been sharp throughout. She does have the front wraps go on for the first time here, but that's something that I've seen pretty commonly with Phil Bauer, so not too concerned about that. She's taking a lot of attention. On numbers, she does need to take a step forward, and especially as she faces winners for the first time, but physically, she stacks up very favorably. The number 6, Strong State, haven't seen her since she was a 2-year-old running here in that maiden score and in the spin-away for Al Stall, and she has filled out a bit too. She's always been a physically mature 2-year-old filly, one with a little bit of size to her. Pretty cool. She's by Tom Stata, who of course Al campaigned, and then she won last time out, where you could see James Graham really urging her out of the gate, but she just dropped back and had no speed. She's sharp here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see Kendrick try to get her involved and into the race, as we did see when she was a 2-year-old. They tried last time. It didn't work out. She still won. I think that's how they would like her to run. But as far as the paces that concern, the 3, Paula's a Star, I think is being ignored a little bit. And I think she's a filly with some ability, as she ran at a big price in the Jersey Girl last time, behind some very talented horses. They saddled her on the walk, much as they did last time. She's been sharp, but she is coming out of Stakes Company, I think has her own good credentials, Greg.
6-1. There's Paula's Star moving into the gate for Tom Morley with Manny Franco. Favoritism, Roswell. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, second start back of her 4-year-old campaign. 2 huge races here last summer. When we send it upstairs, Frank Miramati the call.
Roswell is in. Strong State. And the last one to load is Claire's Run. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sarir is out very quickly. So is Paula's Star. And in between those 2, Fantastic Flame. Those 3 right across the track with just the Facts Jack in 4th. Claire's Run. On the inside comes Strong State, and Roswell is 7 lengths off the pace, being set by Fantastic Flame, who runs through the opening quarter, pressed by Paula's a Star, 22-2 for that opening fraction. Sarir, just the Facts Jack, moves up now and claims 3rd with less than 3 furlongs to run. They're followed by Strong State, who's 1 from the rail. Claire's Run is just outside of her. Roswell still trails with a 1/4 mile to go. Paula's A Star is up to take the lead away from Fantastic Flame. Sarir angles out for the final 1/8 of a mile. In the center here, Strong State coming alive with big strides. Strong State is on the move with a furlong left to go, and Roswell on the inside. Strong State coming after Paula's a Star. Paula's a Star. Strong State moves into second. Paula's a Star. Strong State. Strong State with a huge stretch kick to mow down Paula's a Star. Sarir finished 3rd, then Roswell.
Strong State, Al Stall. He always comes to Saratoga with some ammunition. Just a matter of time before he got into the winner's circle. This one, second start back of her 3-year-old campaign, gets the win.
This is the horse that I told you. It was snuck in on a sneaky condition. If you look at this condition, it's basically a non-winners of 2, other than claiming. But this horse ran in a restricted race and won her maiden. That did not count. Won the last race and then won here again. Good pick by you, Sarah.
Thanks. I was getting nervous on the turn. A horse that seemed to be losing some position behind horses, seemed to be trying to get out a bit, but once able to get that clear running room, it just seemed like she was really going to motor by. And a credit to Paula's a Star, a horse who pressed the pace from the beginning. Strong State rallying from further back. And Roswell, your favorite, just never really seemed to be doing a ton of running throughout this race.
Kind of dropped back and didn't make any run at all, did Roswell. And, you know, just those type of horses are kind of sucker horses, but Strong State and Kendrick Carmouche from off the pace.
6-3, 1-5 finish, 3-1 on Strong State. Let's go to Acacia.
And always a pleasure to catch up with Al Stahl, winning trainer here with Strong State. Back to the scene of the crime where she broke her maiden. She seems to appreciate Saratoga.
She does. She does well up here. She does well all the time. She's a hard-trying filly, like a come-from-behind sprinter, and we love her. Not the biggest horse, but she's by times a tie, so that gives us a little more attachment to her, and we're very fortunate to have her. And Highlander had her all winter long, freshen her up. She's come back 2 for 2, so we love it.
I was going to ask you about her being by Tom's d'Etat, who of course you campaigned. Such a cool horse that raced for a long time. How special is it seeing his progeny?
Yeah, it's always fun. And, you know, when you have a Blamer, Tom's d'Etat, or some of the other ones, Star Guitar, Central Banker, it makes you, it gets your attention. It's heartwarming.
Well, nice effort from her today. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm glad Acacia brought that up. Tom's d'Etat, he's one of my favorites, former Stephen Foster winner, and Al had brought him to the Whitney here, and unfortunately had a little stumble out of the gate. Things did not go his way that way, but that's a horse who got better as he got older.
Al's pretty darn good. A lot of his horses have gotten better. Obviously, the Great Blame, and let's not forget about Star Guitar. How many did he win in a row? The Louisiana-bred Star Guitar, about 20 in a row?
Something like that. Had an incredible streak. Kendrick Carmouche, he's having a solid beginning to this Saratoga season as well. Teams up with Highlander Training Center and Al Stahl for the win at 3-1. Get back to Monmouth Park when we return. Grade 3 Monmouth Cup coverage when we come back at 1 mile and an eighth, 3-year-olds and up. Stay with us.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
450,000, 350,000, 325,000.
The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, the industry's leading source for quality New York breds, selected on conformation and pedigree. Recent grads include multiple graded stakes winner Moplex and New York bred champions Pandagate and With the Angels. Yearlings in this year's catalog will compete for equal purse money as open company horses on the NYRA circuit in 2026. The Fasig-Tipton New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. We take you to Oceanport, New Jersey. Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, mile and an eighth on the main track. 3-year-olds and up. $400,000 purse. And a 2-5 favorite, Just a Touch, coming out of the Met Mile, who we'll get to. We start with Gran Yaco.
Yeah, big long shot here for Juan Avila and Jorge Vargas. Very good rider, by the way.
28-1 long shot from that inside post. Here's classic catch, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, you know, last 3 races, a second, a third, and a second here. Right on the morning line.
Third in the Grade 1 Met Mile for Brad Cox. Here's Just a Touch. He's 2-5.
He's your favorite. He's the class of this field. He's really only thrown in one bad performance, and that was in the Kentucky Derby, a race that you can certainly forgive for a quality animal.
Back-to-back wins for Cadet Corps for Kelly Breen.
Yeah, Kelly Breen is the one standard there at Monmouth, been there for a long time, and he's been able to win races up here at Saratoga. I think Cadet Courts will outrun his odds.
Surface to Air four-time winner.
Certainly outran his odds last time to finish third at 20-1 behind some quality horses in Bishop's Bay and Nelson Avenue.
And Vitality on the outside for the Joe Orsino barn.
Yeah, Joey O. This horse is in good form, too. Went from Gulfstream Park to Delaware. You know, Joe Orsino's another guy that's been at Monmouth for a long time and can train. It's going to be really tough to beat Just a Touch, but I look for the local trainers, the 5 and the 7, to give a good account of themselves.
2 minutes away from that Grade 3 Monmouth Cup. Meanwhile, back here at Saratoga, strong state, and she tipped her hand as a filly who might have some serious talent back as a 2-year-old last summer here, Sarah.
She did, and look, really improving off of that first start back where she showed a different dimension sitting off the pace, and that's exactly what she was able to employ here today. I think she lost a little bit of position really on the turn, started backing up a touch, but once she got herself in the clear with Kendrick Carmouche, she really seemed to find her stride late, and the pace did not fall apart. It held together. She was still able to go right on by.
I think the class just prevailed, right? You look at some of her PPs behind La Cara when she went into Pocahontas, behind Immersive, but she didn't disgrace herself. She was 4-1 behind La Cara in the Pocahontas. So always been a lot of talent there. And this was a nice little second start to her 3-year-old season. Now she's 2 for 2 as a 3-year-old.
$8.30 for the win. Paula Zastar, Sarir at 19-1. Complete that trifecta. And we have another mandatory pay pick 5 coming up next at Saratoga that will begin on the grass. But to Monmouth for this Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, does anyone pose a threat? I mean, obviously anything can happen on the racetrack, but Just a Touch looks pretty unbeatable here.
Yeah, I would think so at 1-5, but that's why they run the race, Sarah. I mean, I would play 4-5, 4-7, and I would try to beat the 3. I don't know how the 3 beats the 4.
I don't either. He's just kind of that plotting type, classic catch, a horse who can really handle the distance, we know, and handle even further, going 1.25 miles successfully as well. But I just don't see him having some sort of upside to defeat a horse as your favorite in Just the Touch. But he's going to be a little bit further back than that one in all likelihood. I think if I wanted somebody else to throw into an exacta, which I probably wouldn't play at such a short number on Just a Touch at 1-5, I think Surface to Air could run a little bit better than his current odds suggest. A horse who seems to be coming into form and now second off the layoff, and here might handle a little bit more ground.
Let's talk about this horse for a minute, because Just a Touch, you know, we're so excited about this year, you two, because all these big names coming back, including Sierra Leone, who was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. This horse last year, he ran in the Derby, but before that, he was second, beat only a length and a half to Sierra Leone. He's come back so much better now as a 4-year-old. Is this a horse who could be in the mix as one of the top older horses in the country?
We're looking for some older horses, but the divisions are really tough. Yeah, listen, anything out of the Brad Cox barn can keep on moving and moving. This is an interesting horse in the older division. I'm with you, Greg.
1-5 favorite, 102, 104 buyer speed figures coming back as a 4-year-old. That's big time for the son of Justify in the barn of Brad Cox, but obviously there's some major players out there. This is supposed to be a walk in the park. It rarely is in this sport. We'll see what happens. There he is, Just a Touch moving into the gate in the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Nice catch. Here's the big favorite, Just a Touch. 1-5 on the board as he takes his spot. Cadet Corps coming up. 2 back, Surface to Air. Hand to the outside post, Vitality. We're ready to go in the Monmouth Cup. And we're off. Just a Touch, broke okay, but he's showing speed right away. He's going to take the initiative here with big strides. Just a Touch is in front. Cadet Corps will take a hold. He'll track it second. Surface to Air is keen. Second start off a layoff. He's on a strong hold here in the 3rd position. Classic catches next with Vitality and Grand Yakko at the back of the pack as they go into the first turn. Just a Touch went off at 1-9 and hits the first turn run clear, not going at a fast pace. Just a Touch, a length and a tail ahead. Cadet Corps biding his time in the second spot. Classic Catch has gotten closer, claiming third position, and he's about 2 lengths off the pace on the inside. Another length to Surface to Air, still on restraint right now. Then Vitality, still second to last. Grand Yakko at the back, 7 lengths off the pace. Just a touch cruising on the lead with Florent Giroux, still a length in front. Cadet Corps right behind on his tail second. Classic Catch third to the inside. Then Surface to Air, Vitality, and Grand Yakko 5 lengths off the lead as Just a Touch continues to carve out the fractions, just gliding along on the Monmouth dirt today. Just a Touch, 3/4 of a length ahead. Cadet Corps right behind in second. Nickeled along now as Just a Touch sneaks away. Just a Touch, a length and a tail ahead. Now it's a half length, and Florent Giroux says go with Just a Touch. And Just a Touch just lost the lead right there to Cadet Corps. Just a Touch being asked now as they round the fourth turn. He's coming back on the inside, and Surface to Air is there, 3 wide at the quarter pole. Cadet Corps is giving way. Just a Touch, Surface to Air on the outside. He's running the race of his life today, and he's passed Just a Touch at the furlong pole. Surface to Air has the lead. Just a Touch, stubborn on the inside. He's coming right back at him. Just a Touch, 1/16 to go. Just a Touch, Surface to Air, springing the upset, and he's gonna get it. Surface to Air, Samuel Marin, 19-1, upset over the 1-9 favorite. Just a Touch.
As we said, anything can happen. Surface to Air.
She liked this horse. Good call by you, Sarah. And let's be honest, Florent Giroux put Just a Touch to sleep. Sometimes you got to go faster and faster. There's other horses coming at you. Go.
He got caught napping. I mean, I like Surface to Air a little bit, but that was a rider's mistake to be way too overconfident in a horse's ability who still ran well in defeat.
1-5 favorite, defeated.
Good call,
Our
Sarah.
coverage, nice call. Continuing over on Fox Sports 2 right after a break. Up next on FS1, it's IndyCar racing from the streets of Toronto. Tune over to FS2. We still have a lot ahead. The Caress Coaching Club, American Oaks, and the Vanderbilt. We'll see you there next.
Saratoga.
Welcome to the Saturday card from the premier meet in the country with 3 graded stakes ahead. 2-year-old champion filly Immersive, an Altura rival on the big stage with a spin-away win here last summer. She'll try and become a dominant force once again. Take Charge Milady edged her out in that comeback performance from Immersive. Can she back it up? Bookham Dano continues to impress on the big stage. He'll try to add a 3rd graded stake score at Saratoga in the Vanderbilt. And Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty gearing up for next weekend's Jim Dandy. We'll tell you how he worked earlier this morning. All that and more ahead on a special Saturday at the premier meet here in the country, upstate New York, Saratoga Springs, New York, at Saratoga Racecourse, one of the most historic sporting venues in all of sports, and a big race this afternoon in the 3-year-old filly division that is important to year-end championship honors. 2-year-old champion filly Immersive making her 2nd start back off a 6.5-month layoff, but earlier this morning, breaking news involving arguably the leader of this 3-year-old filly division. Lucara announced she would not be able to run in this race. The New York Racing Association and New York State Gaming Commission have placed a group of horses in barn 28, many of which include horses under the care of trainer Mark Casse under quarantine due to a case of strangles. With more on that, and that has resulted in Lucara coming out in the CCA Oaks. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
Just an unfortunate situation for the Casse team and for Lucara having to scratch due to that quarantine. Should be noted, Lucara herself has not shown any symptoms and does not have strangles at this time. But if one horse in the barn shows symptoms and tests positive for it, they do put the entire barn under quarantine. And as a result, the horses stabled in barn 28 are not able to enter for a period of time and will train later during a separate window. It was a Mike Maker horse on the other side of that barn 28 that did show signs of strangles and was taken for further tests and evaluation. So as mentioned, unfortunately, Lucara and several of the Mark Casse runners impacted, but he does have horses in other barns, including Clear Conscience in this race coming up, who is able to enter. Strangles is a bacterial infection. Think of it in humans like a strep throat. It is not life-threatening when caught early, treated carefully, as is being done, but it is highly contagious, thus the reason for the quarantine, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Unfortunate situation, but of course need to err on the side of caution. And with Lucara coming out, we take a look at now the field that remains for this coaching club, American Oaks. Hugely important race in this division as I bring in Andy Serling, Megan Burgess. Not just big with her gone, but because of what the pace scenario now looks like.
Changes the whole complexion of the race. I mean, now Dry Powder, the number 5, who is the longest shot on the board, she becomes the controlling speed, and whether or not she's good enough, she's coming out of a very, very good effort and defeat last time out.
She ran lights out last time out in the aforementioned Wilton, and I think if she was trained, taking nothing away from her conditioner and Chad Summers, but this is a well-bred gun runner filly that I think has some ability there. She's going to get loose on the lead. We know speed kills here at Saratoga Racecourse, and I agree with Andy. I think that if this horse was possibly trained by somebody else, I think we'd get a lot shorter of a price on her, potentially.
Probably for good reason, but having said that, I don't think that she's going to have the significant advantage. When you get small fields, they tend to bunch up. And it's not as though Scottish Lassie's slow. It's not as though Immersive is slow. So it's kind of a chess game. You have to ask yourself whether or not you think Dry Powder is good enough to win. Because I think pace advantages in small fields, they become a little dubious because the fields tend to bunch.
Well, 2-year-old champion filly Immersive got a late start to her 3-year-old campaign, had some bone bruising, so came back later than Connections would have wanted to. Do you give her a little extra credit for that performance off the bench? You think we'll see a better version of her today?
I don't know. I think it's a great question, and I don't have the answer because Brad Cox has him ready, and she comes with an undefeated record. Listen, she lost to a good horse, Take Charge of a Lady, who she's got to deal with today. Somebody wants to be overly critical, say that Manny could have been more aggressive down the inside. But my problem, Megan, is she didn't really run faster from a speed figure standpoint than she'd be running as a 2-year-old, and you kind of want to see that natural progression, don't you?
You do. I want to see her run a fast race. That's the bottom line with this filly. She's extremely talented. She's kind of beat up on these fillies at 2, and I think she has all the potential to move forward. Brad Cox does have them ready, but he did mention he would have wanted to get a couple more works into her, and I agree with him. I think she's ready to go in this effort.
Well, for a while, obviously that 2-year-old campaign, Immersive looked like she was heading the way of Songbird, who came into, I believe, the Alabama, looking to go 10 for 10. Fortunately, Immersive coming off that first defeat of her career, having to deal with that layoff, so she'll try and start a new streak today.
I feel like Songbird was one of the best 2-year-olds I'd seen in a long, long time. She was so good as a 2-year-old. I'm not sure how much better she got, but she was so incredibly good as a 2-year-old, it didn't really matter. We'll see what Immersive does. I'm interested to see what she does. I like Scottish Lassie in here. Obviously, from a gambling standpoint, her odds come down precipitously.
Songbird, you mentioned, that's kind of one of the fillies that got me of my generation involved and really hooked on racing, so fun you mention it. But I am Team Immersive here. I think she's going to be able to rebuild here in her second effort off of this layoff.
That is go ahead.
I love Songbird, as Greg knows.
I actually did love Songbird. I thought she was a little bit better than you thought. She did some great, but one of the great stretch duels in Breeders' Cup history, by the way. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this 5th race that starts a mandatory pay pick 5. Allowance optional claiming field in this entry. Odds on right now. Tough 1-2 punch as we go to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start with the more lightly raced part of the entry, and that's the 1A Rhetorical for Will Walden, as Will has been on his head, holding him throughout. And in addition, the source has been accompanied by the pony because he can be a bit of a bad actor in the preliminaries and just be really, really energetic and hard to handle. He's been snorting a bit, but other than that, he's been doing okay. And it seems that all the steps that they've taken to keep this horse calm have been working, which is good to see that he has mentally matured a bit. He's coming in off of a dominant score last time out where he broke running. Red Ortiz took hold of him. He was lugging in a bit in the stretch when solo, kind of erratic and swapping leads throughout. So he's still a horse that's figuring things out. I think it is more mental than anything else, as I mentioned, as he will make the first start for not only Windstar, but the new additional owners in Gary Barber and Cheyenne Stables as well. The other part of the entry is the Plane 1 Clear Conscience for Mark Casse, who is running, as mentioned. Very cool New York bred who did win the Kingston last time out. I still can't believe he was the price that he was that time, because I really think that he needed that race 2 starts back off of the layoff. He is a big, heavy-bodied horse. That's always how he's been. I think he takes a race or two to get the fittest that he will be. And while I thought he was fit last time out, he's even more defined today, and he's sharp in the paddock, as is typical for him as well. He is one that has a little bit more of a tactical running style too, kind of a similar running style sometimes to Rhetorical when Rhetorical gets out of the gate. Going all the way to the outside, the 8 Activist Investing. If I was not familiar with this horse, I would look at him and say he just doesn't look fit off the layoff. To be fair, I never really think that of him, and he doesn't stay on the track that consistently. So that's always the question with this guy, is he has yet another layoff line, not having run since finishing a good second down at Gulfstream in February. That was off of a monster layoff from September of 2023. Now, once they put the tack on him, he really perked up quite a bit. Like I said, I do wish that he was a bit more defined off the bench, but that is typical of him. And he's coming back to the races, so obviously he's shown his conditioner, Chad Brown, enough to give him another try. Coming back to Saratoga today, we'll see what kind of trip he gets, and most importantly, if he is ready off the bench and still has it as a 5-year-old, Greg.
7-2 from that outside post. He's shown ability off the bench before for a trainer who's one of the best off the bench.
Yeah, what I would say about whether or not he's ready is the numbers that Chad Brown has off layoffs and turf routes are so good. I think it's hard to believe he's not ready. And also, Meg, you have to remember, he's been entered, I think, twice and rained off the turf, going back to Belmont Stakes week, I believe. So Chad has had this horse ready to go for a while. I really thought he showed enormous potential at the end of his 2-year-old year, but obviously issues have kept him off the track.
They have, and he's one of those horses I'm not quite sure is good enough. I don't know if it's necessarily ready at this point. I think he is ready. It's just we're going to see today if he's going to be able to be good enough here.
No Lacara, obviously, for Mark Casse. The horses under quarantine, they're in barn 28. Horses in another barn for him, they can still run. This one, part of them in barn 29. So Clear Conscience will run, part of a 3-5 entry.
Yeah, and if you like him, you can't bet him because of the odds, because of the 1A.
Here is Oh Really, who gets the rail, Cherie DeVoe.
My pick in this race comes off a breakthrough first level allowance win at Churchill. I really like him here.
Rhetorical, the other half of the entry, coming off a big win, Belmont and Aqueduct.
And Rhetorical is way the horse to beat in this race. I like Meg like the 2, but I have no illusions. Rhetorical is very good.
Son of a Birch, 8-1. Tom Morley, barn, Jose Lezcano.
Was behind Donegal momentum last out and has spent his career sprinting. Morley testing the route waters again here.
And Daunt has been around for a while. He's done some good things for Bobby Robato.
I think I had hair the last time this horse won. He prefers a little more distance.
Union Trail. Poor Daunt.
I love Daunt, but he just hasn't won a race in forever.
He does not win a lot.
No.
15-1 on Union Trail.
I'm controlling speed here, but again, very unreliable on the front end.
And here's Activist Investing. You heard what he looked like according to Acacia, but an imposing barn.
Yep, Seth Klarman and Chad Brown have spent a lot of time trying to extract form from this horse. We will see if they are able to do that here today.
Feel that energy on a Saturday here from Saratoga?
I mean, you know, with the heat and some weather, they're all out today, man. It is jammed.
Feels fantastic. Pick 5 coming up here. We're 4 minutes to post in the 5th.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on a simply perfect Saturday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs at one of the great sporting venues in the country. Here at Saratoga Racecourse, race 5 coming up. Starts a mandatory pay pick 5 on the turf at 1 mile and a 16th. And this entry at 3 to 5. Look, we just saw a 1 to 5 get beat over at Monmouth, so upsets can happen, and we know they can happen here at Saratoga.
No question about it. I'm going to try to beat the favorite. I'm not taking a massive stand against this horse. I'm going to make a win bet, $60 on the 2. Oh, really? And then I'm going to return, because I'm betting 100 here, I'm betting 100 in a race later today, with a $40 straight exacta 1-2. So trying to get O'Reilly to win, and not try to get him second to the favorite. Nothing clever.
Pretty good turf debut from O'Reilly, stretching out as well in that performance.
Yeah, I thought it was an exceptional effort. He won with the kind of trip that turf horses rarely win with. Not only break a little bit slow from a far outside post, but he was 3 to 4 wide the entire way around the track without cover. And turf horses like to have a horse in front of them, cover, sort of a drafting situation. And when they turned for home, Meg, I know you saw the same thing I did, it kind of looked like he was done, you know, that he had just sort of had it. And he looked like the kind of horse you wanted to bet back the next time he ran the turf, right? And he just kept chugging along, and it was a pretty solid field. Now, Rhetorical wasn't in there, and he's pretty darn good. But now he draws the rail. Why can't he get a better trip and be even better?
I echo every sentiment you just said. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think he's going to get a trip here, especially he was outside throughout there in his last race. I think he's going to be able to save some more ground. He's a tank. He's powerful. He just physically watching him run last out, I think that he's going to be able to be workmanlike again in this race. Now, we mentioned the overwhelming entry here with the number 1A Rhetorical. I think that he's going to get a trip as well, pressing off of things set by Union Trail. So both very, very interesting horses here. I just opted for the value, as Andy had mentioned there, with the number 2, O'Reilly.
Can he build off that impressive turf debut, winning effort at Churchill? Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and just announced here by Frank Miramati that the number 4, Son of a Birch, is a late scratch on the track following the warm-up. So take out number 4, Son of a Birch, that just coming in as a late scratch. But we'll check in with the number 2, Oh Really, who you guys were just discussing, a horse that did win on the turf last time out. I love progeny of the Factor on the turf. Typically like them sprinting, and this horse is not that big, so I can also understand why Cherie spent a lot of his career going shorter, but he's so laid back. He has the demeanor of a horse that could effectively handle longer, which he showed that he was able to last time out when he hesitated a little bit at the break, was wide, and kept grinding over Multitask, who would win his next 2 starts that day. And while he was really switched off back in the paddock, Kendrick Carmouche gave this horse an aggressive warm-up. Always Kendrick breaks away from the pony, but you could see him really asking to pick up the bit and to go forward, which I appreciate. I think he kind of needed that just to perk up a bit, and now he's back to his normal calm and composed self. Taking a look at the 6, Union Trail, as Megan touched on, this is the main pace setter in here, and while I don't necessarily love his chances overall, I felt that he was worth mentioning because, especially with It's All Coming Together coming out, Rhetorical we know can be forward, and there are a couple of horses who will be in that first flight. Union Trail is the one that's going to be on the engine early and go right to the front end. He faded last time out, but this is a horse that Barclay Tagg has kind of fooled around with equipment on over the years, and he has the minimum on his face with those blinkers. Very, very tiny cheater cup blinkers, a loose ring snaffle, the softest bit you'll see, and no noseband. And Katie Davis, I know, rides a lot of the horses that can be a little bit tricky, particularly for Barclay, so we'll see if he gets comfortable on the front end, but have to imagine the entry will be right off his hip, Greg.
This is a very formidable 1-2 punch. I mean, obviously, Rhetorical, the one to beat, and when two turf wins by 10 lengths, should have won that race against the entry mate when they met?
Yeah, I would say so. Listen, Clear Conscience really improved last time to win, and Acacia liked him that day. I thought she was nuts, and she was exactly right. But he didn't get a perfect trip that day, and it doesn't matter. If you like him, you can't bet him. I'm surprised that Activist Investing is second choice in here, but I also think he's a major player in here. He's a horse that obviously issues and such, but he's got some talent.
Outside post for Activist Investing. Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, but some time to try and get over and get position before they head to that first turn. Here is the 5th from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last one will be Activist Investing. They're in the gate. It's Union Trail restless. And they're off to a beautiful start. And Union Trail gets out on top. Rhetorical has some early interest, and O'Reilly is down on the rail. Clear Conscience racing in between horses. Daunt is 3 deep. And Activist Investing is already close to 15 lengths off the pace. And that pace is being set by Union Trail, who went through the opening quarter in front, pressed by Rhetorical, 24 seconds flat for that opening fraction. It's another 2 back to O'Reilly and Clear Conscience, who are next to one another. A couple of lengths more back to Daunt, and Activist Investing gets closer. Now it's 7 or 8, front to back down the back stretch. And it's Union Trail and Katie Davis taking them to the half-mile pole, with Rhetorical 3/4 back in second. Clear Conscience is on the outside. The gray is O'Reilly. Those two continue to match strides and are 3 lengths off the lead. Then Daunt and Activist Investing. The half in 48-3 for Union Trail, who takes them into the far turn, still in front a length and a half. Rhetorical has been second, turning up the pressure just a touch now as Clear Conscience takes third. O'Reilly is down at the rail, then Daunt and Activist Investing. No change in the running order until Rhetorical has taken the lead now, and Rhetorical opens up 2 at the furlong pole. O'Reilly is trying to get by Union Trail. Clear Conscience didn't fire, but his entry mate sure did. And it's Rhetorical clear by 5 over O'Reilly. It will be Rhetorical. A convincing win. Activist Investing from last, nabbed second in front of O'Reilly and Daunt.
That is moving. 141-2 here at a mile and 16th. Rhetorical now 3 wins on the grass and only 3/4 of a length away from being perfect as you look at winning trainer Will Walden.
Will Walden is on a hot streak. He's got Pipsy later today. He's got a very nice turf horse in Minaret Station. And he has got a talented horse here with Rhetorical, who is as advertised here in this race. And I thought Activist Investing also ran considerably well with the slow fractions up front as well.
Yeah, this horse is just too good for these horses. He's a dominant horse. He'll probably move to stakes company soon. And O'Reilly, the horse that I liked, he had absolutely no excuse whatsoever. Could not have got a better trip, a better ride from Kendrick. And Activist Investing, who did not have a particularly good break and dropped well back behind a fairly moderate pace, was able to catch him for second. No excuse whatsoever for O'Reilly.
1A, 8-2-5. This, I mean, not to say last race wasn't, but this might be the coming out party for this horse.
You know, we'll see. We'll see if he can keep going forward, because obviously he's a very talented New York bred. And I mean, I'd have to think they're looking maybe the West Point, the stake I think we run it here later in the meet. Why not? He's good.
Talented New York bred. Again, only 3/4 of a length from being perfect. 3rd win on the lawn and toyed with this group.
He was much the best here. It's especially here on the turf in these kinds of slower paces. It's just really fun to see when they drift off and just dominate in these kinds of fields. And I think he beat some nice horses, especially with the number 8, as mentioned, getting that trip. But it was all Rhetorical's day today here.
Will Walden, big victory here. And you mentioned filly on a roll later. Got the better of Future Is Now to win her 2nd in a row. That was a grade 2 win, Intercontinental. She'll try and make it 3 straight in that rematch to come later today. Grade 3 Caress. And still ahead, Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey, looking to get a 3rd graded stakes win at Saratoga. Can Bookham Dano do it in the Vanderbilt? Stay with us.
And clear off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont 1st and 2nd place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Back with you on our Saturday Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway, power, passion, performance. Sun shining down on us here in Saratoga Springs, and Rhetorical continues to roll over the competition. 3 wins now in 4 starts.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, where he goes forward from here. I would imagine they'll leave New York bred races. I mean, I'm not going to compare him to Spirit of St. Louis. But you think about, there are some similarities. New York Breds was impressive in allowance races, and Chad Brown stuck to the New York Bred Stakes and eventually decided I got to try some open races, and it worked out pretty well in some cases.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Become a multiple graded stakes winner.
I don't mind the conservative approach, keeping him in those New York Bred Company type stakes and being able to, like as you mentioned, kind of work his way up. And he's very much talented, as he showed today, to be able to face open company.
Remember after he broke his maiden race, Andy Meyer texted me and said, I like that horse Rhetorical. Is there any chance they're going to run him in the Arc? He was kidding, of course, but that was how impressed he was with his debut as well.
Wins at 1-2 to start off a mandatory pay pick 5 race 6. Take a look at the current odds in this one coming up. Mile 3/16 on the lawn. First level allowance race. Curlin's Angel. The debut, 4-length score at Saratoga, Belmont at Saratoga week.
I'm going to look at my Naira Bets account because she has to look at one of those horses that one big bettor made like a $40,000 or $50,000 bet on, Meg, because I don't think she's going to be that big a favorite over Alamara, but the Morning Line Maker got it right as usual, even though I questioned him.
I agree. She's my pick in the race as well, but she's a bit short up there on the tote board at the moment.
What's next for Rhetorical? Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be here with winning trainer Will Walden, who I was just joking with, had his hands full today. Will, I know Rhetorical can be a lot, but it seemed the schooling you've put into him has made a difference with how he's handled himself.
Yeah, at Aqueduct last time I noticed when they split us up into 2 small circles, he got behind another horse and kind of shut off. So we asked, we got permission, and we got the Outrider pony, the pony that leads him out in the post parade, meet us at the receiving barn. We were able to kind of stick him up his tail the whole way over, and it seemed to shut him off and relax him a little bit today.
Yeah, he handled himself well before the race, but especially during the race, pulling away by open lengths again. Just seems like the sky's the limit for this horse.
Yeah, he's talented. He's got an electric turn of foot. You know, trying to teach him in these races to relax a little bit off the pace, it's tough. I mean, you've got Stormcat and Distorted Humor on top of each other in the pedigree, and it just breeds hot. But as far as talent goes, I mean, we think the world of him, and, you know, we're just going to let him ride his own ticket.
A potent combination for sure. Do you think about some New York Bred Stakes in the future?
Yeah, I think about some open stakes in the future, you know, like Woodbine Mile or something like that. I mean, I think he's really, really talented horse.
Some exciting stuff in the future, but quickly I have to ask you about Pipsy coming up in the Caress, trying to extend her streak. Valiant effort last time out.
Yeah, no, look, it's the same group of fillies, but it's a group of fillies that you have to bring your A game against. I mean, they are all extremely accomplished and extremely tough, but from Miguel's horse to Mike's horse to Cherie's horse, I mean, they're all extremely talented. So I don't know that they'll let her get away with what she did last time, kind of out by herself, but we're lucky that we think she can rate and sit behind horses. We'll let her and Jose dictate what they do.
Hey, we look forward to seeing her there, and whatever the future holds for Rhetorical, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Greg?
Group 1 Woodbine Mile on the potential calendar for Rhetorical. That is aggressive.
Well,
I wish him well.
remember the conservative approach I said earlier?
He's clearly listening to us and said, whatever those idiots say, I'm going to do the opposite.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll see. This horse continues to progress. You never know. That would be fun to see. And, of course, Pipsy later, who is on quite a roll right now.
She is, but I don't see them being the pace being so easy again. Not that she needs to lead to win. And I'll tell you, that Caress, which comes on the show after us, just after 5 o'clock, that's about as competitive a race as you will possibly see. I really honestly not sure there's anybody in there that can't win.
You can't throw anybody out in that race. And as you mentioned, I don't think Pipsy's going to get the trip she got last time out, especially with Future is now drawn more on the inside. I think the dynamics are going to be much different later on today in a very competitive Caress.
Was the summer of no fans in Saratoga. This week in history, brought to you by 3 Chimneys. Volatile, what a talent he was, coming off just a dominant performance in the Aristides at Churchill Downs, winning the Grade 1 Vanderbilt for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had a shortened career due to injury, but he was clearly a talented horse, and he's proving to be a good sire as well, getting it done in this race, and just a shame we didn't get to see more of him.
He's kind of one of those horses, the sprinter, those kind of, I like to call them the Asmussen type sprinters that are just a cut above. You think of Jackie's Warrior, you think of Volatile, and as mentioned, this horse has really made a name for himself in the breeding shed. His horses are quick, they're precocious, they do well, and I'm a huge fan of this horse, have been ever since that, of course, we saw that win there in the Vanderbilt.
Now, this year's edition of the Vanderbilt, it's our ABR race of the week, and even with a couple of scratches here, including the fastest probably dirt horse on the planet coming out, still an incredibly talented group that will line up in this grade 2 Vanderbilt, led by the pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano, who won a grade 3 True North. That felt like a grade 1.
It really did. And I think with us, Greg, we've been watching him since as early in his 2-year-old year when he was winning at Aqueduct. And he's obviously not, but he feels a little like a house horse. Just a horse. We've gotten to know the owners a bit. It's a terrific group of guys. They're up here. I was just talking to Jim Scappy, one of the owners, and I just think he's a super cool horse. But I'll tell you something, with the scratch of Skelly, his rival Mulligan becomes even more dangerous.
You're exactly right. The speed is going to certainly be in Mulligan's favor as far as being more prominently placed. But hey, he got his way kind of doing that in prior efforts, especially as you saw last time he was forwardly placed. And Bookham Dano ran him down. So I do agree with you. I think that it could be Mulligan's game today. But Bookham Dano has proved that even if it does go that way, he's got the ability to tackle him head on.
Well, Nakatomi was brilliant in this race last summer when he won it. How compromised was he by his start last out?
Completely and totally eliminated from the race. And my feeling with him was I picked him last time. Now, I didn't get to find out if it was going to be a bad pick. It certainly worked out as a bad pick, but he never got a chance to run, so that's why I picked him today. I figured if I could take him last time, I'll give him one more chance. He ran so good in this race last year, Meg.
He did, and he was one of those horses that kind of raced into that form, and it seems like he's doing the same. I agree. I kind of scratch out his last effort, and I always like to see horses come back hopefully doing well, especially after making a trip to the Middle East, where he ran extremely well at Meydan.
He might have ran as good. I know it was a runner-up finish. He just missed, but he might have run as good in that race as he did here last summer in the Vanderbilt.
I agree. He's a little tricky to read because he's a big in and outer. He's got some good races and some bad ones. I'm going to hope a good one today. You know what I also think is interesting? I don't know that he's good enough. He's only got that one fast figure in the slop last time. But it's interesting to note that Nash was entered at Ellis, and he's stabled at Churchill Downs. And Brad Cox, he's not a dummy, Brad Cox. He opts to run here in a much tougher spot, and that seems like a vote of confidence. Maybe he's trying to find out if, in fact, he belongs at this level, but I wouldn't completely discount him.
Looks like he could be a real talent. That was a huge effort, but as Andy said, wet track. We'll see if he can do it today at a high level against an incredibly good group. These are some of the leaders of the division. Obviously, Mulligan favored the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. Four-go winner last year. You see Nakatomi won that Vanderbilt last summer for Wesley Ward. Can he go back-to-back? Joining Imperial Hint, set a track record when he did it. Stay with us.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
People always ask me, what am I looking for in the paddock? And the first thing that I look for is how well a horse looks to be doing. They can't tell us that I'm feeling great. You have to read it on their coat, on their flesh. And this is a horse that just looks exceptionally well. You can see here these lighter bits, the round circles, the lighter bits here, these are dapples. And it's just like a person whose skin is glowing. He's saying, I'm glowing, I'm doing well, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to be the best I can be out on the racetrack. His flesh looks phenomenal, he's well muscled here, good weight through his barrel, but also looking fit through here, and a great hind end to him. He's really well muscled through here. That muscle right there is so important. So this is a horse that looks as though he's doing incredibly well as far as his health, and this is one of the first things and the most important thing that I look for in the paddock.
Paddock pointers with Maggie Wolfendale. Thank you, Maggie. Race 6, start of a pick 4 coming up, and there is Curlin's Angel. Even money on this second-time starter who was dominant in the debut as we bring Maggie back in here.
Well, thanks, Greg. And yeah, starting with Curlin's Angel, she was so impressive, like you said, in that first race of her career up on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week. And, you know, she sat back, she kind of hopped up at the start too, and then she tipped out in the stretch and just blew past the rest of her competition. Now, Jorge Abreu typically brings his horses over looking incredibly fit. So while I wasn't in the paddock for that debut, my guess is she looked ready to go. She's just a beautifully put together filly, very elegant, and the fact that she gets more ground to work with, another 1/8 of a mile here, I think is very much well within her wheelhouse. And going 2 back as far as her work tab is concerned, she was on the inside of multiple New York bred stakes winner, Moon Age Daydream, and she was under a hammerlock, and as soon as the rider let her head go, she quickened really nicely and was going much better to my eye on the gallop out. So indicative of a horse that would prefer a little bit more ground to work with. She does look tough to beat here in the paddock, but taking a look at a horse who is a long shot that will break from the rail, actually. And that's number 1, Lena. She'll get Lasix for this second start in the States, and I really feel as though that first race she desperately needed, as she was coming off of a 13-month layoff for Roy Lerman. She looked that way. She was just a bit soft around the edges. She is so much more tucked up today. She's nicely on the bridle, demonstrating great energy here in the paddock, and furthermore, that race was dominated on the front end by Torjete, whom was riding a gold rail on that racetrack at Aqueduct, and she had a bit of a tough trip. You know, she was at the back, then she tugged her way forward, and I could see Lane Luzzy kind of not knowing what he should do. Now he gets a little bit more experience with her, riding her now for the second time. She went wide around all the turns, and she kind of grabbed the bit down the backside, ranged up, and just got tired. I like what I'm seeing today. I think we could see a better effort. Hopefully, she can get a bit more of a more forward position here. She does turn back slightly in distance, though, Greg.
She was in a race with Ali Mara for Chad Brown. It's 4-1 right now. She was not that far behind her in that States debut, Andy.
I like the fact that Maggie brought this horse up. And obviously, Maggie understands you're dealing with a huge long shot and kind of horse she's sort of leaning to, like, you know, use this horse in some capacity. But trainer Roy Lehrman, often known as Wise Guy Roy Lehrman, knows how to put a horse over. And he has had some massive scores in Saratoga, going back 40 years, actually. So he's the kind of long shot trainer. Keep your eye on him. He can win with one that you might not have looked at, and I thought it was good stuff for Maggie.
I agree. This horse at 37-1, and I will say this is a French import here, second off of course, that ship. And I do believe if this horse was trained by maybe Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, we would not be getting 37-1 on this horse right now. So I think she breaks from the rail. She saves ground. Maggie had mentioned she looks a lot more fit, tucked up here now, because she kind of ran right off. I would like to say here she kind of ran off that layoff, over a year. So I really like to see her hopefully be able to get a piece of it in this race.
We're going to go back to Maggie and the 10 outside Celtic Charm. Won the turf debut at Keeneland. That was about a year and a half ago. We've not seen her since early December of 2023. What has she shown in a couple of turf works coming back, Maggie?
Greg, her work on June 27th, I thought was really impressive. She was setting the pace for Group 3 winner, multiple graded stakes place, Immensitude from the Bill Mott barn, and she started 5 lengths in front of her and remained that way, extending that margin on the gallop out. She has this beautiful way of going, this big floating stride, and she looks that way in the paddock here, right? She's a big girl. There's a lot of her, a lot of substance, and just that kind of rangy type of frame to her. Yes, it's a long layoff, like we were talking about with Lena. She'll probably need a start, but I don't know. She's fairly tucked up given her size. So I'm not familiar with her. I don't know what she looked like as a late 2-year-old. This is a big layoff to overcome, and I'm not sure about the quality of the fields that she faced either. But those workouts, Greg, really caught my eye. I think she's one to watch going forward and how she performs here.
And she is taking money off a year and a half away. She is undefeated on the grass, 1-for-1.
Yeah, listen, I mean, once again, I don't think Maggie's giving a ringing endorsement to bet this horse, but saying to watch going forward. At 6-1, this horse seems like a massive play against. If he was 15-1 or she was 15-1, I might feel differently.
I agree. And also, it's kind of the thing I'm used off camera with you, Andy, is they could have sent this, Resolute Racing could have sent this horse to the breeding shed. She's beautifully bred daughter of Justify out of that Frankel mare. And they want to extract that form, which is promising, but 6-1 is a little short.
I think we should discuss a little bit the possibility of Wrigleyville wiring the field, but we'll get to that after post break.
Call to post. Get a look at this group here. To start off a middle pick 4 on the Saturday card, we'll start with Lena's second start in the States with Lane Luzzy.
I don't know if it was Maggie talking about the horse or Roy Lehrman going to the windows, but this horse just got cut from 39-1 to 26-1.
3-2 favorite next door, light on experience, but showed big talent first out.
Worth the wait for Parkland Thoroughbreds, breaking her maiden in impressive fashion here over Belmont Stakes weekend.
Midnight Concerto for Ken McPeak.
She's the opposite of Wrigleyville. She's got absolutely no speed whatsoever.
Tom Proctor and Glen Hill Farm. Here is Wrigleyville.
The candidate to wire this field here, as Andy had mentioned, the clear speed in this race.
Unreasonable next door. It is Miguel Clement with Joel Rosario.
I mean, the first race in this country wasn't bad. Tough post last time, but honestly, the horse didn't run at all.
Here is Ali Mara, Chad Brown. He has Manny Franco.
Consistent, solid form stateside, has every opportunity to win this race.
Paco Lopez in to ride Bobby Jean, long shot.
Yeah, here for the stake, getting ready with a horse that's overmatched.
Here is Annihilate, Jimmy Ferraro.
Another uphill battle and a horse that I feel is overmatched up there at 41-1.
Ricardo Santana Jr., he took the first 2 on the card today. He's on Can't Fool Me.
Is she an overlay at 17-1, whether you like her or not? I mean, she's run some races that give her a chance to get a piece here.
And the one with that big turf work Maggie touched on, been off for a year and a half for Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado. Here's Celtic Charm.
Beautifully bred daughter, as you mentioned, of Justify, but I do think she's too short here, and she is up against it as far as contending with much more seasoned horses at this stage.
Well, back to Andy, who we thought one could steal this race, and that's the way Wrigleyville broke her maiden on the front end, leading every step of the way. Jose Lezcano on today.
Yeah, I think there are 2 horses we need to talk about besides the 2, and that's the 4 and 6. I don't trust Wrigleyville to get a mile and 3/16, Meg, but I know she's going to be controlling on the front end unless something aberrant happens in this race, and I think you have to give her at least a look, but she's got to get the mile and 3/16.
I agree. I have distance concerns with her as well, and we kind of mentioned Tom Proctor taking over for Glen Hill Farm. You mentioned earlier on the handicapping show you want to see him win a race. I do too. And she ran well against some strong horses, Big Beautiful there, Storm Miami, as mentioned over Belmont Stakes Festival weekend, and I think that she looks incredible. And at 9-2, I would have no problems layering her underneath if you have a really strong opinion on the number 2, Curlin's Angel.
I thought she was a bit of an underlay, to be honest. That race last time, the pace held together well, but she's not impossible. But Alamara, I think as we get closer to post time, you're going to see the 6 Alamara be a much closer second choice to the favorite right now, Curlin's Angel, who's kind of low because of one big bet. And I don't particularly love Alimara. I think her form looks better than it was in paper, but there's a fair argument that Joel Rosario left her with too much to do in her last race.
Yeah, that could be said, but she also kind of was against a horse that had ridden that golden rail. We kind of talked about a common race there, and I do not like her Keeneland race too far back. You mentioned it this morning on the show. She hung, and I did not. She has that impressive figure, but I just did not like the way she did it that day.
Especially Chad Brown. We expect his horses to finish when they make that move, and she just didn't.
Back to Curlin's Angel. There she is, the 2 favored throughout the wagering here. Tough task. Sometimes you're a little bit cursed you win first time out. Obviously, you show talent, you want to win, but then it gets a lot tougher, a lot faster.
Well, first of all, let's talk about the fact that she broke a length and a half slow. Now, a lot of first-time stars will get left, and then they'll be professional in their second start. But she had a far outside post, Megan. Usually that's a good post if you don't like the gate, so I worry a little she gets left, and we missed the wedding. She won at 15-1. But I got to tell you something. She was incredibly impressive, and I loved what Maggie had to say about her working with a much more experienced, talented Moonage Daydream.
She's figuring things out. And Parkland Thoroughbreds, they mentioned when she went on debut, they waited and waited, and they gave her the time she needed. I thought this was the most impressive turf race, other than Sci-Fair, that we have seen be run at Saratoga. Obviously, that was the Belmont technical meeting. But this filly was so impressive, and I found it hard not to use her here.
She just glides away from that field. And I'm curious to see what she does in here because, we just saw that good horse in Rhetorical. She's got to get a little faster, Greg, but for a debut winner getting left and winning like that, she has an opportunity to be a pretty good one.
Yes, she does. It was impressive. She's 9-5. Meanwhile, with more on Alimara, let's go back to Maggie.
Well, guys, I much prefer, of the 2 short-priced horses, Curlin's Angel. Alimara is just not my type of filly. We've seen her hang a bit in her races, but on top of that, physically, she's just not the most athletic build. She kind of has that weak top line, that more elongated back, which just leans into not being an athletic type. Obviously, these long turf races are what she's ultimately built best for, but again, she's just not my type. She's a little bit stronger behind, which I appreciate because, now she's kind of second off that little bit of a break for her 4th start here of 2025. So maybe it's just taking her some time to get stronger. But I do prefer Curlin's Angel. I think there's some upside, but I'm swinging for the fences, Greg. I will take number 1 in here, Lena. But again, Curlin's Angel, the horse to beat. Wrigleyville, she kind of caught my eye walking in here. Just a big, lumbering walk to her. She's very forward, very much on the muscle. She has cotton in her ears. She can be maybe a little bit more of a high-strung type, but she's held it together nicely. She just seems very forward and focused, which is exactly what you want in a racehorse. We do have a late scratch being announced. Long shot in here, number 8, Annihilate, will be a late scratch. But getting back to Wrigleyville, and maybe you can come up with some excuses, as you guys were mentioning. First start of the year was a sprint. Last start, she's run okay on tracks with moisture in it, but maybe she just didn't appreciate that. It was a race forwardly dominated. She was sitting 3rd the whole way around there. But again, strong, has filled out. 3rd start off the bench. Maybe this is her time to strike.
We will find out shortly. Late scratch. There's Annihilate going back to the barn. So we'll wait and see this long shot another day.
Tough break for Christopher Elliott, long shot or not. Today is the last day of his bug.
There's the 4, Wrigleyville, and Jose Lezcano try and be on the front end with his horse and get it done gate to wire. And of course, he had some great success doing that a few summers back with a pretty good one and won 4 times at the meet. One of my all-time favorites, Voodoo Song.
Any opportunity for Greg to find the most tangential, distant thread to talk about Voodoo Song on the air, you'll find that Greg has so much love. I think he may be your favorite horse.
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, that summer was just incredible. To win 4 times at a meet at Saratoga was incredible. And he was a 40 claimer and became a graded stakes winner by the end of the run at the meet.
Didn't he win between like a mile or mile 16th and a mile and 3/8 during the run?
Yeah, he did.
He was an amazing horse, owner Barry Schwartz and trainer Linda Rice.
Well, speaking of horses, guys, I'm interested to see your opinion on the number 3 quickly as we come to post. Midnight Concerto drops out of that stakes effort in the Mount Vernon, and kind of interesting, strongly closing kick. She's getting this 9.5 furlong test, moves into deeper waters, but she kind of piqued my interest up there. I was looking at her on the screen at 20-1.
Yeah, I mean, she's a better bet at 20-1. handicapping, and this is then the horse Maggie talked about, Lena. Now, Lena may be a very clever idea by Maggie, and I as you know how much I respect her opinion, but this horse at least has some races that aren't that bad. What worries me about her is she is so slow early.
And you mentioned with the lack of pace in this race, it's going to benefit the number 4, Wrigleyville, and it might come at her disadvantage, I agree. But the number 5, Unreasonable there for Miguel Clement, also has some strong form to back.
I don't know. She comes out of that race that Alamara was in. And I think it's one of those efforts that looks better on paper than it was. And her last effort, I know she had an outside post, but Joel Rosario did a good job getting her to save some ground. And there was never a point in the race where she did any running. Now, listen, I don't want to knock long shots. If you like a price, whoever you are, you should be betting that horse. But I wish I saw more from her last time.
Go back to, Curlin's Angel. Yes, it was a great debut. 82 by her first time out. She dominated the competition. The upside's through the roof. It gets a lot tougher facing this kind of company. Start number 2. And to Megan's point, Midnight Concerto has a couple of races in the same ballpark that she has run at 20-1.
I think that Megan's point is very valid. As a long shot, you look for, when you look at long shots, you don't need to find that much, right? You need to find a little bit. And the other problem with Curlin's Angel, who I picked, she don't want her to get left again in this race.
That's exactly right. But the thing about Curlin's Angel, though, for me, it's why I picked her. She doesn't need to improve that much off of what we saw on debut. She could run this race again, and she wins here against this group, in my opinion.
She just stepped in with Dylan Davis. He was aboard for the debut. Can she remain perfect? There's Chad Brown. Another tremendous start to the meet for the overwhelming favorite to win the training title once again. We'll have Ali Mara, the 6th in this spot with Manny Franco. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Bobby Jean, Paco Lopez. Can't Fool Me. Celtic Charm to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Wrigleyville bounces out right on top and gets to the rail in a hurry. So it will be Wrigleyville by the stands the first time. Unreasonable, Bobby Jean comes away in 3rd. They're followed by Lena. Lena just took up. Very hard to handle is Lena, just steadying and climbing. And Celtic Charm in the meantime goes up to take 4th. Alimara settles very smoothly in mid-pack, 6 lengths off the lead. Then it's Lena who is just now behind Can't Fool Me as they round the clubhouse turn. At the back of the field are Midnight Concerto and Curlin's Angel. Just like in her debut, we'll have to pass them all. 10 lengths covers them through a quarter that went in 23 seconds flat. And it is Wrigleyville taking a strong hold of as Unreasonable is in 2nd. A joint 2nd. On the outside of her comes Celtic Charm. In behind this group is Can't Fool Me in 4th. They are followed at the rail by Bobby Jean through a half mile that went in 49 and 2. Alimara is just in front of her. On the outside, Midnight Concerto is next. The 2 trailers, Curlin's Angel and Lena. They round the far turn. And Wrigleyville has been the controlling speed every step of the way. 6 furlongs in 1:13 and just under 3. Celtic Charm is into 2nd. They're followed by Unreasonable in 3rd. Then comes Alimara, who's called on now, racing in 4th. Down on the inside, Bobby Jean is trying to make some headway. Curlin's Angel now finds a seam and starts to roll one from the outside with 1 furlong to go. Wrigleyville, very tough customer on the front end. Unreasonable is trying to get to her in 2nd. Curlin's Angel moves into 3rd. Unreasonable up to Wrigleyville and taking the lead close to home. And it's Unreasonable. And Joel Rosario to score by 2. Wrigleyville 2nd, Curlin's Angel 3rd. Photo for 4th between Midnight Concerto and Bobby Jean.
Unreasonable, Miguel Clement, Joel Rosario at 9-1.
She was a completely different horse today, Megan. She got an excellent ride by Joel, the good old inside-outside trip. She ran very well to get it done. The favorite did not have the best of trips.
I agree. The favorite was just up against it as far as trips was concerned. And Joel got this filly more forward. He said, I'm not letting that lone speed get to me today. I'm not sitting this filly far back. And you notice Curlin's Angel down the stretch, she had that acceleration. She galloped out ahead of the winner. So props to her. I think she ran well in defeat.
They came home relatively well. Who knows the fractions? They're always a little bit questionable, especially in odd distance races. it wasn't, I don't know if Dylan or not, she just dropped out of the race. She was behind the 3 early, and I don't think anybody would have predicted that. And she didn't break badly. Whatever the case, let's give credit to the winner. A very good ride by Joelle. Miguel obviously figuring this horse out after a very poor performance last time. A completely different story today.
9-1 on your winner. Let's go to Maggie.
Miguel, I got to know, how did you get this horse to break and sit so much closer today? I felt like that was, her undoing in her first 2 starts in the States.
Yeah, no, last time was just a mistake. So we brought her back to the gates. We actually jumped her not once but twice. And then she's also been working with a very good English filly called Choisia of the Crisfords for the last 3 weeks. So we've been tough on her, and she responded to it today.
Building that confidence in her, and what a ride, again, delivered by the other son, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, no, Joel's been in great form this weekend. He's in great form usually, and right now he's just taking it to another level. And no, it's great. He's riding great with a lot of confidence, so it makes my life a lot easier.
I always need to feel like I need to find out when horses are brought over here to America and looking and picking through this filly's form, it feels like she truly wants a firm course.
True. They said back in Europe she didn't quite care for some cut in the ground. And then her best works was always on firm turf. Last race was disappointing, puzzling, and you blame us, not the filly. And she got it done today, so it's very rewarding.
Excellent. Well done at 9-1.
Thank you very much.
All right, unreasonable. Definitely wasn't that today, guys.
2 trainers have 5 wins at the meet, and then Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, Steve Asmussen, and Miguel Clement behind that group with 4 wins each.
And he's having a big day at Monmouth, too. He's got a couple winners there at big prices, so he's having a tremendous day.
Unreasonable. Joel Rosario for Miguel Clement, Newtown Anner Stud Farm. 2nd win of the career and a 9-1 upset here in the 6th race on the card. We'll be back.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage from the premier meet in the sport. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. And unreasonable, rolling down the stretch under Joel Rosario to get by that speedster Wrigleyville, winning for Miguel Clement, who's having a tremendous start to this meet.
No, it really is a big start for him, and it's nice to see, obviously, with tough times and things going well in here, and sort of picking up, you know, where the stable has been for a long, long time. And this horse ran well, and this is Joel Rosario with all his skills on display.
Joelle putting on a show there in this race. But I also want to mention a little shout out to Newtown Anner Farm. And they have operations both here and in Europe. It's nice to see them get a win here as well here at Saratoga.
21-40 for the upset victory. We move on to the start of the Pick Six, and this is where Derby dreams begin. 2-year-olds, most of them making their debut here at Saratoga, including a $1.3 million first-time starter. Opens at even money for Steve Asmus in the 3.
And the Saturday 2-year-old races, obviously we love the stakes. We love all the races. We don't even care if they're lower level races. But these are the races that are really exciting. Seeing these young horses that cost a lot of money with big pedigrees for some of the biggest barns in the game. And there's always that possibility that you're seeing the Derby or Oaks winner making their debut.
There is. I think there's this horse. I think his name was, let me just think about it. I think his name was Sovereignty. He finished here 4th last summer before, of course, rolling on to win the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes. And listen, you don't have to win here at Saratoga to go on and do big things in your career. So it's going to be really exciting to see, no matter what shakes out, how these horses develop here at Saratoga.
2 summers ago, sees the Grey Dornick. They were 1-2 in a maiden race. Wound up winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown the next year. That's the kind of talent you get in these 2-year-old races. This filly didn't have much of a pedigree, but she wound up becoming an incredibly special filly for Todd Pletcher. We'll tell you about Princess of Silmar when we come back.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Princess of Silmar.
We call the house that Princess built every day we walk in. It all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call. 8 o'clock in the morning, Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. I said, how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Silmar Farm. And then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Silmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Silmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. Close hatches beat us in a gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1, and I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's gonna be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, pick them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream, since I was 8, was to saddle a horse at Saratoga. And then to go on and do this, it makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
What an incredible story. Stanko's at home watching that right now. It's mandatory in that household, no matter what's happening. They got to stop what they're doing and watch that run again. What an incredible run, Andy, she had back in 2013. And you just said to me off air, you thought she should have won a championship that year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the Beholder wasn't deserving winning the Breeders' Cup, but they were sporting and even bring her out for that race. And I just wish they shared it. Because she had a more, and Beholder was a sensational horse, and when Beholder finished second to her in the Kentucky Oaks, there's a good argument she ran the better race. And I'm not in any way disparaging Beholder, who was a remarkably good horse. But she had a better full year than her. And besides that, I mean, listen, bit of a homer, but also she ran all winter at Aqueduct. And so when those kind of horses at winter at Aqueduct end up doing what she did, it's hard for us not to have a real affinity for her. Of course, I picked against her every time she ran in the winter, and that's how Ed Stank and I became friends. He used to come and make fun of me because I kept picking against her, and she just kept winning.
Kentucky Oaks at 38-1, Coaching Club American Oaks, Alabama Beldame in a row.
Beating Royal Delta,
yeah,
the older champion.
Well, I don't want to age myself or de-age myself, but I was in middle school when this filly was running.
You were born.
At least I was born. And I remember sitting on the couch with my mom and jumping up and down. We never miss a Kentucky Oaks. It was an absolutely exhilarating day, huge price, and we loved it. We loved the story. We loved following this ownership group, and it was just an incredible day. And it was really telling, especially in that kind of division, for her to really uphold that form and be able to be the kind of filly she was for some excellent and down-home, hard-working connections.
And Todd Pletcher had the favorite in that, heavy favorite in Dreaming of Julia in that Kentucky Oaks. So actually ran better than it looks in finishing 4th, but he won it with a long shot.
Oaks dreams panned out for Princess of Silmar, and Derby dreams for many beginning here. We'll see if they pan out for anyone in this group. 2-year-olds, everyone except for the runner on the inside making their debut, 6 furlongs. We'll start with Maggie. How do they look? Starting with Stradale.
Oh, love the way you said it, Greg. Yes, named for a very fast car, and he looks like a very fast horse. For this son of Yopan, very familiar connections with the sire line as well. And weirdly enough, though, on the bottom side, it is a bit more turf, but I don't see any turf with this guy. He looks very much dirt sprinter made, as he sold for $1.3 million to Kaleem Shah at the OBS April sale after working 9 and 4. He was asked a little bit, but what an extension to his stride. And when asked, instantaneous acceleration, and you can go and watch his works from Kentucky. And watching his minute workout at Keeneland on June 17th, he was under a hammerlock the entire time, and then his gate breeze before that, a hammerlock to go 1 minute and 4/5, and then in his gate breeze, he wasn't the quickest out of the gate, but he easily made it up, got to his mate, squeezed a little bit by Keith Asmussen at the wire, and it was an instant response. You can visually see in this horse's workouts him accelerate with just the cool, easiest and quickest reactions that you can ask of a horse. Now here in the paddock, you can tell he's an intense, high energy type. That's why Scott Blasi has been on his head the entire time. Once they bring him out of the saddling stall, he's actually a little bit more content and relaxed. They've gotten the tack on with no trouble at all, and he's just a well-muscled, fast-looking horse, where, you know, Steve Asmussen has great numbers with his 2-year-old first-time starters on the dirt at Saratoga, 13 for 48, where Chad Brown, who has the second choice in here, Growth Equity, and Chad more known for his turf horses, so rightfully so with this stat in the same context, 12 for 83, 14%, 121 ROI. So Growth Equity, as we look at him, this son of Nyquist, the dam, she was a decent Florida-bred dirt sprinter. 2 of the 3 foals have won. If you go back, the dam's half to Selva, who was a 2-year-old graded stakes winner, dirt sprinting. So there's some precocity in the family, and Nyquist, he can get one to win early, that's for sure. Watching this horse's workout from the gate to back, he was inside of an unraced mate. He hopped out very quickly. Then he was kind of taken in hand to let the mate catch up. Then you can really see he has a big stride, but he's also a smaller horse. Having looked at him now here in the paddock close up, he's a horse that still, I think, has some growing to do. He's what we say up behind. So horses will grow kind of first in their hind end, and then their front half will catch up a bit, and that's kind of what I'm seeing from Growth Equity. Now, can he give us his best performance at first asking? He's professional, he's fit. I just think that at this point in time, Stradale is the more further along of the 2. Todd Pletcher, though, will send out 2 in the face of these debuters. Another son of Yopan is number 4, Emphasis. Very fit, really well muscled, looks like the sprinter of the 2 Todd Pletcher horses, and is also a half to Curly Jack for our friend Tom Amos, who won first time out and also was a great stakes winner as a 2-year-old. He's the one I prefer of the 2 Pletcher horses. He was working outside of Epic Desire, who was second here in an off-the-turf event, and he didn't take much encouragement to go a bit better than that workmate that day. So Emphasis making a great impression as number 5, Franklin Delano. Love that name, and wishing owner, breeder Joe Allen a happy birthday for this homebred. Just gives the impression like might went a little bit further, also has a lot of turf in the pedigree, so that might be a reason to think that this is just a starting off point for a horse who's very quiet here in the paddock and definitely would benefit from a race just to strengthen up a bit overall, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Two very expensive Yaupons. So the last time we saw Yaupon, he was getting savaged in the forego in a win by Firenze Fire, leading first crop sire at this point right now.
And he's had a lot of expensive foals. Obviously, people like them so far. He's doing well, and looking forward to seeing both of these runners who are right now the first and third choices. I wanted to mention something about growth equity. The second to last workout, the 47 breezing from the gate, according to the DRF Clocker report, they had the workout as slower than that, for what it's worth. And they gave it a B-, which isn't a bad rating for it, but perhaps not as good as you might think based on that 47 workout. Not saying the horse can't win. He's obviously taking some money and he has some ability, but I just think I want to let people know that workout, don't just bet him off that 47 breezing from the gate.
To me, he seemed like a horse that might need a start under his belt. He's very well bred. He's by Nyquist, as mentioned, 43 for 240, 18% with those 2-year-old first-time starters. And he's had a very Chad Brown-esque workout pattern. And worked on the outside of criteria there on July the 14th in a slower move. But as mentioned, he kind of seems like he's kind of got a little bit more growing into himself, as Maggie had mentioned with those physical notes. He's up there at 3-1. But I just couldn't get over the workouts, not only the workouts, but the sail breeze of the number 3 Stradale. And I just think he looms very large over this group.
The board would reflect that as well. 6-5 favorite. Stradale. We'll have our post parade coming up in this 6-furlong 2-year-old event from Saratoga.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on Saratoga Live post parade. For the start of the pick 6, here's Handsome Link, the only one with experience.
Only one with experience, a slow figure, first time out, losing as a short price, not favorite.
Ken McPeak with a Son of Blame debuting.
Arkansas bred firster, whose half-sibling Black Forza is very competitive in that Grade 1 Juddmonte Middle Park Stakes last out.
$1.3 million first-time starter for Steve Asmussen.
And according to Meg, only cost a little bit more than the car that he's named for.
Here is Emphasis, another Yaupon for Todd Pletcher that cost $625,000.
As you mentioned, another pricey purchase whose works suggest he's pretty quick.
Stablemate to the 4. Here is Franklin Delano.
I'm just going to call him FDR.
Please do. 12-1.
More turf, I think.
There's the 7, SS Quality and Essential Quality for Ken McPeak.
Yeah, we'll see. This horse worked an okay 10 flat at the 2-year-old sale. I don't want to completely ignore him.
Chad Brown-Klarovich, Manny Franco, Growth Equity.
We talked about kind of maybe the concerns over his work. I think he's still overall a sharp candidate for it to do well here.
And day 1 starter, Shug McGahee, debuting with Joel Rosario.
Wait.
15-1 right now.
Sorry.
Son of Upstart.
I like the dam's name.
That's
Psychedelic-sized?
What's that?
Psychedelic-sized, the dam's name.
Yes.
I saw a lot of Grateful Dead concerts. I may or may not have been psychedelicized at some point in my life.
Well, this is what $1.3 million at auction looks like. Stradale. Debut coming up. Jose Ortiz will ride. We expect this big ammunition with the 2-year-olds every summer from this barn.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you don't want to get too caught up on a horse's 2-year-old sales work because sometimes those horses don't pan out. But the fact that he's coming back relatively quickly after buying him, Maggie loves the workouts on this horse. I'm not saying he has to win, but I think there's a chance that this guy could be the real deal.
I think you're exactly right in saying that he could be a special horse. You know, I'm a big proponent of Obliteration, a horse that we saw win right here at Saratoga. I thought this horse's works were even better than what I saw from Obliteration prior to his efforts and debut, and obviously we've seen that form play out. So I think we could really be on the precipice of seeing something special here, but I do want to kind of give attention to the number 6, as mentioned, day 1 starter. I'm a huge proponent of this Colts sire, Upstart, who has a very solid record with his 2-year-olds, 19% with those first-time starters. I don't mind him here.
I always like seeing upstarts. Reminds me of his trainer, Rick Violet. He was a very, very cool horse, probably better than results he had. We'll see.
Only one horse in his field with experience in a barn who always comes to New York ready to go. That's Butch Reed with more on Handsome Link. Let's go to Maggie.
And ironically, Greg, he was the one acting the most green throughout the preliminaries. He's been wound up since he set foot in the paddock, and it continued out onto the racetrack, though Paco Lopez doing Paco Lopez things, which is actually best for this horse, and taking him back in the chute, making him do circles. I like this type of warm-up for a horse who is lacking some concentration. Now he's going to let him stand here, compose himself, and I think that was the right thing to do, considering he is a horse that obviously knows what's about to happen, and sometimes that's when you see them act the worst. So settling down now, having that warm-up, maybe he will be quick from that inside. Hopefully he has to be. He broke decently at Delaware that day. The top 2 went entirely too fast, and he was able to run on outside of the winner to grab second. Moving on to number 6, day 1 starter. I agree with Meg as far as the upstarts, 19% he hits at. And if you look at this horse's family, while the dam, she was nothing to write home about. 5 of her 6 foals, though, have been winners. And the dam, she was half to Classic Elegance, a graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old out in California, I believe. Might be wrong about that. But watching this one's work too back on the Oklahoma training track, inside peak performance, who was a 3-year-old maiden colt, definitely held his own through the gallop out. So while it's not that fast, but the times over there are considerably slower than what you'll see here on the main track. I just think this horse is going to need one to strengthen. Has been very professional, also might want a little bit more ground. Number 7, SS Quality, has been training at Belmont with Kenny's assistant, Jimmy Jerkins. Remember that name. There probably needs to start, but does have that out-and-out sprinter frame, and watching his 10-flat OBS April Breeze, definitely looks rapid. He definitely will need a start, I think, from a fitness perspective, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. So many big races at this meet, Andy, but these 2-year-old races we just get so excited about.
I mean, it's the future of the game, and you never know. And sometimes these races don't pan out like you think, but sometimes you see some special horses. And there's nothing better than seeing a horse that turns out to be really, really good break its maiden.
4 to 5 on Stradale, $1.3 million to 3 for Steve Asmussen debuting. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Emphasis. And Growth Equity. They're in the gate. And they're off Growth Equity is very fast. So is Handsome Link. But it is Emphasis who's the quickest of the quick, and Emphasis takes command. Day 1 starter is 4th, followed by SS Quality. Then comes Honeys to Blame. Stradale is toward the back of the field and now steadying a rough opening quarter mile for the heavy favorite. And Franklin Delano is just outside of him. Emphasis is the leader through a quarter that did 22 and 4. Handsome Link moves alongside to press once again. It's another 2 lengths back to Growth Equity on the outside of Day 1 starter. SS Quality between those two. Stradale, Blue Cap, coming widest of all. Then it's a big gap to Honeys to Blame and Franklin Delano. They're at the top of the stretch. And Emphasis has been prominent throughout. Stradale cut loose in the middle of the racetrack. And in between them, Handsome Link. They're in the final furlong. Stradale trying to get to the 2 up top. Emphasis and Handsome Link. It is Emphasis who digs in. Stradale on the outside and Growth Equity in between with a good late burst of energy. But Emphasis proves best in front-running fashion. Growth Equity was second, third between Stradale and Handsome Link. And that's a riding triple for Ricardo Santana Jr.
You got to look at Todd Pletcher. It's the other Yao-Pan, first time out Emphasis, who gets the win. What a performance, though, in defeat from 2 who did not break all that great, including the big favorite.
Yeah, I mean, giving credit to the winner. This horse was under a full-out drive for virtually the entire race, which normally means they come up empty, but he just kept finding more. But obviously, the best horse in this race did not win.
And he looks right there. He kind of stumbled. He hesitated at the start. And he still tried to run on. Give props to the number 8 as well. I know this was a horse I mentioned might have needed a start, but this was such a good education for him. I thought he ran on well there, but I agree with Andy. That was so impressive from the number 4. Emphasis under full-out drive and carried it on to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 was going to win this race with a clean break. I don't know if he can get the head on, but not only did he break slowly, but he got badly steadied after that, and he made a huge run. It's just hard to complete a run like that after all the trouble he had. The 8 was a little green. He kind of made his run. He kind of idled. Then he sort of got steadied a little between horses, and he came again at the end, galloped out right past the leader of this race, so maybe he'll end up being pretty good as well. But the favorite was extraordinarily unlucky.
Was good today, but in defeat. And second last early out of the gate. Absolutely, he was best, but this is the starting point. Learning stages for these young 2-year-olds. And I think a lot still to be excited about with Stradale after that debut. But Emphasis, take nothing away from him. He wins the debut. Does it on the front end here throughout. Ricardo Santana Jr. 3-win day for the man standing by with Maggie.
And Todd Pletcher getting the win here with Emphasis, and heads-up ride by Ricardo Santana, getting this guy out of the gate, and that was a winning move.
Yeah, I mean, that's so key, breaking well in these maiden 2-year-olds, and fortunately he got away from there cleanly like he has been in the morning, showed some natural speed, and I think he's a nice horse that should improve off the race.
Owned by Spendthrift and Rapoli. Obviously, you know, a horse that paid a lot for. Son of Yao-Pan, what have the Yao-Pans been showing you?
Well, we don't have many, but the ones we have, we've liked. This colt has been, you know, training really forwardly. I mean, he's a son of Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo's doing great as a sire of sires, was a terrific 2-year-old himself, so it's no surprise that, you know, they'd be precocious.
How proud does that make you, considering you've had so many horses become sires?
Yeah, no, it's cool. You know, we'll miss Uncle Mo a lot.
We all will, Todd. Well, congratulations here. Quite an impressive win.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher had him ready, guys.
Got to be excited to win this race. Got to feel a little lucky as well to have won this race.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, Todd understands how to watch a race, and he realizes he didn't run the best horse today. But that's the way horse racing goes, and the fact that he was so much more professional. Now, he also came over a little bit, which didn't help the 3, but he wasn't the one that caused him to steady so badly. 3 was very unlucky. He should have won the race, but that's the thing about 2-year-old firsters. They can encounter more trouble, often with gait issues. As good as the trainer Steve Asmussen is, sometimes you can do everything right and things just don't go right.
That break was hard to watch back. It's just seeing how much trouble they had, but 4 gets it done. We will be seeing better from the number 8 and the number 3 here.
Almost get more excited about him now after that performance. More stakes action ahead from Monmouth when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage here on Saratoga Live. It is Emphasis, first time out for the Hall of Fame Barnaton Pletcher. Ricardo Santana Jr., 3-win afternoon. And nothing like a debut win from a 2-year-old in a race with some big-time horses and some 2-year-olds who expect to go on to do some big things. Maybe not best, but gets the win.
Win is a win is a win is a win, and you never know. Hopefully he can improve further, gets the win, and that's what matters at the end of the day.
Ricardo's celebrating that race like he won a stake race. I love kind of seeing the excitement there for him. But
I think riding this horse for Todd is really good. I mean, obviously Irad's out of town and very well might have been riding this horse had he been here, but, you know, you got to take the opportunities and you win the race. Hard to believe he's coming off.
Huge to step up, yeah, and those types of opportunities. 3 today for him and counting. Yeah, big names like Arad, Flavian Pratt out of town. So these guys are trying to take, you know, make use of the opportunity.
And given how much he used to ride for Steve Asmussen, everybody's human. I imagine there's something for Ricardo in beating the heavily touted Steve Asmussen horse, whether he was best or not.
Over to Monmouth on the grass at 5.5 furlongs. The Wolf Hill, 3-year-olds and up. $100,000 purse in this spot, nothing better. Speaking of Arad Ortiz Jr., he'll show up here on this 8-year-old who was a 10-time winner with 8 runner-ups on the grass in 28 starts.
He's definitely a horse that's going to show speed from the rail. That's his game, but I don't trust him necessarily taking to the turf here at 4-1.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was talking about nothing better.
Yeah, I was confused there as well. Nothing better. You know, I don't know exactly what to do with nothing better. I would book him at 8-5 before I bet him, and it feels like a lot of IRAD money because I know he's got a good workout showing up, but don't we have to worry a little bit whether or not he's still got it?
Yes, we do. Certainly after that last start, that was a no-show effort from a horse who shows up just about all the time.
I think the story of this race is that it runs through the number 6, and excuse me if I butcher it, the South African import is Vangu Vangu, who I thought ran extremely well last year and comes into this race as the overwhelming class, especially in a group that a lot of them are getting to the lawn for the first time, and he's got plenty of pace projected to close into here.
I want you to just keep saying that name. What is it again?
Nailed it.
You did.
Did I?
I couldn't get this name right.
I was scared, guys.
Saved my life.
Strail.
There's the one. Let's go back to the horse you were talking about, Megan. That's the one, Bucarino, who is actually getting on the grass for the first time. Dirt speed doesn't always equate to turf speed. He's been quick on dirt.
Yeah, my mistake there. But as I was discussing earlier with the number 1, this Florida bred, he's 4-1. I think in this particular group it makes sense, but he's going to get some pressure on the front end here. I don't think he's going to get it easy. He's going to be able to save ground while doing it. He's certainly got the inform. He gets, John Velasquez, which is going to be effective, obviously, there on the front end. I don't necessarily trust him with the speed he's going to have to contend with, as I mentioned.
It's also something we talk about quite often on the show. Turf sprint speed and dirt sprint speed, and while I'm an advocate of the time form pace projector, which has any of the 1, 4, and 5 being in front, and actually the 4 fastest, a lot of times these dirt speed horses are not as fast in the turf, and for Harp, he's going to be forward in this race. He's got that turf sprint speed, and frankly, so does Nothing Better.
He does, and I think with the scratch of Super Chow, maybe it makes it a little bit less potent. I still think it's going to be quite the race here, but as I mentioned, the number 6 is heavily touted, and as he should be.
I prefer the 6, like you do.
5-2, but it's Nothing Better. The 7, the 8-5 favorite with a Rat Ortiz Jr. The Wolf Hill from Monmouth Park. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, Nothing Better. Eamon to the outside. We're ready to go in the Wolf Hill. And Lair off. A stumble at the break from 4 Harp, who recovered pretty quickly, is sent hard. Nothing Better, though, is trying to clear off on the lead here. Very speedy here is Nothing Better, and comes out of the chute with the lead. So Nothing Better, the old pros in front. Bucarino runs in second. He's playing a tracking role today down on the inside. 4 Harp is moving up here, and Izzy Vangu Vangu is not far off, and he's actually moving up to come and challenge those front runners. Bit keen here, Izzy Vangu Vangu, as they go into the far turn. We come back to Fierce and Strong, second to last. 5 clear of Eamon as they round the far turn. 4 Harp, Nothing Better. They're stride for stride rounding the turn. Izzy Vangu Vangu gets a tap on the shoulder to get going. 3 wide. Bucarino right behind the leaders at the top of the stretch. He's got some horse. Bucarino waiting for a spot to go. Nothing Better is off the turn. Narrow lead on 4 Harp. Bucarino down on the inside. He's going to come looking for room down at the rail. He's going to find it. And here comes Fierce and Strong. Fierce and Strong in the middle of the pack has taken the lead. Fierce and Strong. Tyler Connor running away with the Wolf Hill Stakes trophy. Nothing Better rallies on and holds second. Eamon from far out of it was third. Bucarino flattened out mid-stretch. He was fourth.
Pennsylvania bred with the surprise in the Wolf Hill, who just keeps winning on the lawn. 8 for 13 now.
He's got a crazy good record. And, you look at his win at Pimlico going 5 furlongs. That was that bog on Preakness weekend. I mean, I know they were hitting up front a little bit, but this guy just rolled on by.
This was incredibly impressive for a horse that he routes on the yielding turf, he sprints on the good turf. He's so versatile, and he was cross-centered in the hard spun. Lands here, good move on them.
We're going to take a timeout. Our main event still to come. An important race for a championship in the 3-year-old filly division. She ran probably the best race of any 2-year-old filly last year, including the champion Immersive, Scottish Lassie. Can she get back to it?
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
I'm so happy to be joined by Jose Gutierrez, who is the regular groom for Scottish Lassie, running in this weekend's coaching club, American Oaks. Jose, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Excited for the race?
Just a little bit nervous, you know. It's a tough race, and but the feeling she's okay, so we're gonna run good.
She's a filly that's shown a lot of talent. Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. How exciting was that?
Oh, it's very excited, you know. It was last year running in Ecuador, so she broke the maiden in that race. So she's a nice filly. She's still good in the stall, you know. She's very happy in the stall too. So I work good with her, you know. She's really feeling good and doing a good race.
How many years have you worked with horses?
Like 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I started when I was 16. So I worked a long time for one trainer before Titi. So, but now I'm happy here with Titi, you know, with Jorge. I love horses, so that's why I love this job. But the horse is very special for me. So that's why I had a lot of time working on the horses.
Scottish Lassie, she is very interesting, making her third start back as a 3-year-old filly for Jorge Abreu in the coaching club American Oaks.
And it's also great to be able to talk about, you know, the people behind the scenes that really never get any credit. They never get in the spotlight, and they're as important as anybody in helping these horses win races.
You're exactly right, Andy. They are the backbone. They're the only reason that any of us are here right now. And Scottish Lassie is very dangerous later on today. Her speed figure last time out really encourages me that she gets back to the fast track, and we really see her take that step forward here today.
Joel Rosario will take over on Scottish Lassie. Again, a race that completely changed with Lacara being forced to come out with barn 28 under quarantine. And that leaves Dry Powder. And you know, as the speed of the speed in here, but as you said earlier, Andy, Immersive is not slow. Scottish Lassie is not slow, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Dry Powder ran super in defeat last time. Now, whether that means she could win this race, extra furlong, tougher horses. I just worry about lone speed in small fields, especially when you're trying to probably get them to be a little bit better than they've been in the past, because it just feels like small fields end up bunching a little bit. Maybe you want the rider to kind of use the speed a little bit more, create a little separation. There is an argument for her and every horse in this race.
Going to move on to race 8 real quick. Congrats to Sarah Bodway. She gave out the pick 5, mandatory pay pick 5. Paid, I believe, $778.
$36 ticket. Congrats to Sarah. Great call by her.
All right, this 8th. Mile and 3/8 over the inner turf. Allowance optional claiming field. Marathon on the lawn. This one here, Belmont, first time in the States.
This is a horse that's been entered at least twice, I believe, and rained off the turf. Finishing third to Los Angeles, who's a very talented horse for Aidan O'Brien last year, is a good sign. It's a long layoff, it's a long distance, but to deny this horse could have the talent to win here would be foolish.
I agree, Andy. He's also been working with some pretty solid company. On July 14th, he was outside of that Belmont Gold Cup winner Parchment Party, and he worked in that hood, and he gets first-time Lasix here, which I do like for him. And then as far as other company that he's been keeping, on June 2nd, he worked on the inside of a Lilac Brawler, who just ran in the Just a Game, albeit probably needed the start. But I would say his fitness and kind of, as Mandy had mentioned, he's been entered. They're ready to run this horse, and the tote board is reflecting that at 3-1.
I'm going to have to get rid of Meg. She's showing us up. She's got too much information here. You may have to get out of here.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Just don't come as prepared, maybe.
Yeah, seriously. This is, you know, you're way ahead of the game here. I'm going to try to have my first winning bankroll bet in this race coming up.
We're going to do it.
I'm due.
Is that a tease, or are we going to?
Well,
no, it's a promise.
Well, show it now.
All right, let's fire it up.
I like the 3 Lantheris. You know, what I like about this horse is if you look at the races prior to the last race, this is clearly a horse that's better suited to long-distance races. Gets a trainer switch to Mike Trombetta last time and runs one of the better races he's ever run, going 1 mile and a 16th. Now, maybe you could say, well, Andy, maybe he actually wanted less distance, and that's always possible. But I'm going to bank on him being a horse for more distance, and if he can take that kind of improvement and extend it to the right distances, I think he can get it done here at a very square price. So 100 to win on Lantheris.
I like his draw here, considering how murky this field is in terms of just overall pace and the chance to kind of trip out better. But you could say he's lost it. I don't think so. I think he's found it over there with Mike Trombetta.
7-1. Dylan Davis will be aboard. 2 for 19 on the lawn. Let's see what happens in this 1 3/8 marathon over the inner turf coming up. It's still, Taraj, group placed in Ireland at 1 1/4, who's the sort of tepid 3-1 favorite in this spot.
I do kind of want to mention the pace here. It's so murky, and that's what brings me to the number 1 Papiamento. He's 10-1 on the tote board. He gets the rail. He gets Kendrick Carmouche. I think it's extremely interesting here to note. I also see number 6, Better Lucky Than Good, stretching out, and I wonder if maybe Joelle gets a little bit more aggressive with them and can possibly trip out here in this race as well.
What about Navy Seal? You're right, it's a murky pace, and it's really going to come down to decisions by riders and trainers.
Now with more on what we're seeing from this first-time starter in the States for Bill Mott, Taraj, the favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he really is intriguing and coming in here and off of a big layoff as well. And those workouts that Megan was referencing, I watched as well outside of Parchment Party. And one thing I noticed in that work where it did appear that Junior Alvarado was aboard is he took a long time to switch leads, which is not uncommon for a European runner. I mean, you look back and watch his last races, especially the 1-2 back, they do tend to finish on the left lead a little bit more commonly given how those races are run. But Junior made sure that he did it. And I think that that is something that I appreciate seeing in the way that he's been training. He did work in the same shortcut blinkers that he's wearing here, and just so much more of a turfy mover in that he had that high knee action. Now, he has been distracted, we'll put it that way. He's been quite studdish since coming in here, just not focusing on the task at hand, we'll put it that way. He does look fit off of the layoff, and obviously I don't have anything to compare it to, not having covered any races of this horse before, but especially when you see one coming in and doing something for the first time. He was hollering a little bit, just acting a bit coltish here in the paddock. He hasn't done anything overly naughty, just seems like maybe his mind is not totally on business, so I'll keep my eyes on him. The number 3, Lanthari, says this one coming in, or as I was discussing with Frank Viramati with pronunciation, we believe it's Lantaris, as this one is second off of the layoff for Mike Trombetta. I did not cover any of his New York start, so my first time seeing him as well, but looking at this horse, he's quite sharp for one that appreciates going long, and he is also a big solid horse that I do think probably really benefited from a race
pace off of the bit of the layoff last time out, where he did have some pace to run at Laurel last time, chasing on and just couldn't reach the leader that day. I thought finishing very well, but this is a horse that's been on his toes from the word go here in the paddock. The number 9, Padiddle, have a bit of a soft spot for this horse, as he's clearly just been one that has been a bit of an overachiever and one that has really improved since switching to the turf, and a tremendous claim by Fernando Abreu, picking him up for $25,000, breaking his maiden on turf, and then now multiple graded stakes place. Gets back on the grass, which obviously is his preferred surface. He is tall, he's leggy, he's more angular in the way that he's put together, and he gets back onto the turf today, and he's a horse that I think on the board might be maybe ignored just a little bit, but one that is getting some class relief and has shown he can handle these longer distances on the turf.
I would have to think, thank you, Acacia, that price comes down on Padiddle. Who's the best U.S. marathon turf horse in the country right now? It's probably Farbridge, right?
Yeah, I think there is a very valid argument for him, and I would never tell somebody not to bet this horse, especially at 5-1. Well, you'd have to think he'll come down. I think you can make another argument that is somebody had to sort of pick up the pieces and get third in there. Now, I'm not saying that's the right opinion, but sometimes in those races, you're just kind of getting sucked along by the good horses.
And that's the man who'll ride. Ricardo Santana Jr. already with 3 today.
You know who's also 5-1 that I love in this race is the number 7, Mayor of Midnight, and I don't think distance is going to be an issue for him. He's got dangerous upside. I think we might be looking back at this race in about 7 minutes thinking, how did we get 5-1 on this horse? I was very impressed with his last effort.
I think we'll talk more after this.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Please be joined by trainer Michael Trombetta, who sends out Lantaris here. A horse that was on his toes throughout. Is that typical for him?
Well, you know, this is only the second time since we've run him, but he was a little sharp last time, and he seems like he's very happy.
Seems like he's a horse that probably really benefited from that last start, too.
He did, and these kind of races at the mile and 3/8 are a little hard to find, and I think hopefully you'll enjoy it.
And then also coming up in the crest, you'll be sending out Future Is Now, just as consistent as they come, she is.
She has been. She's been a lot of fun. They upset us last time. Hopefully we can turn it back around this time.
Tactically, what do you think she has to do to turn the tables today?
I like the post that she has this time, so she'll be able to kind of monitor how things are going early, and hopefully Paco can get it done.
Thanks for the time. Good luck with your runners.
You got it. Thank you.
Greg?
Big fan of Future Is Now. We'll see her in that grade 3 Caress to come in the rematch with Pipsy, who got the better of her last time out.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Mike's. I'm finishing up Mayor of Midnight. Megan's right. This horse ran extremely well, was never near the rail at any point in the race on a day you wanted to be inside. He might be a little better than people realize. I agree with you, Meg.
Post parade starts with Papamiento Kendrick Carmouche for Whit Beckman.
Yeah, Meg, you might be able to get him on the front end, but he's going to need more help than that, I think.
Just heard from Michael Trombetta. Here's Slantharis for his barn.
I made my case for this horse as well. I love him at the distance, and I'm hoping for the best.
7-2 favorite for the state's debut, Taraj.
We mentioned it. He took some serious heat last year, finishing just a length off of Los Angeles.
Navy SEAL Wesley Ward with Victor Espinosa.
You don't think of Wesley winning a mile and 3/8 race, but you don't think of him having Dubowie's as well, and I think his best chance is on the front end, and that's where the Dubowie's want to run over here.
Miguel Clement, better lucky than good, has Joel Rosario.
Stretches out to his furthest distance yet, exiting the Kingston, now second off the layoff, but I anticipate him being a bit more forward here.
Lightly raced, third time was the charm for Mayor of Midnight for Chad Brown to get that maiden win.
It's a big step up in class for him, but I agree with Meg. He really stepped forward going the distance.
Back to Il Siciliano, 0 for 9 on the grass.
Getting the class drop after stakes tries. He does fit here. Distance shouldn't be an issue, but a bit unreliable.
Length behind Padiddle in that grade 3 Pan American. And speaking of, here is Padiddle. Again, 2/3 against Farbridge and Graded Stakes Company.
If he's around 5-1 and wins, you're going to say, how did I not bet a horse at that price that was running against the likes of Farbridge? I'm just not quite sure he's necessarily as good as those races seem.
And Steadfast Resolve will need it. He's going to be very far back early.
Big closing run late, though, going longer last out. Maybe steadily marching into his best form, but he's going to be against it a bit here.
9-1 from that outside post. Look at this historic grandstand at such a special place here in upstate New York, 4 minutes away from this 8th on the card. Kicking off a late pick 5 that includes 3 graded stakes to come. Back to Navy SEAL. And yeah, you think of Wesley Ward, you think of 2-year-olds debuting, you think of turf sprints. Now we have him with a horse here going a mile and 3/8 on the grass.
Is it me, or has Wesley been participating in this meet a lot more than normal? He's had horses every day, and he's here, and it's good to see. But it feels like he's really very live up here. You don't think of him as getting horses like this, but doesn't mean that he can't win with a horse like this. And I wonder if Wesley looks at a man who values speed, Meg, and he thinks, I want Victor to send this horse to the lead.
I very much agree with that, but I also kind of have big distance concerns with him. I mean, he was entered in a shorter race last time out and then comes here, and I have questions on the distance. I agree that he could be a forward player, and he went off as a favorite last time out at Churchill Downs, and he just did not encourage distance-wise. So that's my primary concern with this horse.
Now, talked about it earlier in the meet. Wesley Ward convincing Victor Espinosa to ride at the meet. Victor said, I was going to vacation at Saratoga this summer. He says, what are you talking about? Why don't you ride? And if you're going to do it, get real about it. Be serious. Former Triple Crown winning rider on American Pharoah, and he's giving him a lot of opportunities.
He's got to exercise the ghost of American Pharoah getting beaten up here, though that was not Victor's fault. I just think he lost to a pretty good horse, and pace got a little hotter than he had been used to. Not that hot, but a little bit hotter, and see how he does here. And if he convinced him to come, you better get him on a winner or two.
That's true, but I want to circle back to the number 1, Papiamento, just from a pace perspective. I know I've been harping on it a little bit, but at 12-1, I found him really interesting. He gets it in the barn of Whit Beckman, and in terms of raw figures, he's a cut below, but he does have some upside second off of this layoff. I found him extremely interesting. Andy, what's your take?
He has absolutely no chance, in my opinion, but I respect yours, and if he wins or even hits the board, I salute you.
Nothing wrong with that, but I just thought exactly. I agree with Andy to disagree. I love it, but I will say I am still looking at that 6-1 on the 7 Mayor of Midnight, and I just looking back at that race, I think that you're going to get a really good price there with a horse that hopefully is sitting on a big effort.
We'll get to it in a sec. Let's look at Mayor of Midnight. 6-1 in here. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, so obviously deeper waters. Some seriously deeper waters here coming off a maiden win.
You know, I say this having bet the horse who finished second, bet a lot on him, though he had a little trouble in the stretch. He got a perfect ride by Jose Lezcano, and he should have beaten this horse because this was a day where you absolutely needed to save ground on the turf course, the inner turf course at Aqueduct. And this horse was 3 wide in the first turn, 2 wide in the second turn, 2 to 4 wide in the third turn. And he just battled the wire, and my horse had a very good trip, got to him. I thought I was home free at the 16th hole, and he held him off. Now, these are tougher horses, but I don't disagree with you. This horse ran better than it looks.
Real quick, let's look ahead to the sequence. Starts the pick 5. So next race, it's the Grade 3 Caress, the rematch. Obviously, Future is Now. Pipsy, who else is needed in that race?
They're all needed for me. If I had to narrow it down, I'd use 157.
I think Zylos is interesting in that race as well, but it's an all-button race. That is a war that we're about to see unfold in race number 9.
Immersive's going to be odds on. Does she deserve to be?
No. I would take a shot and single Scottish Lassie.
Wow. Megan?
I disagree. I think Immersive will likely be bet down, but I think she's got every ability in the world to hopefully run better here than she did last time out.
And then the Vanderbilt, you have Bookham Dano, who's been such a tremendous story, but this is a loaded group.
I'm not sure I wouldn't want to use 4-5-8 if I could get him on the ticket in there in the last race. I like the 12 rookie card, but the last race today might be the most exciting race on the entire card.
Yeah, that horse has always had ability. See if they can get back to it. Let's go back to Acacia.
And to wrap up thoughts on the 7 Mayor of Midnight with what you guys were saying about his last race, I do agree it was better than looked as well. And he was very game, and he was a horse that I was a little bit pessimistic about when first seeing him in the paddock because he just is not really one that grabs your attention. He changed so much when he got out to the track, and the way that he warmed up, he perked up a lot, and as Manny Franco took him away from the pony, he warmed up beautifully today. A horse that I absolutely could see taking a step forward in here. Tactically, as far as the 6 Better Lucky Than Good stretching out is concerned, my first instinct would be to say that no, he's not going to be more forward, but Joel Rosario, as we know, is the most instinctual rider perhaps on the grounds and is riding very well right now. This horse did get knocked around a lot at the back last time out, and he's a horse that always acts like one that wants to be a bit more forward, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Late pick 5 starts here, includes 3 graded stakes. The Grade 3 Caress, Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, and the Grade 2 Vanderbilt. What a lineup we have ahead. Favorite 5-2, U.S. debut. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado Team Sovereignty with Tirage. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Mayor of Midnight going in, joined by Navy Seal. Next, Il Siciliano. Just slight hesitation from Il Siciliano. He is the longest shot on the board. Goes in. Padiddle will be next. And Steadfast Resolve will be the final one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a quick start for Papiamento, who will sprint up to take the lead. Lantaris was up closer and now backs off as Navy Seal is up to take second. A length and a half off the Pacemaker. Then it's a gap of 3. Back to Padiddle, who races on the outside of Mayor of Midnight. Those two are well clear of Better Lucky Than Good, who settles toward the back of the pack. Then comes Steadfast Resolve, 10 or 12 lengths off the lead. The two trailers are Taraj and Il Siciliano, 24-1. A very lively opening quarter for Papiamento, who leads it by 3 lengths. Navy Seal is second by 4. Then it's Lantaris in third. They're followed by Padiddle in fourth. Mayor of Midnight is down on the inside. The pair of Better Lucky Than Good and Steadfast Resolve continue to match strides, as is the case for Taraj and Il Siciliano. The half went in 48 seconds flat, and it's Papiamento widening. It's a 9-length lead. Navy Seal is second by a half dozen. And then it's Lantaris in this strung out field in third. Padiddle is inching a little bit closer. Racing 2 in front of Mayor of Midnight and Steadfast Resolve. Orange Cap is now being passed on the outside as they head past 3/4 in 1 minute and 13 seconds flat. They are closing in a hurry after this front runner who has bowed out. Papiamento has given way around the far turn. And the new leader is Il Siciliano, who went by several runners to take command. Navy Seal is now in second. They're followed by Padiddle, who's third and has work to do, 3.5 lengths off the pace. In behind them, Mayor of Midnight on the inside of Steadfast Resolve. There at the top of the stretch. Navy Seal cutting into that margin of Il Siciliano, who made that big move. And Navy Seal is right up to him. 5 lengths back, out in the center of the course. Taraj is trying to get a piece of it. Padiddle, and on the inside, closing in, is Better Lucky Than Good. And meantime, it's a thriller to the wire, and here it is. Navy Seal and Victor Espinoza by half a head. Il Siciliano, giant in defeat. Behind them, Better Lucky Than Good and Padiddle.
Demons Exercise, one of the biggest upsets, in the history of this racetrack. Victor Espinosa on American Pharoah when Keen Ice beat him in the Travers. Wesley Ward convincing him to ride here. He gets his first win of the meet.
This was one of the strangest run races I've ever seen. And we all felt up here that the 5 and 8 were making premature moves and the race would collapse in the stretch. As it turned out, it was a 2-horse race between the two of them. A very tough beat. If you had the longest shot on the board, the number 8 horse in this race, Il Siciliano, but Navy Seal just nips him at the end.
Navy Seal had no issues with this distance. He was smart. He laid off of that pace and gets the job done. You're right, Andy. This was a strangely run race.
53 years old, and he can still do it. Good for Victor Espinosa to come here and get a victory. Maybe kickstart things for the summer meet for him. 5.869, 7:01 Navy Seal. And maybe Wesley Ward going to recreate himself as a trainer with a horse that's going long in the grass.
Maybe.
I'm kidding.
Well, on the other hand, you win like this with a horse like this, it does say to owners, Wesley Ward is not a one-trick pony.
You have to give credit, though, to the number 8. He ran, he dueled, he took that pressure from on the inside from the stretch, but Navy Seal is more forward there as well. But 18-1 there underneath is pretty sweet.
When my 3 horse had a perfect trip, he could not have been worse.
Navy Seal, it's got to feel good for Wesley Ward to get Victor in the winner's circle also after convincing him to come here. Let's go to Acacia.
I would certainly imagine so, as Wesley's joining me here. Wesley, to see Victor get the win here at Saratoga, I know you were a big part of having him come ride this summer. It has to be pretty special.
It is. I mean, we just seen that he can ride just like he's 26 years old. He rode a beautiful race, won by a nose, and here at Saratoga with everybody, everybody's happy for him, and especially me and the owners. My buddy Alex Cole, who gets me these horses for Mrs. Anna and Dr. Jim Hay, so I'm elated right now.
And how about for this horse? He's been right there a few times without being able to get the stateside win, but to finally get that victory today.
And here at Saratoga, that's what's great. You know, he narrowly missed there at my home track at Keeneland, and so for him to come up here on a big day like this, it was great.
Congratulations to all involved, Wesley.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
It's not just first win of the meet, first ever win at Saratoga for Victor Espinoza.
Congrats to him.
Sort of on you a little bit why he lost that Travers. You had picked against American Pharoah all 3 legs of the Triple Crown.
Well, it's worse.
You finally went with him in the Travers.
It's worse. I picked Keen Ice in the Belmont. I picked Keen Ice in the Haskell. And I finally jinxed the connections of American Pharoah. You're right, by picking him first time. Don't you wish there was video footage of the argument between our producer back in Keeneland about an American Pharoah?
That
One of
was
the most
legendary.
historically great arguments ever.
Got very heated. But everyone played nice after.
I paid him in dimes.
That was fun. Mile to 16th, Molly Pitcher, grade 3, Fillies Mares, 3 and up in this Distaff division. And there's a look at Majestic Oops for Dan Ward, 4-1.
She has certainly improved for Dan. You'll give her a lot of credit for that.
I mean, this horse was a claimer. I mean, you have to give credit with the Calbred that's at her best right now. Tactical ability could leave her in a good position here.
Runner-up in last year's Alabama is the favorite. That is Candied from the rail. Todd Pletcher coming off a stakes win at Pimlico.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's favored because it's Irad Ortiz. You like her a lot more than I do, Meg, and maybe she's just rounding into form. I'm really hoping and believing that Randomized will get back to her good form and wire them on an inside that's been pretty good today.
You're exactly right about the inside playing well. I think Randomized really is going to work out the kind of trip she enjoys on the front end. I love Randomized. You're right. I did pick Candy. I've been on the Randomized fan train for as long as I can remember, and I hope she does well here. She just hasn't really, the last year or so, gotten into that that Ogden Phipps type form where she ran huge to beat Idiomatic. So I'm really looking for her to get back there, and Candy, a tactical horse that last time out really signaled that she could have a good year this year.
Meanwhile, look here at Dorth Vader, who's coming off a grade 1 win on a wet track, upset that afternoon in the Ogden Phipps.
The last time was the time for her, though she ran well, and she certainly could win here and should be in a good stalking position against Randomized, who didn't handle the wet track in the Phipps and was basically eased pretty quickly. But Dorth Vader ran well, but the track favored for early place runners, though Dazzling Move, who she beat, came back and ran a very respectable second in our Shoe V yesterday.
Is she the one, Megan, Dorth Vader maybe, the only one who can try and keep Randomized from getting away?
Possibly. I think she'll be right there pressing off of her in a very ideal position for Dorth Vader. But when you look at the body of work of these two fillies, Randomized is the class. Nothing to take away from her Ogden Phipps last month. But you're right, Andy. We missed the wedding.
And the thing with Randomized, and listen, I'm hoping she does well. I'm a big fan of hers. But there is some question of whether or not how competitive she is. She ran respectably in the La Troyenne. But that figure in the La Troyenne, a lot of people said, how could it be so slow? It's kind of turning out to be accurate, especially you consider how Raging Sea has done since that race, especially yesterday.
Now there is Candied, post position 1 with Irad Ortiz Jr., second in last year's Coaching Club American Oaks, second by a head in last year's Alabama, but coming off a win in the second start of her 4-year-old campaign. She's the 9-5 favorite. It's the Molly Pitcher. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And to the outside post, Chill to round out the field. Here's Chilled and Luis Saez. We're ready to go in the Molly Pitcher. And Leroff. Majestic Oops wins the start. Randomized takes it to her, grabs the lead. Majestic Oops back in second early. Dorth Vader moving up, claiming second. Majestic Oops back in third. Want to hold early on. Shield is next. Candy down at the rail. And a Colt is shuffled back to last as they sort themselves out into the first turn. John Velasquez offensive-minded with Dorth Vader, but Randomized cuts the corner, holds the inside spot. These two a neck apart as they round the clubhouse turn. Candied settles into stride third, just ahead of Majestic Oops. Shield is parked deep. At the back of the field now, a colt joins her 5 lengths from first to last as they swing up the back stretch here. Randomized, setting the pace. Leads a half length. Darth Vader now the presser on the outside. Length and a half to Candide, still in third. Majestic Oops nickeled along. She's 3.5 lengths behind now. A half length to a colt and another length to Chilled the Gray at the back of the field with a half mile to go. Randomized, Flavian Pratt niggling her along just a little bit here to keep pace. Leads the deck. Darth Vader, John Velasquez riding her with confidence. Candide shown more rain, 2.5 behind with Majestic Oops, and they start to sprint with 3 furlongs to go. They're quickening the pace. Randomized neck in front, gets a tap of the shoulder. Darth Vader, John Velasquez has not moved on her yet. These two a neck apart with Majestic Oops. She's all in 3 wide, trying to creep in at the top of the lane, and Randomized just let it out a notch, and Darth Vader all of a sudden struggles, has come off the bridle, loses second to Majestic Oops, who's on the move. They're down the stretch. Randomized as a final furlong to get, and she's got a 2-length lead. Majestic Oops is second. Darth Vader beaten in third. So is Candide coming to the finish. Randomized. Flavian Pratt with a gate-to-wire score in the Molly pitcher. The battles for second. It got real tight there. Majestic Oops and Candide. Darth Vader was fourth.
Randomized on the front end every step of the way. Gets the win here in the Grade 3 Molly pitcher. Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown.
Well, I got to say, this makes my day. I love this horse.
This makes me so happy, too. She just did it. I mean, in the beginning stages, we were kind of worried that pressure from Darth Vader might have taken her out a little bit, but she just ran so well. Ears back, she ran them down. I am so excited for this filly to notch this win here today.
Yeah, and hopefully she gets a fast track in the personal ensign. It's going to be a much, much tougher race for her. She's got to show that she can do it again, but at least she showed that she's still got a little something left. And I think your 4-horse might have gotten second, the Calbred, the overachiever. But Randomized made it a no doubt about it race. Great win for her.
Yeah, likely a date next with the reigning horse of the year, Thorpedo Anna, in the personal ensign back here at Saratoga. Off this effort, showing you, yeah, she does have a little left in the tank.
She's such a neat horse. You know, it's funny, when she ran the Alabama, I mean, Chad Brown was very clear after the race, crediting owner Seth Klarman as really kind of encouraging to run. And for the most part, almost exclusively, Seth will always say, Chad, it's your decision. You do what you want to do. Wanted to run her in there, and Chad said, I kept looking at her in the stall, and she's so tiny, I just kept thinking, I don't see how she gets 10 furlongs. And I was joking about it with Maggie, and Maggie said to me, I thought the same thing. But she got the 10 furlongs, and she's an awfully cool horse.
We mused the little engine that could, and this is what this filly has on her. An engine, you know, I was at Churchill Downs when she came off the layoff last or 2 back, and she looked incredible. And physically, she looked so good. It's very, very exciting to be able to see her move forward and kind of get past the races that didn't really suit her and really show us she's here, and she is going to make, hopefully, an impression later on in the fall.
Well, the big one in the Distaff division. She's on likely to the personal lenses. We talked about a date with Thorpedo Anna for 3-year-old fillies. Big one still to come. Important race on a road to a championship. Can last year's 2-year-old champion filly get back to her winning ways? Immersive second start back off a 6.5-month layoff coming up in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Thanks for being with us on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond. Navy SEAL Wesley Ward in the first ever win at Saratoga for Victor Espinosa.
And I tell you what, it was such a crazy race, and these two just separated themselves from the field, Meg, and felt like the 8 was gonna gut it out, but this horse was relentless.
He was relentless, and I do want to give a shout out to the rider of the number 8, Ismael Jaramillo. He's from Florida. He's finding his business. He's really finding his momentum, and he should be proud of himself for the way he's handled it here.
Meg showing she's not just a homer for the Kentucky riders. She's spreading the love around more than we are.
Appreciate that. Yeah, certainly more than Andy does with the New York riders. This is a great story here. Wesley Ward convincing Victor to ride and to get his first win ever at this historic racetrack. Good for him. Hopefully many more to come. And Navy SEAL showing some resolve in the stretch.
And an 11 furlong win for Wesley, that should count as 2 wins.
It should.
Right?
Of course, Golden Pal made so much noise here a few summers ago. Incredible sprinter on the turf.
And Wesley, I mean, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Wesley is highly unusual. He's one of the few people in a lot of ways changed the game. When he went over to Ascot, first of all, it encouraged more Americans to go, but that's not really the change. It's that he changed the way a lot of European trainers had to train their 2-year-olds because his horses just ran them off their feet when they first came out there, and they realized we got to have more speed if we can compete with Wesley.
And this guy here won for him at Royal Ascot.
But Saratoga win is better than a win at Royal Ascot.
I would agree.
Without question.
$16 for the win. 5.86 finish in the 8th, and now come the big ones. Back to back to back. Grade 3 Caress, 5.5 furlongs. Sprinting on the turf in the rematch between Pipsy and Future is now. Future is now who was favored Megan when they met in the Intercontinental, but Pipsy able to get the better of her that day.
She was, and in terms of this race, I think that turf sprints are trip races. It is how you manage a trip, how you manage the speed, and I think she's going to do better here now drawn on the outside. And Mike Trombetta had mused about this filly that it was a trip issue last time out. She kind of had issues on the lead as well, switching leads, and it kind of lost her momentum there in the stretch. So I'm really hoping for her to be able to put some things together, trip out. Now she doesn't have to face all that pressure on the inside, and I'm eager to see her be able to do a little bit better today, even though she's a class filly.
And I think when you look at the race, the first inclination by the fans might be to say, well, they went 21-3, 44-1. That's a very fast pace. But was it really? They went 1 minute and 2/5 for 5 furlongs. So I'm not really sure, 5.5 furlongs, excuse me, how fast that pace was and the dynamics it held together. I don't see it happening like that in here. And also, in a race that's as competitive as Caress, to take a horse like Pipsy at 2-1 or 5-2, to me, you're taking the worst of it. She is a classic. Last time was the time horse, in my opinion.
Meanwhile, Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks 3-year-old filly division. Big change earlier today. Lacara being forced to come out of the race because of that quarantine at barn 28. Immersive as a result. Likely going to be a very short price here. Valiant effort coming back off 6.5 months away after her 3-year-old campaign got off to a late start with some bone bruising.
She did. She recovered from that well, and she's a filly that I saw her when she was coming off the track here at Saratoga, and she looks even better than she looked when she came off the layoff at Churchill. And I know you were saying about my Churchill love. I really am a friend of your Kentucky love. I am a really big fan of this filly, and I think she's going to be able to take a step forward.
Scottish Lassie, brilliant in the Frizette as a 2-year-old trying to get back in the winner's circle.
I am a fan of this horse, Scottish Lassie. I thought she was a bit against it, being forced to be closer. Maybe she wants to be if the track was playing speedy. Today is the day for Scottish Lassie.
Take charge, milady. She was the one who just beat Immersive in Immersive's comeback effort in the Monomoy Girl.
Am I listening to Andy Sterling not be on the Take Charge My Lady train in this race? I think she's got a chance. I know that she's kind of had those highly publicized foot issues in the Kentucky Oaks. She really showed us that she bounced back last time out and is on the straight and narrow here, trending towards the ball.
And with Lacara coming out, might want to take an extra look at the one who's going to be in front, Dry Powder with Jose Lezcano.
She's going to have to run faster. She's going to have to negotiate more distance. But if you don't think this horse ran well last time, you're not paying attention. That was a wicked pace, and it was a brutal beat for her. Not exactly a horse I'm dying to bet on, but as the longest shot in the board, there is a case to be made for her.
And it's a race where Immersive, just because of the reputation, probably going to be a lot shorter price than she should be. You're going to play this race with your bankroll?
No, I'm basically broke at this point. I got
okay.
$200 left for tomorrow.
I'll lend you some money.
Well, I'll bet $190.
All right, well, who do you like?
Well, I'm going to save $27. Is that a number? I'm betting on Scottish Lassie. I'm betting Scottish Lassie to win, and I'm going to play probably some pick threes starting out in the prior race and try to go right through Scottish Lassie. I'm committed.
Megan?
Well, you're committed to her. I'm committed to my girl Immersive, and she's a horse that has been working so well for trainer Brad Cox. She's going to be able to seek out a tactical position in a race of compact size and nature that's really going to benefit her, save ground from the rail. I just think she's going to run well, especially when looking at her works kind of coming into it. She was the fastest of 24 in her latest work, and I think she's ready to go here.
I just hope she wins. Poor Godolphin. I mean, they can't win a race. I mean, I'm afraid they're going to go out of business soon if they don't win a race, so I guess we should hope that Immersive gets it done.
Look, the questions you had with her last year, she was so good, but she never really improved, and she didn't really improve again off the bench, but she certainly could off the bench today.
She could.
Yeah,
she could certainly win this race. I'm not going to say she can't win here. I just prefer, I'm going to bet Scottish Lassie and make a 3-4 box.
You're absolutely right, though, about she needs to run a quicker race. She needs to run a faster race. This is her moment to do so. And, you know, we talk about progression, seeing these fillies move forward. This horse, Immersive, made fun of the 2-year-old division last year. That included Lucara and some of the other fillies that were involved in this race. So I think she has the potential, like I said, broken record moving forward here.
Back to the caress and back to the rematch between the Future Is Now and Pipsy. And again, it's not just between those two, as both of you have said throughout talking about this race. This is a wide open group, really tough field, sprinting 5.5 here on the lawn.
I mean, I look at this race, and the only thing I would say is I don't want a short price, and I think Futures Now is probably the horse to beat. But I just think it's very tricky to take a short price, and the race is wide open. And I think, you know, a horse you brought up, Zeitlos, I didn't pick her. I think I had her 5th. But I can see the case for her, and she's in very good form, and her turf races are not that bad.
They're not. I love Zeitlos in this spot. When she gets the opportunities to run on the turf, she really does well with them. I think she's going to be able to do so again. You're going to be helped there by a nice price with her, and she's, like I said, coming into her best form now.
So let's go back to Pipsy and that meeting with Future Is Now when they met in the Intercontinental, and gate to wire, Pipsy winning her 2nd in a row.
Yeah, I just feel like this was such a merry-go-round race. When you say merry-go-round race, it's a race where nobody really switches positions. And in those kind of races, when the horses that ran 1-2 come back and they're shorter prices, I'm inclined to play against them. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right, but I'm going to play against them. I like a horse that's completely out of that, wasn't in this race, in Tupi, who I thought 6.5 furlongs last time, set a fast pace that completely fell apart. I didn't think she ran badly inside in the Giants Causeway, and I like to see Manny come out aggressively with Tupi and try to at least, if not make the lead, create a little more separation to get the right trip in here and make them run a little bit if they have to be forward. So I just decided I want to take a horse at a price in here, and I think 18-1, whatever you think, is ludicrous on this horse.
You're exactly right. There's so many prices. I call it price shopping, but this is the kind of race that kind of have to do so. We have a lot of class to deal with, but I do want to mention on Pipsy that Will Walden has said she has been such an adaptive filly, and a lot of times with the European horses, it's one of those ideals where they don't break as well, trying to kind of adapt to the American style of racing, and Will has mentioned that he's never really seen a horse be able to adapt in the way she is. I think she's dangerous here. I do agree with Andy as far as taking a short price in here can be extremely dangerous, and there's a lot of options in this field.
She won sprinting when she didn't get out of the gate and was dead last in a graded stake in her state's debut.
Don't I know it? I bet carry you in there. They paid $900,000 for it. Pretty crazy price to play for a turf sprinter. Now, they've gotten out in the sense they made half the money back, and she has real value as a broodmare. So it's turned out to be a good purchase. She wins today. I lose.
Pipsy currently 2-1 favorite, trying to win her 3rd in a row. As we wrap up here on FS2, switch it over to Big Fox, first of our Saratoga Saturdays. That will include this race, the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks, and New Jersey bred Bookham Dano, and last year's winner, Nakatomi, in the Grade 2 Vanderbilt. It is all coming up next on Fox right after this short break. Hope you enjoy what is a sensational Saturday still ahead from Saratoga Springs with 3 straight graded stakes coming up. On this Saturday program, Immersive, last year's 2-year-old champion filly. 2nd start back after a 6.5-month layoff. She was unbeaten as a 2-year-old. Coming off the first defeat of her career, will she face some adversity and bounce back? Bookham Dano looking for a third graded stakes win here at Saratoga. And future is now. Get some revenge on Pipsy when they meet again in the Caress. It's all next over on Fox.
Bucaro.
That venue has seen it all. The Saratoga Race Course on a spectacular mid-July afternoon. Someone promised every Saturday this summer, just like that one. Energetic crowd. What else is new here? Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing. A stage worthy of racing royalty. Enter a princess. Immersive live look. The reigning 2-year-old filly champ on her way to the Saratoga paddock for the coaching club American Oaks, but her competition, things have drastically changed in a big way. We'll explain. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Whether you're a horse racing fan or otherwise, there is nothing like a Saturday at Saratoga, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America, and we're going to spend a lot of time together this summer. Over the next 6 weeks, 6 consecutive Saturdays right here on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturdays. Today's main event, the 110th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks, and some of the highlights, these marquee events every summer. Next Saturday, circle your calendar. The Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun, because Sovereignty is running. Right now, the sport's brightest star, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner. First race since the Belmont Stakes. He takes the stage next Saturday in the Jim Dandy. Fox Saratoga Saturday. So welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richard Migliori, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, one of 17 trainers ever to win 4,000 races. Tom Amos, guys, great to be on set with you for another season. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Tom, let's start with big picture in our viewers. What can they expect to see over the next several weeks?
Well, you're going to see the greatest athletes in the world. The greatest athletes in the world competing in the most historic and prestigious races in the world here at Saratoga Racetrack. It's going to be very exciting.
Looking forward to it. Look, being out here at any point, at any day, is always good. When you got a Grade 1 race to watch, it makes it that much better.
In short, another terrific summer at Saratoga. Today's main event, CCA Oaks, Grade 1, highest level of thoroughbred racing. 3-year-old fillies, post 1. Immersive, the favorite. Major defection, number 6, Licara, is out, scratched this morning. She is among the best 3-year-old fillies in the country. A smashing win in the Grade 1 Acorn Belmont Week. Second choice in the CCA Oaks, will not compete. Tom, what happened?
Well, nothing happened to Licara. She's fine, and she's ready to go. But unfortunately, a horse that's in proximity to her got something called strangles. That's a complex word. It simply means strep throat, and maybe it's accompanied by a little coughing and sneezing, but it's highly contagious, and that's the problem. So Licara has come in contact with that horse, and she's not going to be allowed to run, and the idea is to prevent this from spreading around the racetrack. Everybody's going to be fine. It'll take a couple of weeks. They'll line them up, and we'll do it all over again.
The life of a trainer, Tom. Mark Cassey, trainer of Licara, that's 2 days ago, celebrating his 4,000th career win. Now this, how do you process, how do you handle the highs and lows of this profession?
Well, welcome to life. I mean, whether it's horse racing, another sport, or anything, you get thrown curveballs all the time, and, you know, it's just something you have to deal with as a trainer, just as anybody else would, and move forward.
Bad timing. Look forward to seeing Licara back in action before long as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, who spoke to Mark Cassey earlier today.
And I'm very happy to be joined by trainer Mark Cassey. Mark, with the announcement that Licara will be scratched today out of the Coaching Club American Oaks, the good news is we learned she is fine, but can you just explain the ups and downs of being a trainer and how that news did feel?
Well, it's crazy, you know, this morning at 9:30 we were excited, and then we got notice that there was a problem. It wasn't our horse, but she's stabled in there. We have horses in 2 barns. Mike Maker and us we've shared barns for 20 years. She's in the stall she was last year as a 2-year-old. She has a special stall. She likes it. And, you know, it's unfortunate. I feel bad for Mike. I really feel bad for the farmers. They were so looking forward to it. But she's done so many great things for us, and she's fine. And we're going to live to fight another day. So we'll get ready for the Alabama. And, you know, I've been doing this 47 years. I've had a lot of curveballs thrown at me. This was a pretty big one.
I can understand that, but handling it like a true pro. Mark, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you.
Lafitte?
47 years, 4,000 wins, taking it all in stride, Jonathan. So with Licara out, how does that impact Immersive, the favorite, and the other fillies in this Coaching Club American Oaks?
Well, it'll certainly impact the pace of the race. Licara was a forwardly placed horse. She had dry powder to her inside. I would imagine dry powder could end up loose in here, but selfishly what it really affects is Immersive's price is going to go down because others were going to bet Licara. I was excited about betting Immersive.
Well, Immersive had a good comeback, and she still needs to prove that she took a step forward from 2 to 3. Is there any scenario where you could see Dry Powder, who I think projects to be the main and controlling speed, can take the gate to wire?
I think there's a chance that she could take him to the 16th pole. I think Immersive or Scottish Lassie will run her down.
Coaching Club American Oaks, no Licara, but a champion still running Immersive. That's coming up in about 35 minutes, but up next, live racing moments away. The Caress Fast female turf sprinters crossing over to the Mellon Turf course, 5.5 furlongs. Blink, and you'll miss it. The current favorite, number 7, Future, is now to her inside, Tom. Pipsy, what are you expecting from the very quick Pipsy this afternoon?
Well, 6 of the 9 horses in this race ran in the Intercontinental. Pipsy won against those other 5 foes. And the other 3 in this race are really not going to affect the pace one way or another. So what makes Pipsy do anything different than winning here? It's the weight. She's carrying more weight than last time, 8 pounds more, and we're talking about the weight of the jockey along with the weight of the saddle on his back. 8 pounds more can make a difference in this kind of race.
Richie Dylan Davis, he dreamed of riding Licara this afternoon in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Won't have an opportunity to do so. There he is, though, with a chance to win this Caress with time to dazzle.
Yeah, and you just got to put that behind you. You got to focus on the task at hand. He has a very live mount right here in the Crest Stakes.
Davis here, on time to dazzle at the gate. And the man who will call this upcoming Caress, the voice of Saratoga, the voice of the Belmont Stakes, Frank Miramati, about to do his thing. 3rd full summer on the mic here at Saratoga, with these fillies at the gate for this Caress. And there's Future is now, J.K., another serious contender and post-time favorite.
Yeah, prior to last time, she was on a 3-race winning streak. Pipsy broke that winning streak. Pipsy in her first start in North America back in 2024, she missed the break as bad as you can miss the break. Last time, she popped out of there like she was shot out of a cannon. She is so much faster now. Watch her early. If she makes the lead again, I think she'll be tough to beat.
Zeitlos, number 2, Richie.
Very live long shot, was very unlucky in the same race last year, the Caress, when she was beaten less than a half a length by Futures Now.
It's post time. Here's Frank Miramonte.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Caress. And it's a very even start, but it's Twirling Queen who is quickest of them all. Pandora's Gift comes away in second. Future is now on the outside. Pipsy and Tupi is a close-up fifth, only about a length and a half or so off the lead. Obstreperous is trying to pass some rivals. Care-U orange colors behind a wall of horses. Moving into the far turn, Time to Dazzle is second to last, and Zeitlos off a step slowly trails. 21 flat for Twirling Queen, who is chased by Future Is Now as they're coming toward the quarter pole. Tupi along the inside is a joint third. Obstreperous is next. Between those two comes Pandora's Gift. As they reach the top of the stretch, it's still Twirling Queen in front. Tupi trying to come through on the inside of Future Is Now. Outside of them comes Pandora's Gift. And way back there is Pipsy. Final furlong. Future Is Now grinding away at Twirling Queen. Future Is Now takes the lead. Here's Zeitlos from absolutely nowhere. Future Is Now wins the Caress. Zeitlos, part of a blanket photo, completes the exacta behind this brilliant mare. Future Is Now, as honest as they come.
Honest as they come, a win machine, now 9 of 17 overall. Too much Future Is Now in the Caress.
Too much Future Is Now, and a game finish by that 7 horse. You see her on the outside of that front pair. Super finish in a race where Pipsy never got involved early, was stuck behind horses, and just didn't perform.
Yeah, Future Is Now. She was on a 3-race win streak. She took a break last time, let Pipsy win. Now she's right back into the win column. Very consistent mare.
Like my people, the way I like my horses, honest and hardworking. She embodies that, and she creates her own trip. She has natural speed, but she doesn't need the lead. Paco Lopez fits her like a glove, and last year, Zeitlos was about a half length behind her. This year, she's about 3/4 of a length behind her.
Big effort from Zeitlos late. What happened? Why didn't we see Pipsy's best fastball early on?
She just didn't break that well this time, and there's others that broke a little bit sharper. She found herself in behind horses, and it's not like she's never been there before, but for whatever reason, when Jose Ortiz produced her to give him a run, she wasn't there for him.
This mare is just hickory. I mean, she shows up every time, and she always puts herself in that first flight, so you don't have to worry about traffic. She is a true turf sprint specialist.
Maryland bred. We'll be saying hello to another Maryland bred in a moment, Maggie Wolfendale. Paco Lopez, winning pilot. We're used to seeing him, Jonathan, win races in bunches at Monmouth Park. Here at Saratoga, a stakes win with Future Is Now. He's been riding her, got her out of the gate early, and just too much of this 5-year-old mare in the stretch.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Paco here on one of Monmouth Park's biggest days. He probably walked away for some great opportunities down the shore to be here to ride this one.
There's the Maryland bred, Maggie Wolfendale with winning pilot, Paco Lopez.
And she's sassy, just like me, Lafitte. I'm pleased to be joined here by Paco Lopez. Paco, you just said to me, man, I love this filly.
Yeah, there is anybody love like her. She's very sweet feeling.
Talk a little bit about the difference of trip. Last time out in the Intercontinental, you were down on the inside. Today, drawn outside, you got that clear run.
But today, I love better position. The last time, he know very well. And then I stuck, and then I don't have a choice in el straight to take it out. And today, nobody want to go. I let it go in the tree. I see it way. Cuando I give me a big run. The last time I have a lot of traffic and had to go inside, not too many choice.
Well, Paco, we'll see you aboard another fan favorite as well later with Bookham Dano. Wishing you the best of luck of him. Congrats here.
Thank you very much, Lily.
All right, Paco Lopez, guys, and a filly that just knows how to win.
All she does. All she does. Future Is Now avenging that third-place finish by a half length in this Caress last year. To the winner's circle this time with Paco Lopez, and you had a date with Bookham Dano, the favorite in the Grade 2, Alfred G. Vanderbilt. And maybe you liked Future Is Now, wanted to better. Maybe you like Bookham Dano. Need that Naira Bets account. Get involved with this invite and added incentive to play the races with Naira Bets. Sign up today at NairaBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code TOGA200. Claim your $200 deposit bonus and start winning today with Naira Bets, the official betting site of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up at NairaBets.com. Future is now. What a performance. 7, 2, 8, 3. In the Caress, 2 graded stakes races remain, and the opportunity to see a champion. That is a live look, immersive, 3-time Grade 1 winner. It all started here last summer at Saratoga, 12-1 when she won the Spinaway, the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga. She was 12-1 that day, won't be 12-1 on this afternoon. And as promised, the pride of New Jersey, Book 'em Dano, top-class sprinter, favored in the Vanderbilt Plus. Buckeye fans might want to stick around for this. Ryan Day joins the show. Yes, that Ryan Day on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Welcome back. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Future is now the winner of the Caress. Richie, there was an objection disallowed. What was that all about?
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to discern even watching the head-on. It didn't seem to be any contact. Me and Tom thought potentially maybe Paco Lopez's crop was a little bit errant and struck the 7-horse. But it wasn't clear to me, Tom.
It wasn't clear to me either, Rich.
Paco Lopez, Future is now yet another trip into the Saratoga winner's circle. And next week, right back at it. Week 2, Fox Saratoga Saturday, the Jim Dandy Stakes, Saratoga's signature prep for Saratoga's signature race, the Travers. And guess who's coming to the party? Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, top-ranked 3-year-old in the land. All goes down next weekend. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins 5 Eastern. And there he is, the star of next week's show, Sovereignty. Final Jim Dandy tune-up this morning. That's not it. He's just eating. He's just grazing. But this morning he did breeze or practice. We'll examine later on in the broadcast. Can't wait to see what Sovereignty does in his next start. Kicking off the campaign for the second half of the season. Can't wait to see what this filly does in the coaching club, American Oaks. Immersive, odds-on favorite. Coming up, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. 3 races remain. The CCA Oaks is next. Top class sprinters in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt, race 11 and race 12, the Saturday nightcap, all most on Fox. Results in 640. Future is now over Zeitlos, JK.
Yeah, look, Zeitlos I thought ran really well, but Future is the now horse. She, like we talked about, she was on a 3-race win streak. She took a break, came right back. She's consistent. She just always shows up and runs well. Even when she was beat last time, she was second.
She ran fast. I mean, that's 3100s off the track record. Futures now is the future for her.
Just too good. We turn the page. Updated odds. CCA Oaks, 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth. No surprise. In case you're just joining us, the major defection. The headline story early this morning, Licara is out, so Immersive 1-4 for this second of 16 Grade 1 events. And there she is, Immersive. Live look. Always special when a champion appears at Saratoga. It's like watching a Cy Young Award winner take the mound at Yankee Stadium. It's just different, Richie, but here's the thing. Just one race this year, and Immersive was defeated in the Monomoy Girl by Take Charge Milady.
You know, she was bottled up slightly inside, but I thought she had her run and had her opportunity. Maybe she needed the race and she'll be better for it. But I do think it begs the question, did she make that step? Did she mature from 2 to 3?
You're fair to ask the question, but she hasn't run since November, and she was undefeated last year. Champion 2-year-old filly. She deserves another chance, and that's why she is the heavy favorite in our Coaching Club Oaks today.
That loss didn't bug you whatsoever, JK?
No, it's not going to bother me when the Philadelphia Eagles lose their first preseason game either. It's all about Super Bowls. For Immersive, it's about Grade 1 races. No offense, but it's not about the Monomoy Girl.
It's about these types of races. Grade 1 races for Immersive, seeking a 4th overall, the champion 2-year-old filly. What will she do in today's Coaching Club American Oaks? 2 graded stakes race left, the Vanderbilt later, and they are on the ride of their lives. Known as Atlantic 6 Racing, 6 buddies grew up together in New Jersey, loved horse racing, started buying horses together. Among them, the Vanderbilt favorite, Bookham Dano. That's next.
But it's all Thorpedo Anna. The leader of the division is simply spectacular in the Coaching Club American Oaks. She'll win for fun.
A stroll at the spot. Thorpedo Anna in last year's Coaching Club American Oaks, just effortless. in the end, recognized as 2024's Horse of the Year, and she's not done yet. Thorpedo Anna back at Saratoga, arrived last week. Next race, August 23rd, Traverse Day, Personal Ensign on Fox. And this morning, here she is, Tom, Thorpedo Anna, getting her training in for her next big race.
And she looks like her old self. I've seen her train many, many days. She likes to take a hold of that bit, pull the rider around there, looking sharp.
Brilliant 2024 campaign. Sights set in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, trained by Kenny McPeak. There he is, live look. Last year, the stuff trainers dream of, winning the Kentucky Oaks. Thorpedo Anna winning the Derby. Mystic Dan, you couldn't see them then, but he has the tattoos now, JK, to prove it does.
He does.
Kenny McPeak.
He does, and if Thorpedo Anna would have won the Travers, I had already made a deal with Kenny that I would get a tattoo. He went ahead and said, forget it, I'm getting one anyways.
Richie, what about the Philly McPeak trains here? Take charge, milady, as you see the updated odds. Thorpedo Anna colors on the right. What do you make of her chances here?
Well, she's a very nice filly, but it feels like even though she beat Immersive, she had recency. She was racing, so her fitness level was already there, and I could easily see Immersive turning the tables on her.
Take charge, milady. Trainer Kenny McPeak looking for back-to-back wins in the coaching club, American Oaks, but JK, the road to the winner's circle goes through Immersive.
Lafitte, as you know, it's hard to win one Grade 1 in a career.
Yeah.
It's hard to win 2 in a career. It's impossible to win 3 as a 2-year-old, and she did that. She was undefeated. She was impressive in all 3 of her Grade 1 wins. She got injured, unfortunately, didn't get to see her in the Kentucky Oaks. Her comeback race was a set-up race for races like this. I expect her to run significantly better.
Immersive, 2-5. Tom, Scottish Lassie, there she is. What are you expecting from her tackling the likes of Immersive today?
I expect a dogfight. I expect Scottish Lassie and Immersive to go to the wire together. Scottish Lassie in her last start, it was a race where no one changed places. She had to come from off the pace. She fought hard. I think that race moves her forward and makes her a major player in this spot.
And she is proven at the Grade 1 level. Scottish Lassie last fall downstate Aqueduct, Richie, running up the score in the Grade 1 Facet.
This was a powerful performance. She ran faster figure-wise, Beyer figure-wise anyway, than Immersive did, winning her 3 Grade 1s last year on her way to her championship. So Scottish Lassie has races in her that are going to make her very competitive.
4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies to Immersive. How will she fare today? I believe we mentioned earlier, we'll be here all summer on all Fox Sports platforms. This is the time. Sign up today, NyraBets.com. That promo code TOGA200 to claim your $200 match bonus and start winning today with Nyra Bets, the official betting site of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up, NyraBets.com. Jonathan, how do you bet this race? Overwhelming favorite, small field. What do you do?
Well, if you've been to the racetrack, you've probably heard of an exacta box, meaning that you'll take the combination in both directions.
You love boxing exactas.
Oh, it's my least favorite thing to do. I'm going to play an ice cold straight exacta, $50, Immersive with Scottish Lassie in second. This was a much more attractive play with Lacara in the mix, but there's still an opportunity to pick up some money being exactly right of the first two finish order.
Learning your pet peeves, like I know, that's right at the top of the list. Right at the very top. All right, we check in with Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock. Naturally, Maggie, we start with the favorite, the reigning champion, 2-year-old fillies, Immersive. What is she showing you?
Lafitte, she actually looks a lot different to my eye than what I saw from her last year. She was a bigger, more progressive 2-year-old than a lot of her competition. And from my perspective, she hasn't changed that much from a size standpoint, but more from an athletic standpoint. She is a bit more refined and athletic now, but mentally she's a bit different. She always presented herself now. Granted, for the Breeders' Cup, I did see her get a little bit more high energy, a little bit more intense, a little bit fizzier. And today she's like that again. In her Saratoga effort, she was not like that necessarily. So I don't know how to interpret this, because obviously she won going back to the Breeders' Cup and she was this way. But as you see Brad Cox and his son Blake kind of attending to her now, she's on it. She has cotton in her ears, very, very high energy for Immersive today. Otherwise, she looks incredibly fit, dappled head to toe, all the good, healthy signs that you'd hope to see from a filly second off the bench. Now, another one that I haven't seen in a while is number 4, Take Charge Milady, who obviously defeated her in their last meeting in the Monomoy Girl. She, when I last saw her for the Martha Washington, which was several starts ago in mid-January, I didn't like her appearance at all. I'll be perfectly honest. I thought she looked too light. Her coat was dry and dull. And I was concerned, if there was an issue with Lasix. Obviously, there's not whatsoever. She looks way better in her coat now that it's midsummer, as fillies and mares will tend to show us. And her weight's a bit better too. So she is a developing 3-year-old. And I do think there's every chance that she is continuing to get better. And we'll see if she can run another fast one here. Lafitte?
And hand another defeat to Immersive, circling back, Tom, and Maggie discussing the cotton in her ears. Well, what's the purpose? What's that all about?
Earlier in the show, we watched Immersive walk up to the paddock, Richie, and she was a little bit edgy, I would say, kind of checking everything out. It's a way to take the noise out of what she's doing and focus on her task at hand, not only before the race, but during the race with riders yelling and screaming and the sound of the crop against the horse. It takes all that out of play, and it can make them focus better.
Horses have very sensitive hearing, and they react to things, so it's just another way to try to keep them calm and focused.
Remember those images of Victor Espinosa during American Pharoah's Triple Crown run, and like pulling the earplugs out right at the gate? He would use them as well. There's a look at Dry Powder, who, the absence of Licara, Jonathan, no other does it help more than Dry Powder's chances today.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I would think this horse is going to be forward, but in order for Dry Powder to win, in my opinion, 3 horses have to not show up. Immersive has to not show up, Scottish Lassie has to not show up, and the 4 Take Charge Milady have to all not show up for her to win. I know she has a little bit of a pace edge, but she's really not in the same class, in my opinion, as the other 3 horses.
The Wilton downstate late June here, Tom, with Dry Powder desperately looking for the wire, going to get picked off late.
Yeah, a tough beat by anybody's standards. She actually was kind of competing for the lead early in the race and probably used enough energy that she was a little bit out of gas at the end, and she got nailed right at the wire.
Yeah, very fast pace. She's not going to have that kind of pace to deal with.
Did she run the best race in the Wilton, in your opinion?
Oh, I think so. She put away the other speeds, drew off, and then was just picked off late by a fresh horse.
Dry Powder, how far can she take this field? Manny Franco, who rides Immersive, Richie, when you're riding a 1-2 favorite, anything short of victory is going to be considered a massive disappointment for Immersive. Can you lend perspective? Did he put pressure on a rider at Saratoga in a Grade 1 race? And I'll follow that up with you in a moment, because Acacia standing by live with Immersive's trainer, Brad Cox.
That's right, Lafitte. As she makes the second start of her 3-year-old season, Brad, Immersive was sharp and on her toes today, much like she was for the Breeders' Cup. Is that kind of the new normal for her?
Yeah, I believe so. She was a little sharp off the layoff last time. We're going to break running. Looks like there might be one speed horse to the outside, but just told Manny to get her a good, comfortable rhythm. Try to, save something for the end, but don't fight her too much. So hopefully she can, get a good clean trip in a 4-horse field. We'll see how it goes.
She ran well last time, even in defeat. What have you seen from her stepping forward as a 3-year-old?
3 good works since. I felt like we were a few works short leading up to the last race, but from a racing standpoint, we didn't want to make this our first race off the layoff. We felt like we needed a race. That was the race, the Monomoy Girl. She ran well in defeat, and here we are.
Well, thanks for the time, Brad. Good luck here and with Nash in the Vanderbilt as well.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Something you can relate to as well, Tom, the pressure he must be feeling in this moment.
No question. And you could pick up information from trainers if they're legit about what they say, and Brad certainly is. Look for Immersive to be a lot closer than you might think early in the race, not letting the 5, Dry Powder, who's going to be our pace setter, out of his sights.
Immersive in the Godolphin Blue post-parade. Let's meet the field. There she is. Immersive, 12-1, spin-away winner last summer, not 12-1 today.
Undefeated last year, 4 for 4 that year. Champion 2-year-old filly here in the United States. Has had 1 race back. She got beat a neck. Should improve off of it.
Number 3, Scottish Lassie, 6 starts, 4 facing Grade 1 company.
I think this is the competition right here. Scottish Lassie had a trip last time where no one changed places. That'll be different this time around. I think you're going to see a good finish from her.
Spoiled Immersive's return. There's Take Charge Milady, New York debut.
Yeah, she beat Immersive last time, but I don't think Immersive had her starting quarterback.
Dry Powder, the one to catch.
The one to catch for sure, Lafitte. This is our pace setter early in the race. How quick or slow she goes up front is going to have a lot to do with the outcome.
3-year-old fillies in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks post time, 6 minutes. 7 years ago, how good was Monomoy Girl with those ears pinned, reaching for the wire? Kentucky Oaks winner came to Saratoga and put on a show. Crop uncocked with Florent Giroux and an eventual champion, Monomoy Girl. Now at Spendthrift Farm in Kentucky. She's a mom now, and look forward to seeing little Monomoy girls showing up at the racetrack before long. Coaching Club American Oaks, who will don the blanket to be placed over the winner's withers before long. CCA Oaks moments away. And Manny Franco to pilot Immersive, yet to win this event. Maybe that changes today. You're watching Fox Saratoga Saturday. Today marks the 110th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks, first run in 1917. The race was established by the Coaching Club, formed by a group of New York businessmen after returning from England in 1875. And look at that, earlier today, representing the Coaching Club was the Waller family, driving historic 1881 Brewer Park drag pulled by 4 powerful Dutch warm bloods. Richie knew that. Richie could have.
Well, my first job at a horse farm was taking care of coaching horses that did competitions, and they were a part of the Coaching Club, the McNamara family on Long Island. And then I got moved over to the hunter-jumper side, but those are beautiful horses.
You could have narrated that without a script.
What about driving? Have you ever driven a team of horses?
Yeah. Yep.
That's not easy. Requires all fingers.
Yeah, only a 2-horse team, not a 4-horse team. Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All part of the history and tradition of this Coaching Club American Oaks. Another look, Immersive, the favorite, 1-2, Manny Franco. And Richie, these smaller fields with just the 4 horses, how do those become jockey races?
Well, there's no place to hide in a small field. Everybody's aware of where everybody else is, and when you're on a big favorite, the target's on your back. The path to the winner's circle is through you. So, you know, we all believe that the 5 Dry Powder goes to the lead. That gives her best opportunity to win. Scottish Lassie with Rosario is tactical. He's going to try to position himself just outside of Immersive and keep him pinned in behind Dry Powder. A jockey's job is to make it as difficult on the competition as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
More on Scottish Lassie. Over to Acacia.
And Scottish Lassie has been an incredible special horse for her trainer, Jorge Abreu, as he picked her out as a 2-year-old for the modest price of $85,000. And then she rewarded him with not only his first Grade 1 win in the Frizette, but his first graded stakes win ever. And she did it by 9 lengths and took him on to the Breeders' Cup. And I think she had a little bit of a tough trip last time out in the Grade 1 Acorn on a wet track, her first time going the 2-turn distance of 1 mile and an eighth. For me, this year as a 3-year-old, she has continued to grow and develop and settle. I think she's going to get a better trip. She will be my pick in here. But for more on how they look out on the track, let's head over to Maggie Horseback.
Okay, so great minds think alike. I've always liked Scottish Lassie. I remember Jorge Abreu telling me when I was scouting for my 2-year-old reports that this was his big filly, and she certainly proved that, as you said, giving him his first Grade 1 win. Now, she is third off of a layoff, and I like the rider change to Joelle Rosario, who was aboard for one of her latest workouts, and she responded beautifully to him as she sat off of a workmate. He squeezed her a bit, and she closed that gap and then some with a big gallop out too. She truly looks fit now, third off the bench, in which you'll often see a horse perform their best, and she does get back to a dry track. Now, Jose Lezcano, he will get aboard the likely pace setter in here in number 5, Dry Powder, from the outside. Now, traditionally speaking, for horses that have speed, you like them to get big warm-ups. Well, that she did not. Jose only kept her at a jog. Maybe they want to try to keep the lid on her a little bit, keep her quiet so she doesn't get too keen, with this being her furthest test to date, going 2 turns for the first time. Now, she's bred and she's built to handle this distance. She is a big filly, arguably the biggest and most solid of this foursome here. So there's every chance that she might be able to steal this on the front end. Lafitte?
Come in, catch me if you can. We'll see how far she can carry her speed towards the outside. Dry Powder, trainer Kenny McPeak. There he is looking on, looking for back-to-back victories in the coaching club. American Oaks, Thorpedo Anna. He says, you're going to watch me, I'm going to watch you right back. Just the 3rd trainer ever to win the Derby, the Oaks, that sweep in the same year. Here would take charge, Milady. Maggie Acacia going with Scotty Lassie. Richie, you're going with Scottish Lassie. Is that an upside thing that you believe that she's going to step her game up, or is it that you're not quite sure Immersive has taken that next step?
It's a combination of both, Lafitte. Immersive is good. I agree with Jonathan's assessment that the Monomoy Girl was a starting point. It wasn't the main objective. And if Immersive has taken a step forward, it's probably a moot point. But position-wise, too, I think Scottish Lassie being drawn just outside of her and trying to put Immersive in a compromising position.
4-1 currently. Take charge, Milady. In a perfect world, Tom, where should Immersive be placed early on?
Well, breaking from the rail, I think Immersive is going to be right behind the pace setters, which obviously Dry Powder will be one of those, but you'll be positioned close, Immersive.
Brad Cox is the type of trainer that will never take speed away from his horses. I think he recognizes the weapon, just like my friend Tom Amos does right here. I would imagine that Manny will be forward in this race, and I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't find himself on the lead.
Strategically, key to the race, what are you looking for early, Richie?
Position in the first turn, small field. I do think Dry Powder has to go. That's her only chance. Immersive's going to leave and get position, but Scottish Lassie drawn just outside of her could make it uncomfortable.
Won the Spinaway last summer, returns a champion. Immersive, odds on, post time for the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. Here's Frank Miramati.
Dry Powder to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Coaching Club, American Oaks. And Immersive broke out beautifully. Scottish Lassie will keep her company. And those two speed clear. Take charge, Milady will be in 3rd and just got a little crack as well to go after them. Immersive is steadying right now as Scottish Lassie has crossed over in front of her. So an eventful opening quarter mile as Scottish Lassie is now the leader by a length. Immersive goes to her outside and will re-engage 2nd. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Take charge, Milady, 3 off them, and Dry Powder is at the back of the field. Down the back stretch, and it is Scottish Lassie, 3/4 of a length. Manny Franco and Immersive cruising alongside very comfortably in second. It's still 3 back to Take Charge, Milady, and Dry Powder at the back through a half that went in 48 seconds. Scottish Lassie leads it by just under a length. Immersive second. It's now 4 more. Carmouche has been very busy on Take Charge, Milady, who has a lot of work to do. And at the back, Dry Powder is inching closer. They've gone through 3/4 of a mile. Scottish Lassie is getting away from Immersive. 1:12.1. Immersive under serious pressure, and Dry Powder is on the scene trying to get into second. But Scottish Lassie has opened up and appears to be cruising in the middle of the racetrack. It's Scottish Lassie all alone with a furlong left to go. Immersive is trying to hold second over Dry Powder. A spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths. What an amazing effort. Scottish Lassie and the coaching club, American Oaks. Immersive was second. Dry Powder finished third.
Just devastating. Scottish Lassie. Jorge Abreu, you just saw, celebrating, watching that performance, an absolute blowout. If a filly was going to do that, you might think it would have been Immersive. Not the case. Scottish Lassie to Acacia with Jorge Abreu.
With Jorge Abreu, who's being hugged and feeling so many emotions right now. If I could get you one deep breath with me here. What does this filly mean to you? I know you have always thought so highly of her.
Unbelievable. I don't even have any words in my mouth right now to describe what I feel right now. She's a special horse.
Did you ever imagine she could do that?
I don't know if she was going to do that, but I know she was going to come into this. He was going into this race 100%. I feel pretty comfortable going into this race.
Joel Rosario was intent on getting the lead. Was that the game plan?
No, but he breezed the filly twice, and he was in love with the horse. And I told him, just ride your race.
Enjoy this.
Thank you.
Feet.
You know exactly what that moment feels like. Tom, for Jorge Abreu, a second Grade 1 win, but a first Grade 1 win here at Saratoga.
Oh, yeah. Spectacular performance by his horse, Scottish Lassie, who took it to the field early and really ran our favorite, our big favorite, into the ground in Immersive. Immersive had no response from the 3/8 pole home.
To Maggie with Joel Rosario.
Oh, wow, Joel. You guys got along really well climbing aboard Scottish Lassie for the first time. And it seemed as though you had a game plan, and boy, did you execute.
Yeah, she did. I mean, I worked a couple of times the other day. She looked really good. And, Jorge did a good job with her. And, it's a nice filly. So I decided to go forward and see what happened with the first two. And end up to, he let me go. Then I just did the race from there.
How happy was she being out there by her lonesome and then just striding away and pouring it on through the lane?
Yeah, she did. She's really happy, beautiful. She's a nice mover, big, long stride. And, I was just sitting there, and she was just waiting for me to tell her, let's go, and then she did.
Oh, that was spectacular, Joel. Well done. Congratulations to the whole Scottish Lassie team.
Thank you, Maggie.
Lafitte.
Joel Rosario, a Scottish Lassie. How, Richie, was she able to dominate the other three fillies, and what went wrong with Immersive?
Well, first of all, let's give Scottish Lassie all the credit she is due, because she ran, and maybe even if Immersive ran her A race, she just wasn't as good as her today. But certainly when Dry Powder made a decision, and it was obvious their intent was to take back, and they got Grade 1 placing, but they forfeited any chance to win the race, and that put Scottish Lassie at a tactical advantage and put Immersive in that position to chase. But Scottish Lassie was just much the best today.
Yeah, I mean, she really ran. Here's the thing. I'll give Immersive another shot. It's possible maybe she was just that big 8th grader picking on the little girls last year as a 2-year-old. But I will say this. She chased a monster around there in Scottish Lassie and still was able to hold off the other two from running past her. I don't think Immersive ran great today, but I don't think she ran as bad as it looks.
Yeah, for our winner, we thought, or at least I did, I thought it would be a dogfight to the wire between the big favorite Immersive and Scottish Lassie. Well, they had a dogfight, all right, and it was for the first half of this race. And Scottish Lassie put her away. And quite frankly, I haven't seen Immersive do that before. She said uncle.
Yeah, but we'll get to that congestion on the first turn. 3 cheers to the breeder from our friends at Three Chimneys, where dreams are born. A Winchester farm, breeders of Scottish Lassie, and the pride of breeding. a filly, any horse to win a Grade 1 race here, specifically at Saratoga. Scottish Lassie on the ascend. Let's go back to the start here. Richie, what stood out?
What stood out was the tactics on the 5 dry powder. You could see they took back right off the start. Scottish Lassie with Joel Rosario's aggressive, and he's going forward with immersive. And Manny Franco, listen, he's in a position. He's on the big favorite. He doesn't want to be in a speed duel, so he starts easing back right here. Joel stayed out, which made it difficult for Manny to extricate himself from his inside, jump his heels, and get out. But Joel always stayed in about the 4 or 5 path.
You know, when you watch that closely, it seems to me that Immersive didn't want to be in front and wanted to be outside and actually took back. It wasn't any contact between the two horses to get outside of the winner, Scottish Lassie, the challenger.
Manny Franco, who rode Immersive, is with Acacia.
As I'm here with jockey Manny Franco. Manny, you were kind of in chase mode with Immersive throughout. She still ran valiantly. Can you tell me what you felt?
Yeah, I mean, my plan was to break out of that running and see what the guys outside gonna do. I saw Joel with the intention to go, so I don't want to be on a speed duel. So I give it the chance to my filly to relax and get into the outside. And I was comfortable in the backside, but then going to the half a mile, the winner opened up on me a little, so I say, I'm in a little trouble because I have to ride her from there, so I have no much horse.
Well, thanks for the time, Manny.
All right, thank you, guys.
Lafitte.
All the credit in the world to Manny Franco. He does not have to do that interview in a disappointing moment where he just rode an odds-on favorite, where things didn't work out in a Grade 1 race, and still taking the time to explain what he experienced out on the track.
Absolutely, that's difficult. Your emotions are really trending in the wrong direction, and you got to be a gentleman and give an interview like that. I loved what he said. You know, it was completely accurate.
What did you take from what he was explaining to Acacia?
Absolutely classy move, but jockeys want to be considered as premier athletes, and that's part of it. Answering questions when things don't go your way, and being a gracious loser in that respect.
Class act, Manny Franco. And for Jorge Abreu, one of the moments of his career, cheering on Scottish Lassie, a Grade 1 Frisette winner, and now a Grade 1 winner at Saratoga. Jorge Abreu, the embrace, the celebration in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Scottish Lassie by many. Joel Rosario put her in position to thrive. She did just that. Crop uncocked as Scottish Lassie slides under the wire in the CCA Oaks. You're watching Fox Saratoga Saturday. Fans here at Saratoga, nothing like that Saratoga fan base. More than 1 million visit every summer. Those fans a massive part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. He had Scottish Lassie. Doesn't look too young to bet at all. Scottish Lassie here, the fans celebrating their accurate handicapping from Maggie, Acacia, Richie. All pick Scottish Lassie, but you couldn't have expected anything like that. Like if a filly was going to do that today, it was supposed to be immersive, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought she could get it done, but I thought it was going to be a hard-fought victory. Instead, it was a tour de force. And one thing about Joel Rosario, when horses are running up into his hands like that, you know he's got a lot of horse underneath him.
What is this in terms of the chase for a 3-year-old filly championship? Immersive last year's 2-year-old filly championship. Godolphin, Brad Cox, they have good cheer. The car doesn't run today. What is the result of this? How does that impact the division?
I think they're very concerned. I think Immersive is the kind of horse that hasn't turned in a performance like this in her lifetime. You know, to give in with 3/8 of a mile still to go in the race is not her at all. And I'm sure she'll be evaluated. Brad Cox is one of the best trainers in the country, and they'll do the right thing by her.
We turn the page. Alfred G. Vanderbilt, top-class sprinters. 3/4 of a mile dash, $400,000 purse. And Bookham Dano, already a Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga. 4 to 5 here, Tom. These horses, when you're talking about this type of sprinters, like if Usain Bolt was a racehorse, these are the type of races he'd be competing in.
Super fast from start to finish in this race. This is a question of catch me if you can in some cases, and just powerful engines on these horses. That's the back end of the racehorse. They all have it, and they all know how to use it.
And Bookham Dano, it really is a terrific story about the pride of New Jersey. He was bred in New Jersey, and 6 friends known as Atlantic Racing, all from New Jersey, and started buying horses together. They own these horses and eventually invested into one named Bookham Dano. It's been an incredible ride here at Saratoga. He's already won at the highest level, but just the opportunity for them to spend time together as friends, celebrate together, and win together at the core of this story.
So we could be here tomorrow when that horse raced.
Right here, same spot. Back in the early 80s, Jay, myself, and 6 other guys were the Atlantic 8. And Atlantic came from, Jay lived on Atlantic Avenue in Oceanport, right next to Monmouth Racetrack. Oh boy. For 20 years, I told Jay all the time, once we make the last college payment, we got to do it again.
Atlantic 6.5.
It's an Atlantic 6.5. This is half.
Yeah.
Nice crowd reaction, right?
It's tough to compete at this level with a limited budget, and it's the sport of kings, but we're not kings. Most of us have work on Monday.
And Bookham Dano has taken the lead. He is now 3 for 3.
Jay Bricione is still the managing partner of all of it.
We're a little group. We've had horses for a long time. We've had some good ones, but nothing like him. He's just incredible.
Where would you like to see this guy next?
I think we've always tried to duck the bigger horses.
I have news for them, though. They might have one of the bigger horses.
Bookham Dano holds off an oncoming Prince of Monaco.
Last year when we won the Grade 1 Woody Stevens here, everybody was walking on air. It was cloud 9. You couldn't take the smile off anybody's face to believe we were here winning that race for 3-year-olds for that much money, plus the Grade 1 was absolutely incredible.
It's the holy grail of racing.
Bookham Dano wears him down. Bookham Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
We always dreamed of maybe having a horse good enough to leave Monmouth and maybe competing at Aqueduct, competing in a claiming race at Aqueduct. Forget about this level.
There's 2 gates. That one's got to be the one.
Being here for the first time on the Saratoga backstretch, just grateful for the ride that we've had.
Not taking anything for granted, just soaking it all in.
And who knows how long it'll last. In the meantime, cheers.
Yeah. I never realized they gallop out this far.
Likeable, relatable, Atlantic 6 Racing, Bookham Dano. I don't know what's more fun, JK, because I'm a Bookham Dano fan. Like watching him sprint or watching them watch him sprint and win.
That's racing. Going to the racetrack by yourself is fun. Sitting on the couch by yourself watching it, betting on Ira bets is fun, but doing it with friends is even better. It just makes it feel like you're all a part of it, the energy that you can share, and you can see that these guys are obviously doing that.
You're having a great time with a great racehorse, and that feeling at the top of the stretch when your horse looks like he might get there, if you could bottle that, you'd make a lot of money in this world.
As was the case Belmont Stakes, take True North Mulligan on the inside. That's a grade 1 winner, Richie, that Bookham Dano is steadily wearing down in the slop.
And this is what he does. I mean, he just is unrelenting. He never stops coming at you. If he's in close proximity turning for home, he is relentless.
That's who he's been during the course of his career on the other side of the world. In Saudi Arabia, nearly defeated a colt by the name of Forever Young, who probably should have won the Kentucky Derby. He has raced with the best. He has defeated top-class sprinters and will try to do so once again in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt next Saturday. The 3-year-olds taking center stage, Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy, and what about journalism? Preakness winner running in the Haskell earlier today. A review of the 3-year-old division when Fox Saratoga Saturday continues. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Welcome back, Saratoga. Updated odds there for this Alfred G. Vanderbilt. Bookham Dano, even money about 13 minutes out. In case you recognize the gentleman handing out the hardware in the winner's circle after the coaching club, American Oaks, now joins us on set. National championship winning head coach Ryan Day joins us here. And just to explain, by the way, the logos you see, yeah, I'm just an SC fan, did not graduate from SC. LSU did graduate from LSU, did Tom. University of Texas for JK here. And yes, that is the Ohio State head coach. Ryan, thanks so much for taking the time. You have a pretty big game in a few weeks. What brings you to Saratoga?
You know, I've been coming to Saratoga now for about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. Chip Kelly's the one that kind of introduced me to Saratoga and just fell in love with it. I think this is one of the best venues in all of America. And then started bringing my wife here a few years ago. We love it. We've had great weather here this week, and man, it's a beautiful place and a great place to spend a weekend.
Coach, as a trainer of racehorses, and you as a coach, our records, win-loss records, is very public. It's how we succeed one way or another. And for a trainer, when things aren't going right in the barn, you know, you have to be the motivator, not only to your staff, but to your athletes. I look at this year, and I would have to surmise that the Michigan game was a real down point for the team. And you came back and went on a historic run to win the national championship, to be the 2025 national champions this year. What did you do after that Michigan game to get everybody on the same page?
Well, the thing, like coming here to Saratoga, it's been great to learn a little bit about the industry, to talk to some of the trainers and owners who are here, and it's been great to come back and just have these conversations because so many people ask me that same thing. And in this industry, you have to deal with setback. You have to figure out what went wrong. You got to get it fixed. And I think when you go through a loss, when you go through difficult times, especially when you're in the public eye, so many people are watching. And it's an opportunity, it's a defining moment to show your character and where you are and to be steady. But you got to make the corrections. And I think horse racing is a lot like football in the fact that it takes everybody. All you see is the athletes on the field. All you see is the horse and the jockey out there on the racetrack. But it takes everybody from the beginning to the end to go through all that and making sure everybody's on the same page, making the corrections and being steady when things don't go well.
Ryan, I got to tell you, I was looking at my calendar and I saw that August 30th you're playing my Texas Longhorns, and I thought, we're still running here at Saratoga. So if you and Jeremiah Smith would have come back, we'll love to have you here for the weekend. Just let the other guys handle the Texas Longhorns. What do you think about that? Any shot?
No, that's not going to happen.
I thought I'd try.
You'd be wearing your hook 'em horns, I'm sure, all over the place around here. So,
how does this off-season feel different coming in as national champs? And now, like the target is on Ohio State.
I was watching an interview this past week by Scotty Scheffler going into the Open and over in Europe, and he talked about what is fulfilling about the sport. And I think the thing for me is once we won the national championship and the confetti hit the ground, it was on to the next thing, because the number one goal is to help young people reach their dreams and goals. Now at Ohio State, you got to win every game. If you don't, they're going to find a new coach, they're going to find new players. That's how it goes, because the expectation is so high. But that's not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to help these people reach their dreams and goal, which is why you get into coaching in the first place. And so, making sure that you understand that, the staff understands that. But man, what a first game. We can't wait to get this thing going. We start practice here in about 10 days, and it's going to be a great way to start the season.
Jonathan told me that you said that if he gives you a winner today, that he gets to go to Columbus, any game of his choice, and dot the I. That's what John. That's what
it depends
John
on what kind of winner it is. Depends on what it pays.
20 to 1 or higher. He's
got a chance at least to get on the field.
There we
give
go.
him that.
Coach State, thanks so much for taking the time.
No problem.
Ohio State ready to defend that title. And since the moment it was announced, everyone's had August 30th circled. The Arch Manning era kicks off with a playoff rematch for the ages as Texas takes on defending national champion Ohio State on Big Noon Saturday. What a way to get the season rolling. August 30th, only on Fox. So our coverage continues here. Fox Saratoga Saturday with the horses in the paddock. This Alfred G. Vanderbilt, grade 2, $400,000 purse. And looking at the favorite, Bookham Dano. Yeah, JK, just telling Coach State Bookham Dano is going to win the Vanderbilt. That's not going to get you to Columbus, my friend.
No, I'll tell him on his way out. I like Damon's Mound. He's 20 to 1. The three
See,
horse.
that'll do it.
That's the 20 to 1 I need.
Thumbs up from Coach. That'll do it.
Something tells me they won't let me dot the I on the 30th, though.
Your ticket, how are you playing this Vanderbilt?
I'm going to play an exacta. 3-5 with 3-4-5. So 3-5 in first, 3-4-5 in second. You can hit that QR code right there. Get your phone out, take a picture. It'll take you right to where you need to go on Naira Bets to make that wager.
Maggie, you're looking at Damon's Mound. He's showing you signs he's ready to trigger an upset in this grade 2 race?
Well, I wanted to know why JK liked him. All we got to hear was his ticket there. So I'm sure JK will enlighten us with why he likes Damon's Mound based upon paper. But JK, really good things here physically from the paddock. This guy looks tremendous. Now, I have seen him sparingly throughout his career. A horse that I saw as a 2-year-old winning the Saratoga Special, then winning the Gallant Bob as a 3-year-old back in 2023. And now he comes here as a 5-year-old, stringing those 2 races back to back. Third start here for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, and wow. This horse looks exceptional. I watched his last breeze over the training track by himself, 48-2, which is very fast for that surface. In my estimation, he was going so smoothly, throwing his legs out in front of him. And look at him, he's bouncing here in the paddock. You could not ask a horse to look or represent himself as doing any better right now than Damon's Mound. Next, we'll check in with Nash, who was meant to was cross-centered, I should say, at Ellis Park, but coming in off of a big performance, but on a sloppy racetrack. Now, is it a wet track that moves this horse up? But then again, he's run fast enough in these types of race or in those upper level allowance races to throw his name into the hat, as he is currently 6-1, big hulking animal. And I like the fact that they opt to turn this horse back now as a 4-year-old for the Brad Cox team. He was the other horse that really took my attention in the paddock. Acacia, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm joined by trainer Rudy Brisset, who sends out Mulligan in here. And Rudy, with the scratch of Skelly, kind of changes the pace dynamic here. Your horse has speed. How do you expect it to play out?
Well, I mean, we're going to play the break. You know, I mean, it's up to Jose. You watch some of his replay, and then, you know, he's never rode him in the afternoon. But, you know, I'm just going to go to play the break, you know.
He's a horse that won the Forego here at Saratoga at 7 furlongs. This race is 6 furlongs. How do you think the distance sets up for him?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I don't think he's a... We always put a sticker on him, maybe a 7-8, 7-8, 7-8, but he has shown enough speed where I think he can be very relevant going 6 furlong too. Obviously, he was third in the Breeders' Cup with a little bit the rough trip, but, you know, I think I don't think the 6 furlong is a prime today.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Lafitte.
Rudy Brisset with Mulligan. Last summer's Grade 1 Forego winner here. What's the key for him to turn the tables on Bookham Dano, who defeated him in the True North, Tom?
Well, first of all, their last meeting where Mulligan was second and Bookham Dano got him at the wire was about 110 yards further than this race is going to be today. So maybe placement helps the 4-horse Mulligan in today's Alfred Vanderbilt.
JK likes the outsider Damon's Mound pictured.
Yeah, Maggie asked why I like this horse. She mentioned it. That workout, B+ in the workout report. This horse is training extremely well since being in Bill Mott's barn.
Windstar Farms Mulligan.
Well, this, I think, is a horse that has a chance to show speed early, and depending on how quick or slow that pace is, he'll be around at the end.
New Jersey bred Bookham Dano, 6-5, 5 minutes out.
Yeah, he won the last race against Mulligan. This is a horse that really appreciates being around one turn. He's grown up quite well.
Godolphin Stables at Nash.
The girls talked about it. This turn back to sprinting for Nash has made a real difference in his performances. He's stepping up today. This will be the toughest group he's faced.
Baby Yoda, capable of freakish performances, specifically here.
Yeah, especially here. He runs really, really well. He likes Saratoga more than I do.
Let's not go crazy. Nakatomi, defending champ. Diehard fans, this is your horse.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a horse that they're forgetting about. Last year's champ, as you said, in this exact race, and had trouble in his last start, didn't break well. Look, he comes to play today. He certainly has the talent to get there.
High-octane sprinters in the Vanderbilt last year. Skelly in front, who scratched from this race earlier today, Richie. Tyler Gaffleone goes to work, and Nakatomi wears him down in deep stretch.
Yeah, Nakatomi runs his best, in my estimation, when he is forward. And last time, he blew the brake. He threw his head at just the inopportune moment. He gets away clean. He's going to set up shop just outside the other speed and get the trip he wants.
He's a tricky horse. He won a Grade 1 close to the pace. But before that, he was always better from off of it. But his best race was being close.
When are we going to figure out the enigma that is Baby Yoda and have a better understanding of when it is that he's going to bring one of those A++ efforts?
Well, here at Saratoga, he's done it 50% of the time. 4 of those 8 starts here have been wins, and impressive wins at that. Baby Yoda has the ability to lay close, if not make the lead out of the gate, and I think that's going to be the plan. You're watching that warm-up right there with Baby Yoda. Oftentimes, these hard warm-ups, these strong warm-ups are designed to put energy in the horses. Are they not, Rich?
Oh, absolutely. It's a tell. It's a tip of the hand that a rider wants a horse to be aggressive, leave the gate with focus and purpose. But it's just hard to know if the force is going to be with Baby Yoda or not.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Is the Death Star operational? Baby Yoda in his most recent downstate mid-June. From that effort, JK, how much would Baby Yoda have to improve today to defeat the likes of Bookham Dano Mulligan?
Well, in his 30-race career, he's run once or twice here well enough to win. The problem is that you heard from Rudolph Brisset that they're likely going to be aggressive with Mulligan because he's got a lot of speed too. I just don't see a world in which Baby Yoda gets a comfortable trip. And not getting a comfortable trip with horses like Bookham Dano running at you late, it's not a great combination.
How does the race shape up, Richie, in order for Bookham Dano to thrive? What's the scenario in front of him as things play out?
Well, Bookham Down is a horse that creates his own trip, too. He's not slow, but he'll find himself in a stalking position. I think Mulligan goes to the lead. If Baby Yoda's on his game, he's going to probably be the closest pursuer. And Bookham Down is going to set up shop. You know Paco Lopez. He'll have his reins looped, loose reins, and in a forward position.
Already one stakes win this afternoon for Paco Lopez. The caress earlier. There he is aboard Bookham Dano. And Tom, the fact that here he is as a 4-year-old and thriving as a sprinter. The way he won a race called the Pasco at Tampa Bay Downs when he was 3 last winter, I think 99 out of 100 owners and trainers would have said, okay, let's see. Let's run in a Kentucky Derby prep race. Maybe he can thrive at added distances. These connections from the Atlantic 6 stable and Derek Ryan, not for a minute was there any Derby fever in dreams of running at Churchill the first Saturday in May.
You have to applaud him. You know, when you have a 3-year-old that can run and the races are getting progressive in distance and you're part of that first level group that's running well, the natural tendency is to see, hey, can we get the distance of a race like the Kentucky Derby, which is at 1.25 miles, first Saturday in May of the 3-year-old year. They didn't do that. They left him where he was, and he has rewarded them by being a super consistent sprinter.
7-5, Bookham Dano. Damon's Pride, Damon's Mound, not 7-5. 15-1 here, JK.
Yeah, look, I think he's an interesting alternative if you're looking for someone to come from off of it. He ran well here as a 2-year-old. I don't put too much stock in that, but it is at least a nice thing to add. I'm interested in the trainer change, moving to a Hall of Famer in Bill Mott. This horse seems to be going in the right direction. And honestly, when you look at Bookham Dano's races, and he's the 7-5 favorite right here, when he runs in Grade 1 races, he doesn't always win. Now, he did win that Woody Stevens, so that's awesome. Congratulations to him. But he's also lost a couple times when he's tried Grade 1 company. That's my biggest concern.
Moving over to Fox in about 30 seconds. You remember how good Damon's Mound was supposed to be? Thinking back to his 2-year-old season when he won the Saratoga Special here back in 2020.